This is the story of Dr. Shaun Murphy, a young surgeon with autism and Savant syndrome. He gave up a quiet rural life to join the surgical department of the prestigious San Jose Street Bonaventure Hospital. Watch how he adapts to a new environment and complex social dynamics, proving to his colleagues that his extraordinary medical skills can save lives. A young boy is struck by falling glass, causing massive bleeding from his neck. A passing doctor rushes over and presses a cloth to the wound to stop the bleeding. But Shaun takes one quick look and immediately says the doctor's doing it wrong and could kill the boy.
I'm saving his life. He was bleeding out.
You would be in the right place if he were an adult. He's not an adult. He is a boy, which means you're also putting pressure on his trachea, which means he's not currently breathing.
He steps in and shifts the doctor's hand slightly. Sure enough, the boy starts breathing again. Then Shaun begins carefully examining the boy, discovering another piece of glass embedded in his abdomen. He spreads the boy's arms and observes the veins. Inside his mind, a detailed anatomical map takes shape. This allows him to quickly diagnose a punctured left lung, and without surgery, the boy won't survive. Shaun asks the crowd if anyone has a knife, but since they're in an airport, carrying knives is obviously not allowed. So he instructs the doctor to continue mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Then, without a word, Shaun heads to the security checkpoint and grabs a confiscated knife. He runs back with an odd gait, but unsurprisingly, he's tackled by security guards. Thankfully, the boy's mother shows up just in time to explain the situation, allowing Shaun to proceed with the emergency surgery. Shaun brings over 2 bottles of strong alcohol, lays out a tube and the knife, and starts disinfecting the boy's abdomen. He cuts the tube, inserts one end into a bottle, then locates the second intercostal space and makes a firm incision. He slides the other end of the tube into the boy's lung. As trapped air escapes from the lung, the boy is stabilized. The crowd bursts into applause at this unexpected yet life-saving operation. What no one realized was that this awkward young man is actually autistic. His dream is to become a surgeon, but no hospital would hire him. On the ambulance ride to the hospital, Shaun notices an abnormal heart rate on the monitor, but the paramedics dismiss him and treat everything he says like nonsense. Shaun pleads with the doctor to perform an echocardiogram on the boy, but the doctor is more focused on getting rid of unauthorized personnel, and Shaun is kicked out of the hospital. But Shaun refuses to give up, because to him, a patient's life must never be taken lightly. He keeps trying to enter the hospital, only to be stopped by security each time. Rain begins to fall from the sky, as if mourning the injustice Shaun is facing. Luckily, in the operating room, the attending surgeon notices Adam's irregular heartbeat. He remembered what Shaun had said, so he immediately went to find him and asked why Shaun wanted to do an ultrasound. Shaun explains that Adam might be suffering from pericardial effusion. As the ultrasound results come in, they invite Shaun into the operating room. With just a glance at the heart monitor, Shaun pinpoints the issue. A piece of glass has traveled through a blood vessel into the heart. Emergency heart surgery is the only option, but it's a serious procedure. None of the doctors present are willing to make such a decision on the spot. So the hospital board holds an emergency meeting. Most of them can't bring themselves to trust the judgment of someone with autism, until suddenly, footage of Shaun saving the boy at the airport goes viral online, gaining over 200,000 likes. After seeing his calm, precise actions, the board finally agrees to Shaun's plan. The heart surgery begins at once. Just as Shaun predicted, a shard of glass is removed from the heart, saving Adam's life. Shaun is then offered a position as a surgical resident. When asked why he wants to be a doctor, Shaun gives his heartfelt answer.
My brother went to heaven in front of my eyes. I couldn't save them. It's sad. Should have become adults. They should have had children of their own and love those children. And I want to make that possible for other people.
Though he stammers, the sincerity in his words is undeniable. The hospital board sees his determination and makes an exception by hiring him. From this moment on, Shaun officially begins his journey as a surgeon. Every patient Shaun diagnoses either has a tumor or a serious illness. The woman in front of him is no exception. Shaun bluntly tells her there's a large tumor in her body. The other doctors quickly pulled Shaun aside and told him he shouldn't tell the patient the worst-case scenario, because it could worsen the patient's condition. To teach Shaun a lesson, Neil assigns him to handle difficult and obscure cases. On the surface, it's about gaining experience. But in reality, these are the tasks that most surgeons try to avoid. Still, Shaun accepts the assignment without hesitation. Neil is baffled. Why is Shaun so obedient?
You're very arrogant. Arrogant people don't think they need to lie. So you must be doing this to teach me. I look forward to learning from scut work.
Shaun then throws himself into his work with full dedication. Worried about missing anything, he orders dozens of tests for each patient, like this man who only got water in his ear. Shaun has the nurse schedule an MRI to check his brain. Turns out the man's perfectly fine and wasted a ton of money. At this point, Shaun has no idea he's caused a stir. He's busy examining a little girl named Martine. Her parents think she's just faking sick to skip school, but Shaun doesn't agree. He immediately orders dozens of tests again. When Neil heard what happened, he pulled Shaun aside with a stern face and scolded him. Although Martine had already been discharged, Shaun remained stubborn. He even paid out of his own pocket to run more tests for her. That night, the results finally came in, but as Shaun looked at the report, his expression turned increasingly serious. He rushed out of the hospital and arrived at Martine's home in the middle of the night. He knocked on the door urgently, but her father warned him he was disturbing the peace. Shaun tried to explain, but the man insisted he come back tomorrow.
She may not be alive in the morning.
Shaun's blunt way of speaking pushed the man over the edge. He shouted at Shaun, calling him a freak, and slammed the door shut, but Shaun didn't give up. He knocked again.
Part of my weirdness is that I perseverate. That means I keep thinking about things. So I will keep knocking on your door until I know Martine is okay.
Finally, his words got through to Martine's parents and they let him in. That's when they realized Martine was already unconscious in bed. They rushed her to the hospital while Shaun performed CPR on the way and got her into the emergency room. Using ultrasound, Shaun examined the girl. With just one look, he determined that her small intestine had twisted around an artery. She needed emergency surgery immediately. The nurse hesitated to act on Shaun's decision, but Shaun didn't care about the rules. To him, a life was at stake. Taking the risk of breaking protocol, he made a call to reserve an operating room. The surgery went smoothly, and Martine pulled through. Shaun stood outside her room, watching silently. The hospital president asked why he wasn't going inside to receive thanks from the family. Shaun replied that he was afraid his bluntness would hurt people again. But with some encouragement from the president, Shaun finally found the courage to accept the family's gratitude. While we call Shaun a great doctor, there's no doubt what he cares about most is the safety of his patients. Shaun was about to perform a liver surgery right there in the middle of the street. A detailed image of the liver formed in his mind, allowing him to pinpoint the blood clot. With a small knife, he made a precise incision in the liver. His partner reached in with a clamp, and sure enough, pulled out the clot. Then Shaun took a plastic straw, cleaned it with alcohol, and inserted it into the liver. He injected a special solution that helps keep cells alive. Just like that, the liver started functioning again. Even the police on the scene were stunned. One day, Shaun was assigned a new task. A patient at the hospital had finally matched with a donor liver, but the liver was all the way in San Francisco. Because a liver can only survive outside the body for 8 hours, Shaun's mission was to get it back to the hospital in time. To save time, he flew there by helicopter. But when they picked up the liver in its cooler, they were told it had already been removed from the donor 3 hours ago. That meant their window of time had been cut drastically. Then things got worse. The pilot told Shaun and Claire that they couldn't fly back. The heavy fog made flying impossible. Their only option now was to travel by land. They had no choice but to call for a police escort. But halfway through the journey, they realized the temperature inside the cooler was rising. If it got too warm, the liver would lose its viability. With only 3 hours and 20 minutes left, they finally found a convenience store. Claire loaded the cooler with all the ice cream from the freezer to try and bring the temperature down. But it didn't work. That's when Shaun noticed a nearby slushy machine. He suggested pouring the ice-cold slush inside the cooler. Only ice water could cool it quickly enough. Sure enough, it worked. The temperature inside the cooler returned to a safe range. After all their struggles, Shaun finally delivered the liver to the hospital with 57 minutes to spare. But just then, they received heartbreaking news. The transplant couldn't proceed, not because they failed in their duties, but because the patient had drunk a small glass of champagne 3 days before surgery. According to transplant guidelines, patients must avoid alcohol for at least 6 months. Because of that, the liver had to go to someone else. The liver was handed off to a different hospital. Claire was visibly disappointed, but Shaun said something that comforted her. In Shaun's eyes, all lives are equal. A life doesn't become more valuable just because it passed through his hands. It was a clumsy way to comfort someone, but it worked. Claire finally came to terms with it. Their efforts weren't wasted. Barb was 6 months pregnant when doctors discovered something shocking. Alongside her baby, there was a tumor the size of a fist. Dr. Neil, her attending physician, recommended terminating the pregnancy. But Barb didn't just want to keep the baby. She also wanted the tumor removed. The surgery would be extremely risky. Neil couldn't guarantee success. If a blood clot formed, it could mean losing both mother and child. Her husband, Mark, wanted to protect Barb's life. He believed they could always try for another child. Everyone was torn, until Shaun offered a bold idea. They could temporarily remove the baby, excise the tumor, and place the baby back in the womb. And by injecting heparin before surgery, they could increase the chances of success. Neil's face turned pale at the proposal, not just because Shaun challenged him publicly, but because the surgery would be incredibly difficult. One mistake could destroy his career, but moved by Barb Barb's maternal love, Neil agreed to try. Mark, however, was furious. He begged his wife not to go through with it. He loved her too much to risk her life. In the end, Mark said no more. The surgery proceeded as planned, but just as the doctors opened Barb's abdomen, alarms started going off. Barb had suffered a heart attack. The surgery had to be stopped immediately. When Barb regained consciousness, she begged the doctors to continue. She didn't care about her own life. She just wanted her baby to be born. This time, Mark supported her decision. Everyone turned to Mark in shock, and Neil asked in confusion why he had agreed. The deep love between this couple left Neil speechless, and it also moved the intern, Jared, who was standing nearby. Determined to save both mother and child, Jared stayed up all night studying medical textbooks and eventually found a possible solution. He told the team they could temporarily stop Barb's heart and use an external bypass machine to keep her alive. During that window, they could remove the baby, cut out the tumor, and return the baby to the womb. It was a wild idea, but it avoided the complications of a heart condition. Still, the risks were immense. No one could say for sure it would work, yet the couple agreed without hesitation. The surgery began again. They connected Barb to the machine, and her heart slowly came to a stop. The doctors opened her up, delivered the baby, and used an electric scalpel to remove the fist-sized tumor. Finally, they placed the baby back into Barb's womb. All of Barb's vital signs were stable. The surgery was a success. As Barb slowly opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was her husband's warm smile. In that moment, she knew all their efforts had been worth it. For the next 4 months, all she needed to do was rest in bed, and soon they'd welcome a new member to the family. It's hard not to be moved by the greatness of a mother's love. Evan only had a broken arm, but Shaun insisted he had brain cancer. Shaun waved his fingers a few times in front of Evan's face, and just by observing the slight tremor in his eyes, he determined that something was wrong with Evan's brain. He sent Evan for an MRI. When Neil found out, he scolded Shaun harshly, but then came the shock. The scan revealed an abnormal mass in Evan's brain, most likely a tumor. Shaun broke the news to Evan's parents, only to discover they already knew. 8 months ago, they had taken him to several top hospitals and were told the condition was untreatable. They begged Shaun not to tell Evan the truth. They just wanted him to live his remaining days in peace and happiness. But because Shaun has autism, he couldn't hide his emotions. His attempts at masking the truth didn't fool Evan. Evan kept pressing for answers, and eventually, he learned the heartbreaking reality, yet he accepted it calmly. Because after a few hospital visits, his parents had finally bought him the gaming console he'd always wanted. Evan had figured it out. He just didn't want to break his parents' hearts. But for such a kind, understanding boy to face death so early in life, Shaun couldn't accept it. He made up his mind to save Evan. But the survival rate for brain cancer was worse than winning the lottery. Just when he was running out of hope, Shaun came across a medical report that sparked a new idea. What if Evan didn't have brain cancer? Shaun suspected it might be bone overgrowth instead, and shared this theory with Neil. To confirm it, Evan would need a bone marrow biopsy, but Neil flat out rejected the idea. Evan had already been evaluated by multiple hospitals. The chance that all of them were wrong was just 3 in 1,000. Neil didn't want to give the boy false hope. Still, Shaun told Evan his theory, and with Evan's consent, Shaun planned to secretly collect a sample for testing. But just then, Evan's parents walked into the room and stopped him. They didn't trust Shaun because of his autism and demanded he leave. During the argument, Evan suddenly had a violent coughing fit. He was rushed to the operating room. Doctors successfully removed a clot from one of his arteries. But during the procedure, Neil discovered that the cancer had already spread to Evan's chest. Shaun's 3 in 1,000 theory had officially collapsed. Shaun's face gave nothing away, but afterward, he quietly went to see Evan and apologized. He had given Evan hope, only to lead him into deeper despair. But Evan didn't blame him. He actually thanked Shaun for bringing a little light into his life. In the end, Shaun brought a book to Evan's bedside. It was a gift from his late younger brother, the very person who inspired Shaun to become a surgeon. Now, he wanted to read that story to Evan, to give him the strength to face the final stretch of his life. Doctors stood at the entrance, fully prepped for incoming emergency patients.
Love these blank faces right before Armageddon. Trauma color coding, who knows it?
Green walking, wounded, yellow observation, red needs immediate attention.
The next second, a flood of injured people poured in. A nearby wedding bus had flipped over. Each doctor was assigned patients according to tags. Shaun was given a man with a shattered femur. It was Shaun's first mass casualty incident. He was completely overwhelmed. Farrar gave him a shove to snap him out of it. The man's leg was gushing blood several feet into the air. Shaun pressed down on the wound, but it wasn't enough. His brain kicked into high gear. In a split second, he came up with a solution. Amid skeptical stares, Shaun pulled out a syringe, filled it with air to form a bubble, then plunged it into the man's thigh. When they let go, the bleeding stopped. His blood pressure stabilized. Even the other doctors looked at Shaun with admiration. But still, Marco's leg was in danger. Doctors informed his family they had 2 options: First, amputation, the safest route, but it meant a lifetime in a wheelchair. Second, they could implant a titanium femur, but that came with only a 60% success rate and a 10% chance Marco wouldn't survive. Marco's parents immediately rejected the second option. To them, he was everything. They wouldn't risk his life. But Marco's fiancée had a different view. Marco loved extreme sports. Losing a leg might make him resent them for the rest of his life, and he might never be able to recover from it. Tension rose as both sides argued. Then Shaun suddenly pulled back the blanket and examined Marco's legs. It turned out his other leg was also starting to deteriorate. If they waited much longer, he might lose both legs, or worse. Time was running out. Finally, a lawyer stepped in and gave a fair judgment. Shaun implanted the titanium femur. Marco's vitals remained steady. The surgery was a success. When Marco finally woke up, Shaun asked him to wiggle his toes, but Marco felt nothing. Had the surgery failed after all? Shaun gently ran a pen across the sole of Marco's foot. There was a faint twitch. Marco's leg was starting to regain sensation. Smiles broke across everyone's faces. Marco was incredibly grateful to his fiancée for making that choice. Otherwise, he would have lost his future and spent the rest of his life filled with regret. That doesn't mean his parents were wrong. They simply saw things from a different perspective. No parent ever wants to watch their child die in front of them. To others, he's just a quiet, eccentric young man, someone living with autism. But on the operating table, his mind works like a supercomputer, calculating with precision and saving lives on the brink of death. Shaun goes against the current, challenging every prejudice, every misunderstanding, and every test of human nature. The hospital receives a particularly difficult patient, Liam, who resists any form of treatment. Only Shaun notices what's really going on. He asks the medical staff to let go of Liam, then speaks gently to him. After Shaun takes care of the injury on Liam's head, the boy's parents arrive, wanting to take him home. However, no patient diagnosed by Shaun has a simple condition. Sure enough, lab results reveal issues with Liam's liver and bile ducts, prompting the doctors to plan a full-body scan. However, Liam's body keeps seizing, making it nearly impossible to administer anesthesia. Seeing this, Shaun firmly holds Liam's hands. Then, Liam suddenly blurts out a string of mysterious numbers.
32-8. 32-8.
Being autistic himself, Shaun instantly understands. 32 is the number of windows in the room, and 8 is the number of door handles. This is how people with autism perceive their world, intensely focused on detail. And that's why, once they're out of their familiar environment, they can feel completely lost. The scan reveals scar tissue all over Liam's bile ducts, making it impossible to insert the endoscope any deeper. This symptom can be seen in many liver-related conditions, and in the worst cases, it could mean cancer. Neil suggests an MRI scan, but Shaun disagrees. As mentioned before, people with autism struggle in unfamiliar environments. Forcing Liam into a dark, enclosed scanner could trigger extreme, even harmful reactions. To help calm Liam, Shaun begins pacing the room back and forth. He'd noticed earlier that Liam enjoys counting things, so during the scan, Shaun cleverly uses that to distract him. As the images start to appear on the screen, even Liam's parents can't help but be impressed.
How accomplished you are for someone with ASD.
But just then, something goes wrong. Liam can't take the pressure anymore. His body convulsed violently, and he began slamming his head forcefully against the machine. They had no choice but to stop the examination. And worse, the final image is too blurry to use. At this point, there's only one option left to find the root cause: an exploratory laparoscopic surgery. But this procedure carries significant risks. It should only be a last resort. Hearing that they'll have to operate on his abdomen, Liam grows visibly tense and starts muttering strange words. But even now, Shaun understands what he means and calmly reassures him. Liam slowly calms down, looking at Shaun as if he were his role model. That's when Shaun notices something else: Liam's reddened eyes. He diagnoses it as uveitis, an inflammation of the eye's pigment layer. Shaun believes Liam ate a certain type of plant, which has paralyzed his nitrification system. Thankfully, it's not the worst-case scenario like cancer. Still, the damaged part of the intestines needs to be surgically removed. Upon hearing this, Liam's parents agree to the surgery, but only if Shaun is excluded from the operating team. They say they understand autism and fear that Shaun might lose control mid-surgery and ruin everything. This narrow-minded thinking enrages Shaun's supervisor, Neil. After working with Shaun for so long, even someone as proud as Neil has to admit Shaun's talent. If they truly don't trust Shaun, they're welcome to go to another hospital. But as long as they stay here, Shaun will remain part of the team. Right then, Liam speaks up, expressing his own desire.
I want Dr. Shaun.
Shaun arrives at his bedside, deeply moved by Liam's trust. Just then, Liam's condition suddenly worsens. The surgery must happen immediately. Inside the operating room this time, Neil personally hands the scalpel to Shaun. There was a time when Neil also doubted Shaun's abilities, but after everything, Shaun has finally earned the right to lead the surgery. The procedure begins. Their goal? Remove the damaged section of Liam's intestine. But as things are progressing smoothly, Shaun suddenly speaks up.
I have.
Everyone turns to look at him, confused, until Shaun reveals that Liam also has cellulitis. A cyst the size of a fist is attached to the intestine. Shaun holds his breath, not daring to make a move. If that pus-filled cyst bursts and leaks into Liam's abdominal cavity, it could kill him instantly. Luckily, they spotted the problem in time. Working together, the surgical team manages to drain the infection and remove the cyst. Though full of complications, the surgery ends in success. Shaun delivers the good news to the family. Liam's mother throws her arms around him, offering heartfelt thanks and apologizing for her earlier prejudice.
You shouldn't feel bad. You did what you thought was best for Liam. You love Liam.
No one was truly in the wrong, but Shaun still advises them not to coddle their son. Autism doesn't mean he can't grow to be independent. In the end, the parents take his advice and begin encouraging Liam to make his own choices. Shaun was at the supermarket when a robbery broke out. The thief ordered him to raise his hands, and Shaun did as told. But then the robber told him to hand over his wallet. This completely confused Shaun. How could he do that with his hands still in the air? The robber didn't realize Shaun was autistic. He thought Shaun was being defiant, so he pulled the trigger. Shaun dodged just in time. The bullet hit Avery in the stomach. Realizing things have gone too far, the robber panics. At that moment, others nearby seized the chance and knocked the robber out. Avery was rushed to the hospital where Shaun worked. When Avery's boyfriend Brandon found out Shaun was a doctor, he immediately snapped. In his eyes, this was all Shaun's fault, but Shaun wasn't affected by Brandon's accusations. He stayed calm and focused, and in the operating room, successfully removed the bullet from Avery's body. Unfortunately, her spleen was severely damaged, and Shaun had no choice but to remove it. After the surgery, the lead doctor, Neil, informed Brandon that Avery had suffered massive trauma. Her body was at risk of a devastating inflammatory response. The next 24 hours would be critical, and she needed to stay for observation. But now, Brandon revealed something surprising. He and Avery had only been in a long-distance relationship online. This was actually their first time meeting in person. They barely knew each other. So, in his mind, there was no reason for him to stick around.
Someone out there cares about her. If she dies, I want them to know someone was with her.
Later, when Shaun came to check on Avery in her room, he ran into Brandon again, who was still blaming him nonstop. But Shaun only had eyes for his patient. He picked up Avery's urine bag and noticed something unusual. Then he suddenly pulled back the blanket, revealing that Avery's leg had swollen up. This meant her organs were rapidly shutting down. Doctors immediately started dialysis, but her condition kept worsening. Her lungs were next. She now needed chest drainage. Just as Shaun prepared to insert the needle, Brandon started questioning his decision again. But Shaun's technique was skillful and steady. The fluid was successfully drained from Avery's chest, and her heart monitor began to stabilize. Still, this was only a temporary fix, not a cure. Neil asked the nurse to prepare the meds, then walked over to Brandon.
Think you're being her hero? Fact is, you hardly know her, and you don't know him at all.
The doctors gathered to reassess Avery's condition. Suddenly, they came up with a bold theory. Maybe the reason her organs were failing so fast was because there was still a hidden bleeding point inside her. If that were true, she'd need another surgery. But in her current condition, she might not survive it. Before the doctors could make a decision, the alarms went off wildly again. Avery's condition had worsened, and they had no choice but to rush her into the operating room. As soon as they opened her up, massive bleeding erupted. They had to find the source, fast. Shaun mentally simulated a human anatomy model, tracing the bullet's trajectory.
Open her between the second and third rib on the left side.
Following Shaun's lead, the team discovered the bleeding artery between her ribs. With swift coordination, they managed to stop the bleeding, and Avery's vitals finally stabilized. The surgery was a success, but whether she'd survive the night still depended on her own strength. That's when Avery's parents finally arrived at the hospital. As if sensing their presence, Avery slowly began to wake up. Brandon got ready to leave, but Avery called out to him. She was grateful he had stayed with her through it all. Have you ever seen someone perform surgery in virtual reality? VR is often used to simulate extremely high-risk procedures. In the first simulation, Shaun attempted to shrink a patient's heart septum to 18 millimeters, but as soon as he made the adjustment, the heart stopped beating. He kept trying. This time he aimed for 13 millimeters. It was better. Blood flow was steady, but still, the heart gave out. So, who was the unfortunate patient Shaun kept experimenting on? The heart belonged to a young boy from Congo, Gabriel, who was born with a congenital heart defect. Inside his tiny chest, he suffered from 3 conditions at once: hypertrophic obstructive cardiomyopathy, an atrial septal defect, and an abnormal mitral valve insertion. Because of how complex his case was, Gabriel was chosen to receive free treatment. But when Gabriel arrived at the hospital, Dr. Avi took one listen with his stethoscope and wanted to back out. It was the first time he'd seen a case like this. 3 disorders combined. Every doctor reached the same conclusion. Nothing could be done. They decided to prescribe medication to stabilize Gabriel for now, then discharge him. But Shaun disagreed. He proposed a plan, starting with a myectomy and correcting the mitral valve issue. Though Shaun's ideas made sense in theory, performing all those procedures together would leave almost no room for error. Neil turned down the proposal. Shaun challenged him, "So we don't try just because we're afraid?" Neil then spoke with Gabriel's mother, Georgita, and offered the hospital's most conservative plan, medication only. But days passed, and instead of going home, Gabriel suddenly went into shock. Something wasn't right. The medication should have helped. Neil confronted Georgetta, and the truth came out. She hadn't given the medicine to Gabriel at all. She knew the hospital was brushing them off. If they missed this chance, they'd never be able to afford treatment again. Burdened by guilt, Neil finally agreed to Shaun's plan. Because of how complex this surgery was, the team had no choice but to use VR for simulation. After running countless simulations, they finally found the optimal surgical path. The real operation began. The doctors opened Gabriel's chest and hooked him up to a heart-lung machine to control his heartbeat. Once that was done, they had just 5 hours left to complete the procedure. They followed the simulation step by step. At first, everything went smoothly, but when they got to the final stage, they discovered Gabriel's heart septum was too stiff. 14 millimeters wasn't going to work. With time running out, Neil made a last-minute decision to reduce it to 13 millimeters. But just like in the simulation, the valve couldn't hold. They had failed. Were they really going to just watch a young life slip away in front of them? In that critical moment, one of the doctors noticed something. Beneath the septum, there was a support point. They could try shifting the valve. The team jumped into action. After a flurry of precise movements, a miracle happened. Neil brought the good news to Georgita, and she broke down in joyful tears. The journey to hope may be filled with despair, but as long as hope still exists, it's worth chasing. Bobby was a video game champion, until excessive gaming led to an injury in his left arm, and the one treating him was Shaun. Shaun asked Bobby to squeeze his hand. By feeling the pressure, Shaun diagnosed a torn ligament. All it would take was surgery to fix it, and Bobby could return to gaming. Just as Shaun was about to voice a concern, Neil abruptly cut him off. Shaun stayed quiet, but as he was leaving, Bobby stopped him. As one of the world's top esports players, Bobby believed the key to winning was thinking independently and not following the crowd. He encouraged Shaun to trust his own instincts and not blindly obey authority. Shaun seemed to understand, but years of self-doubt weren't easy to shake off. Soon after, the surgery began. The doctors opened Bobby's elbow, removed the torn ligament, and completed the repair. It was a straightforward procedure. The doctors all told Bobby to rest a few days. He'd be back on the stage in no time. But then Bobby asked to hear Shaun's opinion. Shaun finally shared what was on his mind. He suspected Bobby might have cancer and recommended an MRI to confirm. It wasn't good news, but Bobby agreed without hesitation. He had faith in Shaun and reminded him that if he wanted to earn respect, he had to fight for his convictions. That's life. Desire is what drives us forward, but only courage can make those desires real. The test results came back quickly, and Shaun was right. There was a malignant nerve sheath tumor in Bobby's arm. As it turned out, Bobby had battled cancer once before. It was treated, and he never gave it a second thought. But clearly, some cancer cells had spread to other parts of his body. Since winning the world championship, Bobby had been focused solely on competition, never stopping to get checked again. Now, without treatment, things could get worse fast. Doctors rushed to conduct a full-body scan, and the results were grim. Cancer cells had taken root in Bobby's brainstem. If the tumor grew, he would suffer brain death. But the brainstem is the command center of the body. Removing the tumor was extremely risky. Even if the operation succeeded, he'd likely be paralyzed on one side of his body, meaning he could never compete again. Bobby took in the news calmly. He agreed to the surgery without hesitation. He said he'd already won the championship. If this was the end, at least he'd gone out at his peak. The operation was performed by the hospital director, the most skilled surgeon they had. With steady hands, he removed the tumor from Bobby's brainstem. Everyone thought the worst was over, until the monitor suddenly blared with alarms. Bobby's body temperature was skyrocketing. If it continued, his heart rate would spiral out of control. The team was at a loss. That's when Neil turned to Shaun for his opinion. Shaun observed the rigidity in Bobby's body and quickly concluded the issue wasn't a stroke. It was malignant hyperthermia caused by the anesthesia. They immediately administered the proper medication, and Bobby's temperature began to drop. The surgery ended in success. After Bobby regained consciousness, Shaun went to check on him. The left side of Bobby's body was completely numb. Shaun gently told him he might never be able to play games again, but Bobby simply replied,
When I was a kid, I wasn't good at Jack, but I never quit.
Shaun was deeply moved. Bobby's situation was so much like his own, and yet Bobby still held on to his love for esports. Shaun sincerely wished him the strength to one day return to the stage. These conjoined twin sisters decided to undergo a brain separation surgery because they had both been accepted into two of the world's top universities, Harvard and Yale. In order to attend the schools of their dreams, the sisters finally chose to separate. Since Jenny and Katie shared a single renal vascular system, the doctors needed to first remove one of Jenny's kidneys and transplant it into Katie. Only after a 6-month recovery could they proceed with separating their brains. The first surgery went relatively smoothly. As they lay side by side in bed, the girls began imagining their lives on campus 6 months from now. Jenny joked that, at last, she wouldn't have to listen to her sister grinding her teeth anymore. The room was filled with laughter, but that very night, alarms rang out in the hospital. Jenny had suddenly fallen unconscious. The monitors showed signs of respiratory failure and a dropping heart rate. The doctors quickly determined it was heart failure. If left untreated, their shared brain could soon be deprived of oxygen. There was only one solution: to separate the twins immediately, to reduce the strain on Jenny's heart. What was supposed to be a 6-month preparation was now cut down to half a day. The risk of the surgery skyrocketed. Still, the sisters were determined. For the lives they dreamed of, they were willing to face any danger. After 10 hours of surgery, the doctors painstakingly separated the blood vessels in their shared brain, finally reaching the sagittal sinus vein, the main connection. Once they severed it, the operation was officially declared a success. But during the recovery period, another crisis struck. Jenny regained consciousness, but Katie slipped into a coma. Shaun recommended an MRI, and sure enough, he discovered that Katie's brain had no blood supply. It had been in a constant state of oxygen deprivation. Even worse, Jenny's heart failure hadn't been fully resolved. At this rate, she might not survive the night. That's when Shaun said something shocking. He suggested sacrificing one sister to save the other. If they gave Katie's heart to Jenny, at least one of them would survive. The impossible decision was handed to their mother: save one or lose both. With no other choice, their mother signed the surgical consent. For the third time, the sisters were wheeled into the operating room. The doctors removed Katie's oxygen mask. As they prepared for a moment of silence, something incredible happened. Katie showed signs of life. Her vital signs stabilized. The plan to sacrifice her could no longer proceed. So now what? Was there any way to save them both? Shaun's brain kicked into high gear. He proposed reconnecting the sisters through their femoral arteries. This way, Katie's brain could receive blood supply from Jenny's heart. With circulation restored, both might survive. The twins were taken into surgery for a 4th time. Following Shaun's plan, the doctors moved swiftly, and when the doors finally opened, both girls were awake. They gazed into each other's eyes, and all past frustrations seemed to melt away. But Shaun wasn't done. He reviewed their post-op labs and noticed something strange. Jenny's aerobic protein levels were abnormal. That's when it all became clear. Jenny's heart had been doing all the work for both of them. Katie's heart was only partially functional. This explained everything that had happened before. Now, they had no choice. Jenny and Katie needed to be permanently separated, immediately, or they would both die. After 5 grueling surgeries, Jenny's body finally gave out. In the operating room, she stopped breathing. The doctors made a heartbreaking call to transplant Jenny's heart into Katie. Katie survived, now with her sister's heart beating inside her. From this moment on, Jenny could only live on in another way, within Katie's body, supporting her as she moves forward on the path to a normal life. He's the most unique doctor in the hospital, socially awkward, unable to express emotions well, yet gifted with an extraordinary medical intuition. While others hesitate, he's already simulating every procedure with pinpoint precision in his mind. When conventional treatments fail, he performs high-risk maneuvers to pull patients back from the edge of death. From operating on a fellow autistic patient, to successfully correcting a young boy's congenital heart defect, to separating the brains of conjoined twin sisters, behind every one of these medical miracles is Dr. Shaun Murphy, a doctor with autism, who turns relentless determination and extraordinary talent into life-saving miracles. In this unscripted reality, he challenges fate with nothing but a scalpel, touching hearts with every operation. Now let's continue diving into the story of Shaun Murphy. While cooking, Nadja accidentally burned her hand, but Shaun insisted she was a terrorist, saying the injury must have come from making explosives. No sooner had he finished speaking than Nadja suddenly claimed she couldn't breathe. While the other doctors were panicking, Shaun smiled and said, "Look at the monitor, there's no change. She's clearly faking it." But the test results were unexpected. Nadja's lungs were indeed showing signs of severe inflammation. Shaun pointed out that this level of inflammation would usually require inhaling a large amount of smoke. Cooking alone couldn't cause this. To get to the truth, the doctors performed a bronchoscopy and discovered inflammation in her bronchial tubes as well. Strangely, though, there were no traces of smoke inhalation. The team decided to conduct a mucosal biopsy to find out what caused the burn. But just then, Nadja's bronchial tubes began to hemorrhage, and they had to stop the exam. When Nadja woke up, Shaun questioned her about hiding her condition, but Nadja couldn't explain herself, which only made Shaun more suspicious. Suddenly, Nadja clutched her stomach in pain and vomited everything she had eaten the day before. Blood tests revealed methanol in her system, suggesting her lung and airway inflammation may have been caused by a corrosive chemical. The doctors, well versed in chemistry, quickly determined the substance was dimethyl sulfate, a compound used in both pesticides and chemical weapons. Shaun was also convinced that Nadja had to be working on a chemical bomb. He confronted Nadja again, demanding to know if she was a terrorist and what her real purpose was. Nadja grew furious at the accusation. Before the confrontation could escalate, she clutched her chest in pain again. Shaun knew immediately. It was a sign that her bronchitis was worsening. At this point, there were two treatment options. 1. Administer antibiotics, if Nadja was telling the truth and the inflammation was caused by bacteria. 2. Use steroids, if it was due to chemical exposure. These two treatments were incompatible. A wrong choice could kill her. Now the decision fell on Neil. As team leader, any mistake would be his responsibility. After a moment of hesitation, he made the call. Shaun tried to speak up again, but Neil had already decided. Another doctor gave Nadja an antibiotic injection. Almost instantly, the monitor showed her vitals crashing. Fortunately, Shaun acted fast and switched to steroids. Just as Shaun had predicted, the steroids worked. Nadja's condition began to stabilize. The doctors explained the situation to her. Shaun, however, was still trying to figure out if she really was a terrorist. But it turned out Shaun was only half right. Nadja's brother worked at a chemical factory and had stolen some dimethyl sulfate to make perfume for her. She kept the truth hidden to protect him from losing his job. It was a reason Shaun hadn't considered.
It's beautiful, but very stupid.
Later, during a stomach exam, Lim lifted Quinn's hospital gown, only to gasp and quickly pull it back down. Shaun immediately stated, "Quinn is a boy," but Quinn firmly identified as a girl. Shaun bluntly said, "Biologically, you're a boy." Everyone else realized Quinn was transgender, biologically male but identifying as female. Whatever the definition, it was clearly a deeply personal issue. During further examination, Shaun kept asking, "Do you wear dresses? Do you like pink? Do you use the men's or women's restroom?" Quinn clenched her teeth in frustration. Soon the results came back. Shaun's instincts were correct. The patient had testicular cancer. Normally, doctors would just remove the affected testicle, but that meant Quinn wouldn't be able to take hormone blockers for the time being. Upon hearing that, Quinn shook her head. Stopping the medication would cause facial hair and an Adam's apple to develop. She was at a critical stage. If she physically transformed into a man, it would be devastating. Shaun seized the moment and suggested, why not just remove both? Quinn's grandmother, Ruth, immediately refused the moment she heard it. But Quinn saw this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She sought her parents' opinion, and they gave her their quiet support. Now it had become a family matter, and the doctors had to step out of the room. Later, Ruth even took Quinn's parents to court, accusing them of child abuse for allowing hormone blockers and damaging Quinn's body. The hospital had to hold a mediation meeting to help both sides understand each other. Quinn's parents finally opened up about the struggle they had been carrying inside. At school, Quinn had been bullied for being transgender. The boys mocked her. The girls thought she was a creep. That's why she wanted so badly to become a real girl. They believed they were helping their child survive. Ruth remained opposed. How can a child this young even know what gender means? She argued. Right then, Quinn began violently vomiting. Shaun examined her and found that the tumor had compressed her blood vessels. There was no longer any circulation. She needed immediate surgery. Now, they had to make a decision, and fast. One of the doctors proposed, this kind of life-altering decision shouldn't be rushed. Let the child decide their gender at 18. After some hesitation, Quinn's parents agreed to remove just one testicle for now. With the decision made, the doctors proceeded with the operation. The doctors removed the cancerous left testicle for Quinn. They thought it would be a straightforward procedure, but Quinn's vitals suddenly changed. All eyes turned to Shaun. Sure enough, Shaun glanced at the bruising on her abdomen, and his mind instantly formed a mental animation. He realized it was internal bleeding. The doctors quickly opened Quinn's abdomen, and just as Shaun had predicted, they found a pool of blood inside. After a quick suture, Quinn was safely wheeled out of the operating room. But when she learned that only one testicle had been removed, she blamed her parents. At that moment, Lim stepped in to comfort her. No one is denying your right to choose, but you haven't fully formed your worldview yet, and we just don't want you to look back with regret. When you're an adult, you can make that decision for yourself. It was unclear whether Quinn fully understood, but she stubbornly declared, "I promise I'll come back for gender confirmation surgery when I turn 18. Marcus promised he would help her fulfill that wish. With that, the matter finally came to a close. Spirit's heart grew outside her ribcage, so ever since she was a child, she was never allowed to go outside or let anyone hug her, because even a single touch could stop her heartbeat. This condition is called ectopia cordis. Finally, at 14 years old, Spirit's chest had grown enough that surgery became a possibility. The plan was to move the heart into the correct position. But after Shaun examined her, a new problem arose. Spirit's heart was a third larger than average. That meant her 14-year-old chest probably couldn't contain it yet. The doctors explained this to her and advised waiting until she turned 18. But Spirit shook her head. She didn't want to wait anymore. She had been confined to her room since she was little, with only electronic devices to keep her company. Now that she had finally made some friends, all she wanted was to leave behind the cold electronic devices, to experience the warmth of a hug and the pain of being hit. She turned to Shaun and gave him a pleading look. Shaun remained expressionless, but deep down, he decided to take a risk for her. He pored over medical texts and finally found a solution. They could enlarge her chest using a synthetic sternum, making room for the heart. But there was only one shot. If it failed, Spirit would die on the table. Still, the surgery went ahead, and Spirit lay on the operating table with unwavering determination. One doctor cut open her chest, then used an electric saw to sever the sternum. Working in perfect sync, the doctors moved Spirit's heart into her chest and fixed it in place with the artificial sternum. Against all odds, the surgery went smoothly. When Spirit woke up, the first thing she did was ask for a hug from her parents. It was the first time since she'd grown up that she was able to hold someone close and feel the warmth of another person's body. Hunter had been paralyzed from the waist down for 10 years. But one day, he suddenly felt pain in his thigh. Was I misdiagnosed? Did I waste 10 years in a wheelchair? Neil gave Hunter a full-body scan. He came back with good news and bad news. The good news, Hunter wasn't completely paralyzed. The bad news, they found a tumor in his cervical spine. His paralysis was caused by the tumor pressing on his brainstem. If they removed it, he could walk again. Hunter and his wife were overjoyed. However, while Neil and the other doctors were planning Hunter's surgery, a new problem emerged. After all these years, the tumor had grown significantly in size and had wrapped itself around his cervical spine. Even the slightest tremor during removal could cost him his life. Considering his safety, Neil spoke with Hunter again. Not removing the tumor would mean he could still live, but he'd remain in a wheelchair. If they insisted on removing it, dying on the table wasn't the worst outcome. There was a high chance Hunter could end up in a vegetative state. Even so, Hunter took his wife's hand and said, "I'm willing." But Cora wasn't satisfied. She didn't want him to take that risk. She was prepared to keep caring for him, just as she always had. The couple couldn't agree. Cora stormed out of the room in frustration. While doing his best to mediate between the couple, Neil finally learned the truth from Cora. She was afraid that once Hunter recovered, he wouldn't need her anymore. That fear had turned into deep pessimism. But Neil reassured her, if your love was that fragile, it would have ended long ago. You've made it through every hardship together. Don't underestimate what you've done for your family. Cora finally realized her place in Hunter's heart. She returned to the room and told her husband she would support him, no matter what. Hunter also told her that they had made a vow at their wedding. No matter poverty or death, they would never be apart. With Cora's decision, the surgery was finally able to proceed. But the danger was still very real. The doctors monitored Hunter constantly to make sure he didn't flatline. To remove the tumor with maximum precision, Neil had to use a microscope to carefully scrape away the cancer cells. But despite their caution, an accident occurred. One tiny tremor caused the tumor to press against his brainstem. In 20 seconds, Hunter would stop breathing. Shaun told them to stop the surgery, but Neil wasn't ready to give up. With incredible precision, he removed the tumor in under 20 seconds. Hunter had been reborn. When he woke up, he realized the surgery had worked. From this day forward, he could finally walk like a normal person again and live the happy life with his wife that they had missed out on for the past 10 years. Gretchen had never smiled, not since she was born. She had a rare condition, and the only solution was to take 2 nerves from her thigh and transplant them into her face. Then she could smile again. For Shaun, who dealt with cancer patients daily, this was a simple procedure, but still, he objected. The surgery was risky. In Shaun's eyes, it wasn't worth risking her life for something as non-essential as a smile. He listed all the potential dangers: brain hemorrhage, paralysis, even death. And then there was the financial burden. The costs of the procedure would be enormous, far beyond what an average family could afford. When Gretchen heard about the money, she lost confidence. She told the hospital she wanted to give up on treatment. Marcus suspected Shaun was behind it, and he confronted him. But to Shaun, he was just telling the truth. But Marcus flashes a big white grin and says to Shaun, "Smiles are really important for people. Without them, girls lose their way of feeling joy. Do you really want a pretty young lady to turn into someone who can't smile at all?" If it were another doctor, Marcus's words might have worked. but Shaun has autism, so he struggles to understand Marcus's meaning. He bluntly points out that Marcus's smile is fake, which makes Marcus turn around and leave, annoyed. So to figure out what Marcus truly meant, Shaun walks up to a colleague with an awkward, exaggerated grin. The colleague gets startled and says, "If you need to borrow money, just say so. No need to smile like that, it's creepy." This only leaves Shaun more confused about the meaning of smiling. Later, Marcus takes Shaun to see Gretchen, hoping to convince her to go through with the surgery. Gretchen finally revealed the real issue. It wasn't the risk. Her family simply couldn't afford it. Only then do they realize that the insurance company labeled this as a non-essential surgery and refused to cover it. Marcus then goes to the insurance company and explains Gretchen's situation, but of course, he's rejected. Marcus instantly gets furious, saying that if anything happens to the girl, the blame will fall squarely on them. Under this pressure, the insurance company surprisingly gives in. With that, the surgery can finally proceed. The doctors implant a nerve from Gretchen's thigh into her face and then use electric current to stimulate it. While she's still under anesthesia, Gretchen unconsciously smiles. But when she's wheeled out of the operating room, something goes wrong. She lies motionless on the bed, having fallen into a coma. Shaun steps in, takes one look, and realizes her brain has absorbed too much anesthesia, which means there's a chance she might already be brain dead. At this point, it all depends on Gretchen's will to survive, and no one could have seen this coming. Marcus can only offer his sincere apologies to the family. To try and wake her up, Shaun suggests stimulating Gretchen's optic nerve, hoping it might trigger brain activity. Alex gently brushes her eye with a cotton swab, and to everyone's relief, she responds, proving she's not brain dead. The family is overwhelmed with emotion, but Shaun stays completely indifferent, making the whole room fall into awkward silence. Not long after, Gretchen finally regains consciousness, though she still can't smile because her body hasn't yet adapted to the new nerve. But with electric stimulation, a faint smile slowly forms on her face, only for Shaun to immediately point out that it's a fake smile. Everyone bursts out laughing because honestly, who cares if it's fake? Smiles are contagious, and when everyone smiles together, happiness just naturally follows. During surgery, Caden suddenly sat up. Glancing down, he muttered, "Oh, you're just drilling into my foot? All right then, I'll go back to sleep." But out of nowhere, ha 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 ha! Regardless of how bad the gas smelled, Caden burst out laughing, and then immediately passed out, completely still. His blood pressure dropped rapidly while his heart rate shot up, clear signs that his life was in serious danger. Alex and Jared couldn't figure out the cause, so they turned to Caden's friend, the one who brought him to the hospital. The answer was shocking. During a game of truth or dare, Caden had chugged 5 pounds of laundry detergent. Right after drinking it, he collapsed to the ground and even broke his leg. Hearing this, Alex and Jared realized the real issue. Caden's stomach had likely been torn open. Emergency treatment was the only option. The doctors pumped his stomach and repaired the internal damage. All that remained was stitching him up. But just then, a nurse came in to notify the lead surgeon, Neil, that a more urgent case needed his attention. Neil thought for a moment, then handed the scalpel to Shaun, because he knew Shaun had the steadiest hands in the OR. But he underestimated one thing, Shaun's vulnerability. While stitching the wound, Shaun got distracted, just for a few seconds. But that brief moment nearly cost the patient his life. Even worse, Caden's condition took a complex turn. His body was both bleeding uncontrollably and forming clots at the same time. The team was thrown into chaos, and no matter which side they treated, the other would prove fatal. Morgan blamed Shaun for the crisis. Shaun, in that moment, replayed the entire surgery in his mind. He suspected that he might have accidentally nicked the arterial wall. Morgan didn't hesitate, reported. He needs to be held accountable, but if Shaun, who is on the autism spectrum, was reported, it would almost certainly cost him his job. The others couldn't bear it and wanted to take the blame for him. That's when Neil, the team leader, stepped in and shut down the argument. This isn't the time for blame. Saving the patient comes first. That's our job as doctors. His words finally brought calm to the team. Everyone, that is, except Shaun, who looked like he couldn't sit still, totally out of sorts. Neil sat him down for a one-on-one talk. That's when the truth came out. Glassman, the hospital president and Shaun's closest mentor, had been diagnosed with a malignant brain tumor. He had only about 1.5 years left to live. Shaun had been working non-stop these past few days, searching for a treatment. His room was covered in formulas and diagrams. He'd poured every ounce of knowledge he had into this mission, so much so that it distracted him during surgery. When Glassman found out, he was furious, because this could spell the end of Shaun's medical career. Glassman clearly underestimated how much he meant to Shaun. Shaun did find a possible solution, but it required Glassman to get a biopsy for the most accurate results. And as for the patient, Shaun had also found a solution there, so Glassman had nothing to worry about. In the OR, Shaun laid out his plan. By inserting a catheter through the femoral artery, they could repair the vessel without open surgery. Still, it was a high-risk move. They only had one shot, but with no other options, the team went with Shaun's plan. Shaun volunteered to perform the procedure himself. Caden's crisis had been his fault. If Caden died, Shaun was prepared to take full responsibility. But Neil didn't see it that way. He was still the one in charge. Together, Shaun and Neil carefully navigated the equipment. And as it turned out, Shaun's plan worked. The surgery was a success. Later, Shaun got the news from Glassman. The biopsy revealed the tumor was benign. It could be managed with chemotherapy. Upon hearing the news, Shaun threw his arms around Glassman in a burst of emotion. It was one of the rare moments where Shaun broke through the constraints of his autism to initiate a hug with someone else. From that moment, Shaun made a decision. He would come clean to everyone about his mistake. As a doctor, he had to take responsibility, even if it meant losing his job. Glassman didn't stop him. Instead, he walked beside Shaun, ready to face the consequences together. And with that, season 1 of The Good Doctor comes to a close. He's the most out-of-place doctor in the hospital, blunt, unfiltered, and always going his own way. His co-workers don't understand him, and patients often misjudge him. But every time someone's life hangs by a thread, he somehow manages to pull off the impossible and bring them back. He's Shaun Murphy. Even when the whole world doubts him, he still stands at the operating table, proving with his actions that even someone different can become a truly great doctor. Are you ready to witness his rise? A homeless man named Harry lifts his lip, revealing pus-filled sores on his gums. A wave of foul, fishy stench hits the air, but Shaun grins like a child. His internal illness radar is going off like crazy. Shaun pours out a cup of alcohol to disinfect Harry's mouth. But strangely, even with the cup right in front of him, Harry can't seem to grab it. This shows a loss of depth perception, an issue with the brain. After taking the alcohol, Harry stiffly twisted his neck. Jared suspects that the infection may have spread to his brain, causing bacterial meningitis, which could explain Harry's strange behavior. But Shaun has a hunch. It might not be that simple. At this point, they have no choice but to bring Harry to the hospital for a spinal tap. But Shaun, usually eager to treat any patient, hesitates. Judging by Harry's appearance, he clearly can't afford the test. And if the hospital covers the cost, the new hospital president definitely won't be happy. That's when Jared says, since it's his last day on the job, he's willing to take full responsibility. So they bring Harry back to the hospital. Sure enough, halfway through the exam, Marcus shows up. He pulled Shaun and Jared aside to talk about the cost. Jared stays true to his word. He insists Harry has meningitis and takes all the blame. Marcus even makes a bet with him. If it's not bacterial meningitis, Jared will cover the cost himself. The test results come back quickly, and Harry does not have meningitis, so he's sent right back to the homeless camp. But what exactly is causing all of Harry's strange symptoms? To find out, they'll need deeper tests. But again, it all comes down to money. With no clear answers, Shaun goes to visit Glassman, who's currently battling brain cancer. Glassman sits there grumpily tossing paper balls, but they all land awkwardly around the edge of the trash can. Watching this, something clicks in Shaun's mind. He suddenly rips a page from his medical book, crumples it, and prepares to throw. In the next moment, math equations flash through his mind. Brain tumors can disrupt spatial coordination, often leading to depth perception problems. Shaun recalls how Harry reached for the cup earlier. It was the same.
Schizophrenia, but he does not. He has a brain tumor.
Excited, Shaun rushes to Jared and tells him everything. Their top priority now is to find Harry and give him an MRI scan. But Shaun, being on the spectrum, struggles with social interaction. He'll need help searching for Harry. Jared had made up his mind to resign, so he devoted himself wholeheartedly to helping Shaun. The two of them return to the homeless camp and, after searching around, finally find Harry. But Harry insists he doesn't know them. The tumor's pressure has also caused severe dissociative symptoms. He has no memory of that morning and just wants them to leave him alone. That's when Shaun finds an ID card in the tent and reads out Harry's real name, Edward. It turns out Edward wasn't always homeless. He once had a happy family, but as his illness worsened, his mind fractured and a homeless persona took over. Shaun gathers his courage and opens up about his own thoughts.
I will always have it. You have a neurological condition too, but yours can be cured. You just need some surgery. Then you can be Edward Austin Thomas again.
After Shaun's heartfelt words, Edward finally agrees to get treatment. But during the MRI, Marcus barges in again to confront Shaun and Jared. This time, though, Jared stands firmly by Shaun's side.
And whether he's right or not, I couldn't be prouder to back him because he sticks to his gut and he fights for what he thinks is right.
Just as Shaun suspected, the scan reveals a tumor in Edward's right parietal lobe, clearly visible on the screen. Marcus has nothing more to say. Faced with the evidence, he can only prepare the operating room for them, and the surgery goes smoothly. Edward lies in bed, waiting to wake up, and just then, his wife and daughter arrive at the hospital. From his wife, they learn the truth. Back then, doctors failed to diagnose Edward's tumor. Due to misdiagnosis and ineffective medication, Edward became extremely irritable. To protect his family, Edward chose to leave home, and eventually, a second personality took over. At that moment, Edward finally opens his eyes. He remembers nothing of what happened, but his family, in tears, rushes to embrace him. Shaun saved another family, but he doesn't look happy because his closest colleague is about to leave. He can only wish Jared well, hoping that wherever he goes, he'll be a truly great doctor too. At the same time, hospital janitor Paul is hiccuping repeatedly. Shaun declares he has cancer because Shaun counted 17 hiccups in just 10 minutes, a common symptom of pancreatic cancer. But Neil told him to think simpler, maybe just acid reflux. Shaun isn't convinced. He points out Paul is also showing signs of jaundice. This makes Neil pause. He brings Shaun over to Paul to take a closer look. Sure enough, with just one glance, Neil ordered Shaun to run a full battery of tests on Paul, but absolutely no mention of their suspicions was to be made until the results came in. In Neil's opinion, there was no need to scare Paul, but the task fell to Shaun, who has autism. And sure enough, Shaun told Paul a clumsy lie, claiming the hospital gives free exams to all janitors with potential symptoms just to prevent the spread of infections. As expected, Paul raised his doubts right away.
I had the flu last week. Why didn't anybody do anything for me then?
It's
You
a
might
new
have
policy.
pancreatic cancer.
The test results came back quickly. As it turned out, Paul really did have pancreatic cancer, and it was already in its late stage. He likely had less than a year to live. The doctors began discussing treatment options. They had two. Option 1, conservative treatment. In other words, there was no saving him. He'd be waiting for the end. Option 2, a Whipple procedure, a risky surgery. Neil, the attending physician, leaned toward the first option, but Shaun disagreed. Still, the final decision had to come from the patient. So, the doctors explained everything to Paul and his family. His eldest daughter said she hoped he would choose surgery. But upon hearing this, Paul fell silent. Facing life and death, no one can make a decision lightly. That night, Shaun came to Paul's room to apologize for lying earlier. But Paul didn't blame him. They ended up talking about the surgery. Paul said he would go through with it because it was his family's decision. He loved them wholeheartedly, and their decision was his decision. Soon, the surgery began. The doctors worked together seamlessly and successfully removed the tumor from Paul's pancreas. Afterward, Shaun went to find Paul's family and shared the good news. But not long after, Paul was rushed back into surgery. He had developed disseminated intravascular coagulation, and his vital signs were crashing fast. Even Shaun could only scramble to respond. After finally completing an aortic clamp procedure, Paul then went into ventricular fibrillation. The team fought to save him, doing everything they could, but it wasn't enough. One by one, his vital signs dropped to zero. Paul died on the operating table. As the one who proposed the surgery, Shaun intended to take responsibility and deliver the tragic news to the family, but Neil stopped him. Claire's single "I'm sorry" shattered the tense waiting of Paul's family, reducing them to tears on the spot. No matter how well-reasoned Claire's explanation was, they couldn't hear a word of it. Only silent tears fell. Paul's family began blaming one another. But deep down, everyone knew they were all at fault. They had pressured Paul into making a dangerous decision. A family that had once been whole was now on the verge of falling apart. At that moment, Shaun said, "It wasn't your fault. Paul wanted the surgery."
Paul wanted this surgery. He told me he wanted this surgery.
Those words broke the tension and brought peace to Paul's grieving family. Shaun quietly left the room. Later, Shaun and Morgan were examining a patient named Nate. Morgan noticed Nate had an unusual erection accompanied by an abscess, but the glands had no blood flow. They quickly drained the oxygen-deprived blood and restored circulation, saving Nate from the risk of tissue death. By 7 p.m., though they'd bought some time, Nate had been holding on for 32 hours. So this time, Shaun brought out a thicker needle. To fully restore blood flow, they needed to perform the winter procedure and open a hole large enough for proper drainage. Shaun and Morgan promised it wouldn't hurt, but Nate, still traumatized, refused to agree. Just then, Shaun noticed Nate's raised foot and rapidly calculated the nerve pathways in his mind. After running further tests, they discovered the root of Nate's problem was an expanding epidural abscess in the pelvic region. Surgery was needed immediately. The operation went smoothly overall. After disinfecting with bacitracin, they removed the abscess and repaired the damaged nerves, helping Nate regain function and confidence. When Nate woke up from anesthesia, he wiggled his toes. Everything was working perfectly. Shaun had worked through the night, but his shift wasn't over yet. A young boy came in holding a light bulb in his mouth. The initial diagnosis showed a strained masseter muscle, causing a locked jaw due to spasms. The doctors proposed several solutions, but all of them risked tearing the boy's jaw muscle. Even worse, if the bulb shattered, the glass shards could be inhaled into the lungs, making things far more dangerous. Just as everyone was stumped, Shaun came up with an idea. He slid a surgical-grade bag into the boy's mouth, carefully wrapping it around the bulb. Once everything was in place, they counted to 3 and told the boy to bite down hard. Shaun gave a sharp pull. The bulb shattered, but all the pieces landed safely inside the bag. The thick surgical plastic held up, and not a single shard entered the boy's mouth. And just like that, Shaun's long, intense day finally came to an end. Kitty was free climbing when she fell from 800 meters high. Now she couldn't move a single part of her body, except her head. To repair her cervical spine, the doctors gave her two options. The first was spinal fusion. It's the safer choice, but it comes with a price. Kitty would lose mobility in her neck, which means she could never climb again. The second option was odontoid screw fixation. It would preserve her ability to climb, but the surgery carried greater risk. Without hesitation, Kitty chose the second. She loved climbing. Without it, she'd rather die. Her parents panicked. Kitty was only 18, yet constantly chasing danger. She'd already broken over 30 bones. They insisted on choosing the first, safer procedure. But Kitty said her life was her own. She was 18, and she had the legal right to decide her own treatment. The doctors had no choice but to respect her decision. Still, Claire couldn't help but wonder, by standing aside like this, were they truly helping Kitty or hurting her? She took her concerns to her superior doctor. Lim could only sigh and say, doctors couldn't override Kitty's choice. But did that mean her parents had no say at all? As expected, her parents brought in a lawyer. They claimed Kitty suffered from mental health issues and had a serious tendency towards self-harm. Given her frequent hospitalizations, their testimony was convincing. On the other hand, Kitty clearly showed signs of emotional immaturity. In the end, the lawyer sided with the parents and approved the safer option. The moment she heard the ruling, Kitty broke down completely. A dangerous thought began to take root in her mind. Before the surgery, she asked Claire to deliver a message to her parents. After the surgery, she would cut all ties with them. Claire passed along her words just as Kitty said them. Her parents didn't blame her for being emotional. After all, her life would always be the most important thing to them, even if it meant never seeing her again. It was better than losing her altogether. They believed that one day, once Kitty truly matured, she would understand how much her parents loved her. The surgery went smoothly, but Kitty remained unhappy. Climbing had become part of her soul, but could it ever truly outweigh the love of the parents who raised her? That was where Kitty's story ended. As for how things turned out, we may never know. But here's the real question. Where was our main character Shaun this time? Getting punched. This time, the patient was Mac. The guy's tough. He walked into the hospital with a wooden stake jammed through his shoulder and didn't even flinch. Shaun took one look and figured it out. Mac had an intellectual disability. That's the only reason he could tolerate that level of pain. Shaun performed surgery, first removing the large stake, then carefully picking out every splinter of wood. It had to be done with extreme precision. It took 3 full hours, but the operation was a success. They delivered the good news to Mac's mother, Nicole. But strangely, Nicole didn't seem relieved. She almost sounded disappointed. Was there something more going on with this family? Sure enough, the very next day they were back at the hospital. This time, it was Nicole who was injured. She claimed her hand had been cut by accident on a piece of glass, but the wound was far too severe. The doctors suspected this was man-made. She needed immediate surgery, but as she was being wheeled away, Mac became agitated. He started shouting and thrashing in the hospital. Shaun tried to calm him down, only to take a solid punch to the face. It wasn't until Mac was sedated that the situation finally settled down. After surgery, Nicole revealed the truth. Mac was the one who hurt her. Because of his intellectual disability, Mac often couldn't control his behavior, and his mother was the one who took the brunt of it. Neil suggested she consider putting Mac in a psychiatric facility. But how could she give up her child so easily? Shaun, being on the autism spectrum himself, could understand Mac's struggles. He talked with him and realized Mac wasn't acting out on purpose. He simply didn't know how to set boundaries. Precisely because they loved each other so deeply, maybe separation was the only way to protect that love. In the end, mother and son embraced tightly. 2 families, 2 goodbyes, one filled with pain, the other with love. So, what kind of urine lets Shaun instantly tell someone is sick? This man had come in for a routine visit, just a little joint pain, looking for some meds, but he happened to cross paths with Shaun. One look at his urine and Shaun suspected emphysematous cystitis, and maybe even bladder cancer. Wade sensed something was off and quickly came clean. He admitted he'd had gastric bypass surgery, which reduced the size of his stomach, a common procedure for weight loss. Wade said he used to be extremely overweight, and he'd done it all to find love. But this kind of surgery wouldn't explain bubbles in the urine. To know for sure, they had to perform an endoscopy, so Wade was taken to the OR. But during the procedure, Shaun injected contrast dye, and it quickly spread and disappeared. There was only one explanation. Wade had a fistula connecting his bladder and colon. That's how air and bacteria were getting in, and why the bubbles appeared. Left untreated, it could cause serious infection. To fix the problem, Wade would have to reverse his gastric bypass. When he heard this, he immediately refused. He didn't want his partner to see what he used to look like. The doctors promised to keep it secret, but just then, Wade's partner arrived. And to everyone's surprise, it was another man, with Wade's condition and the fistula in mind. The doctors suddenly realized what was really going on. That's when Shaun had an idea, to operate without reversing the bypass, but it would increase the risk dramatically. Spence, Wade's partner, had some medical knowledge. He grew suspicious. If it was just a minor issue, why such a complicated procedure? Were they just trying to run up the bill? So during lunch, Spence confronted the attending physician, Alex, and demanded an explanation. When it looked like Spence might file a complaint, Alex had no choice but to tell him the truth. Once Spence learned everything, the couple got into a huge argument. Meanwhile, Shaun continued examining Wade's condition and made a shocking discovery. Wade was bleeding internally. The situation had escalated. Emergency surgery was now their only option. Luckily, the high-risk option was no longer needed. The doctors simply needed to adjust Wade's gastric bypass and suture the incision, so the procedure went remarkably smoothly. But afterward, Spence pulled out a photo of Wade before the weight loss. And truth be told, Wade was huge. Spence asked Alex after the surgery, "Will he go back to looking like this?" Alex nodded honestly. It was clear, Spence couldn't accept that version of Wade. He got up and walked out of the hospital. And just like that, a loving relationship ended. All because of a single urine test. So what do you think? Should couples keep secrets from each other? Previously, Shaun used his sharp instincts to save a mentally unstable homeless man. He discovered a hidden brain tumor and helped reunite the man with his family. At the same time, he also experienced the tragedy of a failed surgery, carrying the emotional weight and responsibility deep within. Even when doubted and misunderstood, Shaun continues to prove through his actions that being different doesn't mean he can't be a good doctor. In this new episode, even more challenges lie ahead. How will Shaun respond? A woman came in with an inflamed finger from a manicure, but Shaun shocked everyone by recommending she have the entire finger amputated. He explained that Jazz had joint inflammation, likely caused by a flesh-eating bacteria. If they didn't act fast, the infection would spread through her body and become fatal. But Jazz was a violinist. If her finger were amputated, her music career would be over. Morgan, who was on duty with Shaun, disagreed. She told Shaun not to jump to conclusions. Flesh-eating bacteria was rare, and it was probably just a minor paronychia. Draining the pus should be enough. Although Shaun stood firmly by his diagnosis, his autism made him focus solely on the illness, while Morgan, thinking about Jazz's future, chose to wait and observe. After all, losing a finger could mean losing her entire life's purpose. Persuaded by Morgan, Jazz agreed to wait and follow her plan. But Shaun wouldn't let it go. He pointed out that Jazz's body temperature was rising rapidly, and soon she'd develop rashes and swelling. This wasn't paronychia. It had to be a flesh-eating infection. Jazz panicked at his words. Morgan had no choice but to pull Shaun aside and lecture him. But Shaun didn't budge. His eyes stayed locked on Jazz's temperature monitor. Within seconds, her temperature shot up to 39 degrees Celsius. Morgan could no longer deny the reality. They removed part of Jazz's finger tissue for testing, and just as Shaun predicted, the fat and fascia at the edges had already necrotized, classic signs of a flesh-eating infection. Morgan stood there, stunned. But the problems didn't stop there. While operating, Shaun smelled something rotten, like sulfur. That meant they were already past the golden treatment window. Sure enough, Jazz didn't wake up after surgery. Soon, the monitor started showing abnormal readings. Shaun realized she was going into septic shock. The infection had reached her bones. Morgan knew then. Jazz would need an amputation. Otherwise, the infection would spread throughout her body. While Jazz was still unconscious, they had to act fast. The doctors used a bone saw and removed her entire arm. But that didn't mean she was out of danger. No one knew if any bacteria still remained inside her body. To be safe, Jazz had to be placed in a hyperbaric oxygen chamber for post-op sterilization, and she needed a doctor by her side. Feeling guilty, Morgan volunteered to stay with her. Soon, Jazz regained consciousness. Morgan gently explained everything. But the moment Jazz saw her missing arm, she broke down completely. She blamed everything on Morgan, saying it was her fault for not listening to Shaun in the first place, which caused her to miss the critical treatment window. Afterward, Morgan was deeply frustrated. Shaun had only focused on treating the illness without considering the patient's future. She had done the opposite, and still made a devastating mistake. Was her way of thinking wrong? Are doctors supposed to be cold and ruthless? Meanwhile, Santiago came in with a nail sticking out of his forehead, but all he felt was an itch. The doctors ran a scan. Good news, it barely grazed his skull. They could pull it out and he'd be fine to leave. Bad news, he owed $250 in medical fees. His brother Armando was furious and felt like they'd been ripped off. But then Santiago suddenly clutched his chest in pain. His blood pressure plummeted. Shaun examined him and found another nail, this one embedded deep in his tailbone. Surgery was the only option. In the OR, they removed the nail quickly, but it had punctured one of Santiago's kidneys. The wound was too large to be repaired, so they had to remove the kidney. Luckily, humans can survive with just one kidney. But then Shaun noticed something. Santiago only had one kidney to begin with. Now, the only way to save his life was through a transplant, but time was running out. Where could they find a match so quickly? The best solution was to ask Santiago's brother to be the kidney donor, so Shaun carefully explained all the risks of the transplant to Armando, ranging from heavy bleeding and infections to potential lifelong complications. After hearing that, the big question remained. Would Armando still sign the consent form? He didn't want to agree for nothing, so he made a simple request. Santiago had to sell the family business and give all the money to him. It turned out the company was a legacy left by their father to Santiago. Armando had coveted it for years, and now he finally saw his chance. But Santiago refused outright, and the negotiation ended in frustration. Still, no matter how stubborn Santiago was, his kidney wouldn't last much longer. Shaun also advised him to sell the company. Staying alive was more important. But Santiago stood by his decision. Then suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his arm. When Shaun rushed over to check, blood gushed out. Clearly things had taken a turn for the worse. Finding a matching kidney was now urgent. Shaun had no choice but to personally step in and mediate the brothers' conflict. While talking to Armando, Shaun uncovered another truth. Their father had always treated Santiago like a tool, but through a childhood lens of denial, Santiago had seen it as motivation. Armando had seen through this long ago.
You know what he told me on his deathbed? Said that he wasn't proud of Santi for following in his footsteps. That he was disappointed that he settled.
You should tell your brother that.
That's why he wanted his brother to break free from it all. Shaun didn't sugarcoat anything. He told Armando that if you don't speak your heart, no one will ever understand you. Armando took those words to heart. He told Santiago that the company was in decline. If he didn't sell, it would only drag him down. Now he could let go and start looking for a new opportunity. Armando's words might not have convinced his brother right away, but after speaking from the heart, he still signed the transplant consent form without hesitation. The transplant was a complete success. Later, Shaun wheeled Armando into Santiago's hospital room. When Santiago learned that it was his brother who saved him, he offered a sincere thank you. Dawn and her husband Todd were in a car accident. Todd only suffered a dislocated hip, and Shaun performed a hip reduction to treat him. But Dawn wasn't so lucky. Doctors found internal bleeding in her abdomen and rushed her into surgery. But when they opened her up, they were shocked to discover she was pregnant, 2 months along. The crash had caused a miscarriage, which explained her severe condition. Shaun broke the news to Todd, but Todd was even more confused. He said there had to be a mistake. He'd had a vasectomy before they got married. He confronted Dawn directly, but she insisted she would never cheat on him. Later, during a routine exam, Dawn suddenly kissed Shaun. Shaun froze, completely stunned, and ran out of the room in panic. Word of the incident reached Todd, and he stormed into the room demanding answers. Dawn tried to make excuses, but Todd had already checked their finances and discovered their savings had mysteriously disappeared. Realizing the truth had come out, Dawn stammered and admitted that she really just couldn't control herself. Todd didn't want to hear it. Disappointed, he walked away. But just then, Shaun noticed Dawn's right hand twitching uncontrollably. Tracing it back, Shaun looked toward her brain and suspected she might have a tumor. He believed the tumor could be pressing on her central nervous system, causing her abnormal behavior. But after running an MRI, the scans showed her brain looked perfectly normal. Was Shaun wrong? They showed the scan results to Dawn, and she said that the past few months with Todd felt like a honeymoon. But now, here she was, lying in a hospital bed. A sad twist of fate. Shaun quietly turned and walked away, but Claire noticed something odd. She handed Dawn a tablet and asked her to draw a clock. To everyone's surprise, Dawn only drew half of the clock. That confirmed it. Something was definitely wrong with her brain. Further testing revealed that Dawn did have a tumor, but it was located in her chest. The proteins from the tumor traveled through the bloodstream to Dawn's brain, pressing on the right parietal cortex and causing neurological issues, including a loss of impulse control. As for the missing money, Dawn admitted she had donated it all to charity. Upon hearing that, Todd finally seemed ready to forgive her. But he had one more question. Just how many times had Dawn been unfaithful? Dawn paused for a moment, then finally said 4.5 times. Todd turned and walked out of the room, heartbroken. Later, Shaun successfully removed the tumor from Dawn. Now, at last, she was able to control her impulses again. And just then, Todd returned to the room. Despite the betrayal, he chose to forgive her. Alex and Shaun's new patient, Billy, was a teenager who had been regularly beaten. He had a dent in his forehead, a mark that had made him the target of ridicule his entire life. After examination, they discovered Billy had a fractured brow bone and serious lung contusions. After administering anesthesia, Shaun needed to make a small incision on Billy's side to insert a chest tube and re-expand the lung. An MRI would follow, and then Alex would operate to repair the bone fracture. If possible, they could also fix the dent in his forehead during the procedure. But as soon as Alex suggested it, Shaun rejected the idea. The dent had been there for years. It was difficult to fix, not life-threatening, and not worth wasting medical resources. While they performed the MRI, Alex asked if Shaun truly didn't feel sympathy for Billy. Shaun answered bluntly. He did feel sympathy. Looking at the scan, Shaun noticed that Billy's stomach had pushed through a gap in the diaphragm and moved into the chest cavity. Emergency surgery was needed. During the operation, Alex was still thinking about fixing Billy's forehead, but surprisingly, Lim, normally the more compassionate doctor, agreed with Shaun. It turned out Marcus was observing them, and she was simply saying what sounded good. Once they repaired the diaphragm, it was time to fix Billy's fractured brow. The doctors inserted a high-density polyethylene mesh to allow blood vessels and tissue to grow into it. Halfway through, Shaun suddenly had a bold idea. Why not treat Billy's forehead like a breast implant procedure? Everyone was confused by Shaun's change of heart. He explained that now was the best time. Low cost, low risk. They could simply insert silicone through the incision without needing extra surgery. It sounded brilliant, until after the implant was placed, Billy's heart rate suddenly started fluctuating. The silicone was putting pressure on the area behind his eyes, causing internal bleeding. Before they could react, Billy's heart flatlined. Thankfully, the room was full of experienced doctors. After intense emergency treatment, they brought him back. In the end, not only was Billy saved, his forehead was fixed too. Billy thanked Shaun from the bottom of his heart. But Shaun, still shaken, took full responsibility and admitted that his decision had nearly cost Billy his life. As Shaun walked out of the room, Alex followed him. Alex had realized something. Shaun wasn't cold or indifferent. He simply approached everything from a purely rational perspective. Then Alex pulled out a packet of painkillers. The hospital had prescribed them to Billy, but he hadn't taken a single pill. The medication was known to be addictive. It was very likely that Billy was being beaten because of this. Shaun didn't just fix the dent in Billy's forehead, he saved his future too. When an unknown virus began spreading inside an unprepared hospital, it quickly turned into a living nightmare. The first patient to fall ill was a man. Despite the medical team's best efforts, he died within minutes. At the same time, Shaun was treating another female patient when he noticed a red rash on her neck. His expression froze. Dozens of possibilities raced through his mind, but only one terrifying conclusion remained. He rushed over to the man's body, pulled back the curtain, and saw the same rash on his neck. It meant both patients had been infected with the same mysterious virus. The doctors asked the woman if she'd had contact with the man. She said they had flown on the same plane, but never interacted directly. That could only mean one thing: the virus was airborne. Everyone on the plane, and everyone in the ER, was now potentially exposed. Their fears were confirmed when the paramedic who had transported both patients showed the same red rash on his neck. Dr. Lim immediately reported the case to the hospital director and notified the quarantine authorities to lock down the ER. At the same time, she also shared the news with the innocent people still inside the room. Upon hearing the devastating news, everyone was thrown into a state of panic. Voices of protest filled the room. One man, desperate to escape, picked up a chair and tried to break through the door. Thankfully, Lim acted fast. She administered a tranquilizer to the man and brought the chaos under control. Though the crowd was momentarily calmed, the crisis was far from over. Inside the ER, many patients still awaited treatment, but only 3 doctors were available to help, one of them being Shaun, who was on the autism spectrum. And then came the most devastating blow. Dr. Lim, the most experienced doctor in the ER, noticed red rashes appearing on her body. She had been infected. With no other choice, she locked herself inside an isolation pod. Meanwhile, in the ER, a boy named Kellen suddenly broke into a violent coughing fit. People around him panicked, backing away in fear of getting infected. Only Shaun recognized the symptoms. It was just asthma. He tried to help, but the noise and chaos overwhelmed him, making it impossible for him to concentrate. Soon, Shaun collapsed to the floor, clutching his head, eyes shut tightly. At that moment, Alex risked being fired as he defied protocol and broke into the quarantined ER to find Kellen. But the inhaler needed for asthma treatment was locked away in the isolation zone. With no other options, Alex improvised and crafted a makeshift inhaler from available tools, finally easing Kellen's breathing. Yet Shaun's sensory overload hadn't been resolved. Even with earplugs, he was unable to function. Then Alex noticed something. The overhead light was emitting a high-pitched noise. This successfully helped Shaun regain his composure and return to treating patients. But the fear cast by the virus never stopped chasing them. The first 2 infected patients had both stopped breathing. Even Dr. Lim had collapsed inside her isolation pod. Just then, a pregnant woman named Viola called out for help. She was about to give birth. Her water had broken, but tragically, she was in the virus containment zone. There were no OB-GYNs and no specialized birthing equipment. Her child's survival now depended entirely on Shaun. Upon examination, Shaun discovered that the baby was in a transverse lie, positioned sideways in the womb. In normal cases, this would call for a C-section, but under these circumstances, it was simply impossible to do. Shaun attempted to manually reposition the baby, but due to his inexperience, Viola's pain triggered a placental abruption. At this point, Shaun had no choice but to ask the OB-GYN to guide him from outside the glass door. A makeshift operating table was quickly assembled in the ER. Shaun began his very first C-section surgery. The moment the operation started, everything went wrong. Viola's vitals plummeted. One wrong move, and both she and her baby would be lost. The anxious cries of Viola and the doctors only made it harder for Shaun to concentrate. Finally, Shaun snapped. He took a deep breath, centered himself, and with renewed focus, successfully delivered the baby. But the newborn wasn't breathing. Immediate CPR was needed. At the same time, Viola's incision hadn't been stitched up yet. Her uterus was bleeding heavily. Shaun couldn't split his attention. He could only save one. The OB-GYN outside reminded him of medical law. Priority must be given to saving the mother. But all the effort to deliver the baby would go to waste if it wasn't saved too. So Shaun made a bold decision. He found someone in the isolation group who could perform CPR. It was Kellen, the same boy who had suffered from asthma. Kellen took over the baby's resuscitation while Shaun used available materials to create a Bakri balloon, an emergency device for uterine bleeding. With great care, Shaun applied the pressure and finally managed to stop the hemorrhage. Outside the sealed ER, families waited in agonizing silence until suddenly the faint sound of a baby's cry echoed through the hallway. The baby had survived. Shaun handed the crying infant to Viola. It was nothing short of a miracle, and it gave everyone battling through the outbreak a much-needed dose of hope. But Lim's condition, as an infected patient, continued to worsen. Morgan, now caring for Lim, noticed that her breathing was barely detectable. Just as she was at a loss, Morgan found a face mask in the pocket of one of the deceased patients, and it had a tear in it. That meant the virus might be spread through droplets. Morgan immediately shared this clue with Marcus outside the quarantine zone, urging him to find a treatment solution. But time was running out for Lim. She stopped breathing. Her lungs had hardened, like steel. To keep her alive, the team had no choice but to use ECMO therapy. As a side note, ECMO played a major role during the COVID pandemic. But using ECMO under these emergency conditions involved huge risk. Marcus initially refused, but then remembered the impossible C-section that Shaun had just pulled off. He decided to take a leap of faith. With the virus confirmed to be transmitted through droplets, Lim gradually pulled through the critical stage with the help of ECMO. At last, the ER quarantine was lifted. A talented violinist was on the verge of death due to a severe finger infection. Despite opposition from others, Shaun made the difficult decision to amputate, ultimately saving her life. At the same time, a mysterious virus broke out in the emergency room. Dr. Lim was infected and collapsed, forcing the hospital into full lockdown. In this moment of crisis, Shaun performed a C-section for the first time, successfully saving both mother and child. A true miracle. Later, the virus was confirmed to spread through droplets. With the help of ECMO, Lim pulled through and the ER was finally cleared for reopening. The woman was clearly still awake, yet the doctors went ahead and opened her skull to begin brain surgery. What's even more shocking, they played television for her during the surgery. Her name was Lana, and she had been diagnosed with a grade 2 arteriovenous malformation in her brain. Under normal circumstances, the surgery wasn't too complicated, but the real challenge was that Lana was autistic. Because Shaun was also autistic, the other doctors couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. Sure enough, when they tried explaining the surgery to Lana, she seemed completely lost in space, showing no response. Instead, she asked everyone to name the 78th digit of pi. The doctors were stunned. Just as Lim was about to joke that she'd eat her scalpel if anyone knew the answer, Shaun instantly recited the correct digit. And at that moment, Lana's boyfriend Javier suddenly becomes visibly agitated. Shaun quickly turned off the lights and Javier calmed down. It turned out Javier was also autistic. As he turned to leave, Morgan stopped him. He explained he had to go home immediately because his favorite movie commentary channel had just uploaded a new video. After Javier left, Lana proceeded with her pre-op scans. The results showed a small cerebral hemorrhage, meaning the surgery risk had significantly increased. The doctors told Lana about the danger, but she stayed silent. Even Shaun couldn't get through to her. It wasn't until Javier brought dinner to the hospital room that she finally opened her mouth to speak.
Surgery sounds scary. but necessary, so I'll do it.
It was clear that these two kindred souls were each other's greatest source of support. That night, when Lana felt anxious about the surgery, she asked if her boyfriend could stay with her while she slept. Of course, her request was denied by the doctors. Any emotional excitement could spike Lana's blood pressure and put her life at serious risk. The surgery began on schedule, but trouble followed quickly. Once the skull was opened, the doctors found the affected vein was hidden too deep to locate visually. Shaun had another idea: stimulate the vein by getting Lana to speak, making it easier to identify. But just as they had anticipated, Lana had extreme difficulty communicating. Asking her to speak on cue was nearly impossible. Their only hope was Javier, but he refused. Because the operating room lights were so bright, he said even a glance could overwhelm him. So Shaun had to try instead. But no matter what he said, he couldn't replace Javier. After a few words, Lana fell silent. Everyone tried to encourage her, but she wouldn't say another word. At this rate, the surgery would fail, and Lana's life would be in danger. But just when all hope seemed lost, Javier mustered the courage to walk into the OR. Even though the light still hurt his eyes, the power of love pushed him forward. Lana responded naturally to him, and the surgery could finally proceed. The hidden threat in her brain was successfully removed. While secretly playing with her father's handgun, Molly accidentally fired several shots into her own face, destroying most of her facial bones and soft tissue. After 12 intense surgeries, doctors managed to reconstruct her face, but only just barely. Her only remaining option was a full facial transplant, if someone was willing to donate. At that very moment, 14-year-old Karen was rushed into the ER following a car crash. She hadn't worn a seatbelt, and her organs were severely damaged. Soon after the operation began, her brain stopped receiving blood, and she no longer had a pupil reflex. Karen was declared brain dead. When her mother Shannon heard the news, she broke down completely. Her only child, her entire world, was gone in an instant. Just as Shannon was still lost in her grief, Marcus sat down beside her and got straight to the point. He was hoping that Karen could donate her face. To a mother, her daughter's face holds indescribable meaning. How could she bear the thought of a stranger starting a new life wearing it? But fate had other plans. As Shannon was about to leave the hospital, she happened to meet Molly in the elevator. To her surprise, Molly was cheerful and optimistic. Even though she lived each day under others' stares and judgment, she still faced life with courage and light. Perhaps thinking of her daughter, Shannon ultimately agreed to go through with the face transplant. Looking at this priceless gift, Molly was filled with deep gratitude. Marcus immediately gathered all the hospital staff to prepare for the operation. This surgery would be incredibly complex. With an expected duration of 80 hours, they knew they had to give it their all, not just for Molly, but to honor the sacrifice of a selfless mother. As the operation approached, Shannon visited the hospital room one last time, tears in her eyes. When Karen's bed was pushed out of the elevator, all the medical staff stood silently on both sides of the corridor, paying their respects. In this final farewell, Shannon finally found her resolve. She gently kissed Karen's forehead, saying goodbye. The face transplant began. The doctors first marked Karen's face with surgical lines. At the same time, Molly was prepped and ready. Both teams began cutting in unison. Every incision had to be flawless. A single mistake, especially severing the wrong nerve, could ruin everything. Thankfully, the team had rehearsed extensively and the extraction went smoothly. Karen's face was carefully delivered to Molly's side. Then came the most time-consuming part of the operation, stitching the face into place. Each blood vessel and nerve had to be connected with absolute precision. Over the course of 2 days and 2 nights, the most skilled surgeons took turns operating. As Karen's face was attached to Molly, her skin slowly began to regain color. They had succeeded. The doctors fulfilled the hopes of both Shannon and Molly. When Molly finally woke up and looked at her reflection in the mirror, she saw a new beginning, and tears welled up in her eyes. That's when Shannon entered the room. She didn't ask for anything. She didn't express regret. She simply gave Molly a photo of Karen as a little girl and kissed her gently on the forehead, then left. May peace follow this brave mother for the rest of her life, and may she one day step out of the shadows and begin her own new journey. Diane's baby was given a death sentence the moment he was born. The baby was born with its intestines exposed, and its heart's membrane was so torn it looked like shredded cloth. Just as the doctors were at a loss, a man entered the operating room. It was Jackson, the newly hired chief of surgery. Taking charge immediately, he brought order to the chaos. But Jackson had one strange habit. He could only operate while music was playing. Unfortunately, Shaun, who has autism, found it impossible to focus in that noisy environment. He couldn't even hold his scalpel steady and ended up dropping it. Jackson managed to stabilize the baby's heart with a unique technique, but the core issues remained. The baby's condition was still life-threatening, and they needed a better solution. After surgery, the baby's parents approached Shaun, hoping to understand what caused the defects. Shaun answered honestly. It might have been due to the mother taking antidepressants before pregnancy, and Diane and her husband ended up arguing because of it. After hearing the news, Jackson confronted Shaun, scolding him for his lack of emotional intelligence, saying he wasn't fit to be a surgeon, and planned to transfer him to the pathology department to do lab work. But being a surgeon was Shaun's dream. He wasn't about to give up. If he wanted Jackson's approval, he had to prove himself in the next treatment. The baby's situation was far worse than expected. Its heart was so fragile that stitching it could be fatal. Even if they managed to repair it, the child might not survive for more than a few months. As the team struggled to find a solution, Shaun suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Instead of stitching the membrane, they could use a specially made plug to block the hole, eliminating the need for delicate sutures. It was a genius idea. Even Jackson had to admit Shaun's brilliance. The surgery began. Following Shaun's plan, they repaired the heart's defects and reinserted the intestines into the baby's abdomen. Shaun then connected the circulatory system to verify its success. The baby's vital signs began to stabilize. It looked like they had made it. But then, the baby's oxygen levels dropped rapidly. The cause? The baby's heart was beating too fast, leading to fluid buildup in the lungs. If this continued, the baby would die within 30 minutes. The doctors had no choice but to inform the parents and prepare to turn off life support. As they stood for a minute of silence, Shaun noticed something strange on the monitor. That's right, the baby could still be saved. He explained the theory to the team, and they immediately understood. After confirming it was feasible, the team jumped into action and managed to save the baby's life. Everything seemed perfect. Shaun thought this time Jackson would finally acknowledge his talent. But Jackson found him again and told him he still wasn't changing his decision. Shaun had given it his all, but sometimes effort alone isn't enough. Jackson's prejudice was a mountain, pressing down on Shaun's path forward. A woman collapses at home, but when doctors check her heartbeat, what they hear leaves them stunned. Even the ECG monitor couldn't read it properly, just lines of question marks. Then came something even weirder, the sound of a fan spinning inside her chest. The top priority was to fix whatever was wrong with her heart. But strangely, no hospital had any record of a transplant. What was going on? Luckily, the patient's daughter soon arrived at the hospital. She explained the mystery. The heart had come from overseas, which was why no local hospital had it in their system. The doctors immediately called a hospital in Beijing for a consultation. Hello? We have an emergency. The patient's cardiac output is dangerously low. We can't maintain her blood pressure. Please notify doctor. Right away. China had the most advanced artificial heart technology, so the best option was to transfer the patient to Beijing. The medical team agreed and began preparing the family. Just then, another woman entered and claimed to be the patient's daughter. Doctors told her to accompany her sister and escort their mother to China, but she looked confused. Sister? What sister? Everyone was stunned. Was this turning into some kind of ghost story? It turned out this woman was the patient's biological daughter, but due to past conflicts, they had severed ties many years ago. Since then, the mother had grown close to her caregiver, who gradually became like a daughter to her, so much so that everyone assumed she was her daughter. The caregiver had always treated her with respect and care. In contrast, the real daughter hadn't called her mother once in 15 years. So when the mother saw her biological daughter again, the argument was instant. Their shouting caused the patient's blood pressure to spike. She passed out on the spot. Because of this, she could no longer travel. Her condition had to be treated in the current hospital. Doctors held a live consultation with the Beijing team, who diagnosed the issue as a broken impeller blade in the artificial heart's centrifugal pump. But the hospital didn't have a replacement part. The only option was to 3D print a plastic substitute to use temporarily, until the original part could be shipped. The surgery began. Doctors opened the woman's chest and located the spinning blade. Once the new part was installed, everyone stared nervously at the monitors. The next moment, her blood pressure stabilized. Relief swept through the entire team. After the surgery, her daughter waited anxiously outside the room, unsure if her presence would cause her mother more distress. The caregiver gently encouraged the mother to talk to her daughter. Blood is thicker than water. Wasn't it precisely because she cared so deeply for her daughter that she became so emotional? The daughter finally entered the room, crying, as she apologized for ignoring her parents' feelings for so long. Hearing her daughter's words, the mother began to recall their happy memories, and eventually forgave her. A very special patient arrived at the hospital. He had a tumor on his body that weighed nearly 200 pounds. The only silver lining was that, because the case was so rare, the hospital agreed to cover all of Kenny's medical expenses in full. The condition, however, was that the entire removal procedure would be live-streamed, giving the medical community a rare learning opportunity. A win-win deal like that? Kenny had no reason to say no. But how do you remove a tumor that size? First, they performed an MRI scan. The tumor's blood vessels were tangled like a ball of yarn. Even more shocking, some vessels were as thick as a thumb. That's because the tumor was still growing. Within just a single week, it had gained another 10 kilograms. If they followed the original removal plan, Kenny could bleed out in just 5 minutes, so the hospital decided to halt the surgery. But Kenny wasn't backing down. He decided to risk it all. Better to die on the operating table than be slowly tortured to death by illness. Faced with his determination, Claire proposed a bold new approach. She suggested tying off the thick blood vessels directly on the tumor and using clotting agents to stop the bleeding. Kenny didn't really understand the details, but this was his last hope, and he agreed. The operation began. At first, everything went smoothly, but then Kenny's central venous pressure began to rise, which meant they had half the original time to complete the surgery. The team had no choice but to speed up and begin peeling the tumor away. 3 hours passed and the doctors had only removed half the tumor, but Kenny had already lost 8.5 liters of blood. To cut the tumor from its root, the surgical team needed to hoist Kenny up. But the moment they did, Kenny went into shock. There was no choice but to halt the surgery. The doctors quickly injected stimulants to keep him alive for now. Just as Surgeon Jackson was about to declare the operation a failure, someone suggested giving Shaun a try. At that time, Shaun had been reassigned to pathology due to Jackson's bias, meaning he wasn't allowed to participate in any surgeries. Jackson, who harbored prejudice against people with autism, refused to let Shaun back in, but the rest of the team pleaded on Shaun's behalf. Eventually, Jackson relented and agreed to bring him in. Shaun took one look at the scan, and in his mind, a full 3D model of the tumor's vascular system appeared. Then he told the doctors to stop everything. At first, everyone was disappointed, but Shaun explained. They needed to clamp the aorta and release it every 10 minutes, pausing and resuming the surgery in cycles to prevent excessive bleeding. Only Shaun could have come up with something so brilliant. The room filled with admiration, except for Jackson, who was clearly uncomfortable. The surgery continued for another 10 hours. The tumor was finally removed and lifted away by a crane. Doctors who witnessed the surgery couldn't help but applaud this epic, history-making operation. Afterward, Shaun went to find Jackson. Given everything that had happened, he hoped Jackson would now allow him to return to the surgical team, but he hadn't realized. By saving the patient in front of a global audience, he had publicly embarrassed Jackson. Jackson snapped, "Get out of here. You? An autistic surgeon? What do you think this is? A TV show?" Shaun, pushed past his limit by the cruel words, finally snapped. And as expected, he was fired on the spot. He left the hospital, rain pouring down, just like the day he first arrived. Shaun was a good doctor, but the prejudice against him never truly went away. That night, Shaun sat in a bar, drowning in disappointment. Suddenly, a man threw a punch at him, then a kick. But the very next second, that man collapsed. His head slammed against the floor, blood pooling beneath him. Shaun took the man to the hospital, but he refused to go inside because he was no longer a doctor. Claire stayed by his side, trying to comfort him. Later, Zach's test results came back. All normal. He just needed to wake up and he'd be fine. But Shaun remembered something. Before Zach passed out, his speech was slurred and his legs stiffened. If it wasn't just alcohol, then something was wrong with his nervous system. He urged Claire to run full-body scans. After giving the instructions, Shaun walked away. He went to the restroom and lifted his shirt. Massive bruises covered his side. The punch Zach had thrown earlier had broken one of Shaun's ribs. He had been enduring the pain all along, because in his eyes, the patient's life always came first, even if that patient was the one who assaulted him. Shaun went to check on Zach, but Zach didn't want to talk. Still, Shaun only needed one glance to know what was wrong. If Zach continued on the current treatment plan, he wouldn't live much longer. But just as Shaun was about to reveal Zach's diagnosis, he suddenly collapsed. His fractured rib had pierced his internal organs, causing heavy bleeding. He slipped into unconsciousness. Zach relayed Shaun's diagnosis to Claire just in time. But even after a full exam, Zach's results still appeared normal. Did Shaun's intuition finally fail? Before Claire could sort it out, Zach suddenly lost consciousness. Right now, only Shaun knew what was wrong with Zach, but his own condition was extremely critical. Hope seemed lost. That's when Claire had an idea. Shaun could always spot the disease just by observing, so what if she tried to mimic him? She straightened her back, raised her heel like Shaun always did, and visualized herself processing the data like him. Within seconds, insights rushed into her brain. She understood. It turned out that Zach was infected with treponema pallidum. He needed emergency surgery right away. When Shaun eventually regained consciousness, the first thing he tried to do was tell them Zach's diagnosis. At that moment, Claire entered the room and told Shaun the news about saving Zach. Shaun finally relaxed, lying back on the hospital bed with a relieved smile. After this incident, the hospital became even more convinced that Shaun was a rare talent. His medical skills and deep empathy for patients made him truly suited to be a surgeon. But Jackson still refused to accept him. He gave the team an ultimatum: either Shaun leaves or I do. It seemed obvious. An experienced chief surgeon was more valuable than an autistic resident. Just when everyone thought Shaun was out of chances, someone unexpected spoke up. Marcus, who had always been critical of Shaun, suddenly spoke up.
Just as you have the power to fire someone under your supervision, so do I.
It turned out that after observing him over the past few days, Marcus had come to recognize Shaun's talent. Even if keeping him meant the hospital would suffer a major loss, he didn't want to let down the entire team. And just like that, Shaun was reinstated. His journey as a truly good doctor would continue. Because of her autism, Lana couldn't cooperate during surgery. At the critical moment, her boyfriend overcame his own sensory disorder and entered the operating room, helping her successfully complete the brain surgery. Molly had lived with a disfigured face for years. It wasn't until a mother donated her deceased daughter's face that Molly finally saw hope for a new life. Shaun managed to save a dying infant, yet he was still pushed out of the surgical department by Jackson, who not only rejected him but even humiliated and fired him. Just when Shaun hit rock bottom, Marcus unexpectedly spoke up in support. Not only was Shaun reinstated, but he also ultimately earned the respect of the entire hospital. A young couple was about to get married, but the bride's wedding dress was suddenly soaked in blood. She was rushed to a nearby hospital. Fortunately, it turned out to be just a tumor. All she needed was surgery to have it removed. But during the procedure, Shaun asked the lead surgeon, Neil, to feel the patient's organs. Upon checking, Neil discovered the shocking truth. Suzanne's cancer had spread everywhere. Tumors covered almost all her internal organs. This was no longer a simple operation. They had to stop the procedure and discuss a new plan. Because the human body is so complex and the surgical view is limited, removing all the tumors would be incredibly difficult. After thinking it through, Neil decided that Suzanne should receive conservative treatment. He then asked Shaun to deliver the news. As soon as Shaun walked into the room, he said bluntly, "Ma'am, you're full of tumors. So, you're going to die." The moment those words came out, Suzanne completely broke down. But Shaun added, "But I believe there's still hope to cure this." The way Shaun delivered the news, so abrupt and intense, could easily scare a weaker patient. Neil even complimented him sarcastically. "You did a great job delivering the news. Let's not have you do it again." Then Shaun proposed his treatment plan. They could take out all of Suzanne's internal organs, remove the tumors, and then put them back in. But one small mistake, and Suzanne could die on the table. Neil finally shared the plan with the couple. The surgery only had an 80% success rate. Even if it worked, Suzanne would likely develop conditions like diabetes and need care for the rest of her life. At that moment, Suzanne suddenly said to Alex, "We haven't registered our marriage yet, so let's break up. I don't want to hold you back for the rest of your life." But Alex replied, "We made a vow. Through sickness and health, I'll never leave you." In the end, the couple made the decision to go through with the surgery. The procedure went like this. All of Suzanne's internal organs were removed and placed on ice. Then, multiple doctors worked together to cut out the tumors. Once the cleaning was done, the doctors carefully put the organs back into her body. But during the final step, Shaun noticed that Suzanne's small intestine had turned dark. This meant it had already died and had to be removed as well. After the operation, the doctors explained everything to Suzanne and her husband. Without a small intestine, she would need help with bowel movements for the rest of her life. Alex told Suzanne, "I'll help you." He didn't care at all how dirty it might be. Maybe this is love. Josh was beaten to a bloody pulp for standing up for justice. The police said he had tried to help a stranger, and 8 men armed with folding chairs attacked him without mercy. Even worse, the girl he tried to protect ran away immediately. He didn't even get a thank you and ended up in the hospital. While preparing to stitch him up, the doctors discovered that Josh's jawbone had been shattered into dust. With no bone to attach to, they couldn't graft muscle or skin. In other words, the doctors couldn't perform any kind of reconstruction. They had to halt the procedure and tell Josh the bad news. Shaun lowered his head in sadness. Josh was a hero. Was he really going to be left with such an unfair fate? When Josh woke up, Marcus explained everything. Without a jaw, he wouldn't be able to chew or speak. But Josh was incredibly optimistic. He typed on a tablet, "It's fine. I've been meaning to lose weight anyway." The doctors were all moved by his unbreakable spirit. To honor this hero, the doctors voluntarily worked overtime, gathering in the hospital to discuss possible repair options. Shaun came up with an idea: transfer a flap of skin from Josh's arm to his face. But Marcus, the lead physician, rejected the plan. Because even if it worked, Josh's arm would be permanently damaged. Is it really worth losing a hand just to restore a mouth? Shaun believed it was, but no one else agreed with him. Late into the night, Shaun was still flipping through medical literature. He was determined to find a solution for this hero. His brain kicked into overdrive, running every possibility, until finally, he figured it out. He rushed to Marcus's home and laid out the new plan. They would transplant skin from Josh's pectoral muscle instead of his arm. At worst, Josh wouldn't be able to breastfeed, which was basically irrelevant. But since this had never been done before, no one knew if it might lead to unexpected complications. But since it was a feasible plan, the doctors still informed Josh, letting him make the final decision. If the surgery succeeded, great. But if it failed, Josh would end up with a disfigured face and possibly face lifelong complications. Even in such a desperate situation, Josh stayed optimistic. He wrote, "No matter what difficulties we face, we should smile through them." His unwavering determination once again left the doctors in awe. Soon, the surgery officially began. Because the face has so many blood vessels, the procedure turned out to be extremely difficult. Suddenly, Josh's heart rate became unstable. He had developed a blood clot. The doctors immediately administered blood pressure medication and quickly located the blocked carotid artery, removing the clot in time. Josh's vital signs finally returned to normal. After what felt like countless challenges, the hero's face was finally stitched back together, and he could speak again. After some more rehabilitation, even eating sugarcane wouldn't be a problem. Just then, a woman entered his hospital room. It was the same woman Josh had once saved. She admitted that, at the time, she ran away out of fear, leaving Josh to endure a brutal beating and lifelong injury. She couldn't understand. Why did Josh step in? Why didn't he just stay out of it? Josh gave his usual wide response, "I just saw someone who needed help and my body moved on its own." So even if he had the chance to go back, he would still make the exact same choice. Meanwhile, Marcus found Shaun as he was finishing his shift and shared his own thoughts. To Marcus, Josh was a foolish man, risking so much and getting nothing in return. Just like Marcus himself, he fought to reinstate Shaun but got demoted 3 levels for doing it.
You made me proud of my sacrifice.
You're welcome.
Anything meaningful in life always comes at a price. Without sacrifice, there is never a true reward. Seamus had a marlin stuck in his thigh, but he wasn't even screaming in pain. He was thinking about what to name the fish. Morgan said they needed to decapitate the marlin in order to repair his blood vessels, but Seamus disagreed. He had spent so long hunting this fish. With no choice, Morgan told Seamus to go for an MRI with the marlin still attached. The next second, the marlin exploded, possibly because it had a metal hook inside that reacted to the magnet. Doctors rushed to check on Seamus, afraid his condition had worsened. But Seamus's first reaction was to check on the marlin. When he gave it a tug, the marlin dropped to the floor. The moment the fish left his leg, blood from his femoral artery sprayed out like a fountain. Claire quickly used her fingers to plug the bleeding artery, then straddled Seamus as they rushed him to the OR for emergency treatment. The doctors were able to stop the bleeding, but strangely, Seamus's wound wouldn't heal. It even started to ulcerate. Yet if it were a post-op infection, his artery shouldn't still be functioning normally. So what was really going on? After digging through countless medical references, the doctors finally found the answer. It was actually a symptom of cancer. At this point, the only option was to amputate Seamus's leg to prevent the cancer from spreading. But even with one leg gone, Seamus showed no sadness lying in bed, because his son had turned the marlin into a mounted trophy. The explosion had only destroyed one side of the fish, leaving the other side perfectly intact. Everyone in the hospital was amused by this quirky patient. The next day, at the hospital, Marcus told Alex and Shaun that a patient had just come in through the VIP entrance. He was a well-known conspiracy theorist. Strangely, Mitchell had specifically asked for Shaun to treat him. Was he just tired of living? Clearly, Mitchell was afraid of being assassinated, so he chose someone who looked harmless, like Shaun. Mitchell believed he'd been poisoned. He promised big rewards if Shaun could cure him. Shaun chuckled right away. Clearly, this mob boss had no idea about Shaun's passive skill set. Toxicology reports ruled out poisoning. Then came a battery of tests, which revealed that Mitchell's liver problem was actually due to a genetic defect. All he needed was a minor surgery to remove a liver tumor, and he'd be ready to go home. The surgery went smoothly and left no side effects. Shaun entered the room and told Mitchell he could be discharged soon, but Mitchell refused to leave. He still believed his enemies were trying to poison him, and leaving the hospital would be like walking straight into a trap. He liked the hospital. It had air conditioning and Wi-Fi. He could work from here just fine. Shaun tried to convince him to leave, saying the hospital wasn't a good place to stay, but Mitchell firmly insisted he was staying. Soon after, Mitchell's liver began to deteriorate for unknown reasons. Shaun told him, "You may have another tumor. You can't be discharged." He had no choice but to stay and cooperate with treatment. Shaun pulled out the latest test report. He explained that Mitchell had unexplained bleeding in his digestive tract. Just then, a nurse brought Mitchell his lunch, but he immediately refused it. He was convinced the hospital food was tainted, pure Hextech stuff. Then he turned and pulled out a massive stash of supplements from his bag. That's when Shaun finally noticed something off. Mitchell, trying to keep up his tough guy image, quickly sent his men out of the room, then gave Shaun a knowing look. as if to say, "You know how it is. Man to man, we get it." Shaun, however, focused intently on analyzing the ingredients of the supplement. Sure enough, he quickly spotted a problematic component. After a series of detailed tests, the conclusion was clear. Mitchell had been poisoned by himself. The ingredients weren't toxic on their own, but because he had been taking them nonstop day and night, his liver couldn't take it anymore. Shaun also pointed out that the supplement's country of origin was mislabeled, meaning it was likely a counterfeit. Mitchell cursed out loud, vowing to take down the entire operation once he was discharged. A few days later, Mitchell was discharged smoothly, and after everything that happened, Shaun was finally given the chance to be lead surgeon. But during the operation, Shaun suddenly had a breakdown. He dropped his instruments mid-procedure and fled the OR, and muttering, No, I can't do this," he ran out, leaving the patient on the table. The other doctors were stunned. This was Shaun's first time as lead surgeon, something he had been looking forward to for so long. Why would he choose to give up now? To understand, we have to go back a few days. Shaun had taken on a new patient, Beth, a kind woman diagnosed with esophageal cancer. Thankfully, she met Shaun. He immediately proposed a treatment plan. They just needed to remove the damaged esophagus and pull up the stomach, which would cure the cancer without affecting Beth's digestive function. Shaun's confident and professional explanation instantly won Beth over. She didn't care that Shaun was on the autism spectrum. She insisted that he had to be the one to perform her surgery. Everyone was happy for Shaun. He finally had a patient who trusted him completely. Shaun was sure everything would go smoothly, but then came the MRI scan. It revealed that Beth's stomach had undergone prior surgery. Scars covered it, meaning it was no longer viable for the pull-up procedure. That left them with only the original solution, installing a feeding tube. But if they did that, Beth would never again taste real food. Shaun had no choice but to break the bad news. This emotional roller coaster was too much for Beth. She revoked Shaun's right to perform the surgery. This time, Shaun fell into a shutdown. It was rare for a patient to request him by name, and he had decided that Beth would be his very first operation. Now, it had all fallen apart. Fortunately, Lim, now promoted to chief, heard what happened. She immediately brought Shaun to Beth's room. She reassured Beth, saying, "Shaun is one of our very best doctors. If anything goes wrong, I will take full responsibility." With that guarantee, Beth agreed to let Shaun lead the surgery again. The big day arrived. Shaun wore Glassman's iconic orange surgical cap. After a deep breath, he took the number 10 scalpel. With precise and steady movements, he opened Beth's abdomen and located the cancerous area. But then Shaun froze. A moment later, he dropped the instruments and bolted from the room like a madman. Everyone was stunned. No one knew what Shaun was doing. Lim had no choice but to ask Alex to take over, but Alex believed in Shaun. He said Shaun must have discovered something. It wasn't that he wouldn't operate, but that he couldn't. The team rushed to calm Shaun down. In front of him, a vision of his younger brother appeared. Guided by the hallucination, Shaun slowly steadied his breathing and then revealed what he had found. While examining Beth's intestines, he had discovered a larger tumor-free section. This meant they could treat her cancer without inserting a feeding tube. Everyone finally understood Shaun's seemingly erratic behavior. The opportunity to lead the surgery was right in front of him, but for the sake of the patient's safety, he could only struggle with himself and choose to give it up. After that, the surgery was handed over to Lim, and thankfully, nothing went wrong during the operation. In the end, Lim allowed Shaun to handle the sutures. Though simple, it was a sign of trust in his professionalism. Afterward, Marcus approached Lim to share his opinion, but Lim simply shook her head. There was no question. Teamwork was essential. At the same time, the hospital admitted a patient with a broken leg, and he nearly caused a rift between Claire and Morgan. Curtis had a strange habit of climbing down chimneys to enter his home. This time, he finally ended up with a broken leg. Claire checked his pupils with a flashlight and noticed his response was abnormally slow, so she concluded it must have been due to alcohol, that Curtis had been drinking, and that's why he fell. Curtis was stunned. He insisted he hadn't had a drink in 6 years and was absolutely sober. The doctors didn't take him seriously. After giving him antibiotics, they scheduled the leg surgery. But after the operation, although his legs were repaired, Curtis didn't wake up. His heart rate became erratic. His wife, Teal, asked what was going on. Morgan hesitantly said it was likely due to alcohol intoxication. Teal was deeply confused. The only reason she agreed to marry Curtis was because he had promised never to drink again. If the diagnosis was accurate, it meant he had betrayed her, and she would not tolerate that. She would file for divorce. No one expected that a single medical opinion could destroy a marriage. But Claire stood firmly by her expertise. They had run 3 separate tests, and all results were consistent. Still, as if Curtis was silently protesting, Morgan suddenly noticed his blood pressure was rising. She lifted the blanket, and blood began spilling from his abdomen. A series of further examinations revealed that the bleeding was likely caused by alcohol-induced ulcers, requiring another surgery to clear them. But Teal stood her ground. Teal firmly insisted that she believed her husband. Claire urged Teal to decide quickly, or her hesitation could endanger Curtis's life. The doctors proceeded to examine Curtis's duodenum. As they inserted the scope, they discovered a bleeding point, but it wasn't an ulcer. It was a tumor, blocking Curtis's airways. Claire froze on the spot. Inside the OR, the doctors quickly removed the tumor. But just then, a strong smell of alcohol filled the air, coming from inside Curtis's stomach. He had been unconscious for 24 hours. There was no way he had been drinking. So where was the alcohol coming from? It turned out Curtis had a rare condition called autobrewery syndrome. Because of the tumor, part of his digestive tract had been blocked, and the undigested carbohydrates had fermented inside his stomach over time, producing alcohol. Teal was right. Her husband hadn't lied. Now that the tumor had been removed, Curtis only needed a few more days of observation before he could be discharged. The couple exchanged a knowing smile, and Claire felt ashamed of her own snap judgment. Later that day, after work, she discussed the case with Morgan. In her view, if someone acts like an addict, lies like an addict, and even smells like one, then they're an addict. But this time she happened to encounter an exception, and because of that, she saw no reason to feel ashamed. Morgan was furious at her words. Because saving lives isn't the trolley problem. There's no such thing as someone who must be given up. No matter what, a doctor must give their all to care for every patient. That is what it truly means to have the heart of a healer. In the last episode, Shaun finally got his first chance to be lead surgeon, but during the operation, he suddenly broke down. Although he came up with a better treatment plan, he gave up the opportunity to lead. In the end, the team successfully saved the patient. Josh was seriously injured while standing up for justice. The doctors took a huge risk and attempted a surgery that had never been done before, just so they wouldn't let a hero down. Curtis was mistaken for being an alcoholic, but the doctor trusted his own judgment and kept investigating. It turned out the alcohol in his body was actually caused by a tumor triggering an internal brewing reaction. Every surgery is a test of belief, and the doctors continue to grow through each challenge. Tara, a girl born allergic to air and diagnosed with combined immunodeficiency, could only survive inside a sterile chamber. Even the smallest contact with bacteria would rapidly worsen her condition. Even Shaun was amazed. Patients like her usually don't live past 2 or 3 years old. It was truly rare for someone like Tara to have made it this far. But just recently, she accidentally breathed in outside air. After a checkup, doctors discovered her right lung was already infected. Now, they had to perform surgery while she remained inside the sterile chamber. Neil was about to comfort her, following standard procedure. But Tara bluntly told them to skip the chatter and get to the point. Shaun immediately began explaining the surgery plan using medical terms. When he finished, Tara looked at him differently. The operation began quickly. They cut between her ribs and inserted an endoscope. But the image showed that the infected area had spread and now covered the diaphragm. With the infection spreading, doctors had to perform open chest surgery. But in the sealed chamber, they couldn't use fire to cauterize anything. Doing that would blow up the entire room. At this point, their only option was to move Tara out of the sterile chamber, and they had to act fast. They needed to get her back inside before a second infection occurred. Neil stayed calm and efficient. He completed the surgery in just 13 minutes. But during a follow-up, Shaun noticed early signs of sepsis. Tara had still been infected again. Now there were 2 options. The first was to inject immunoglobulin to boost her immunity, but that could lead to even worse immune system failure. The second was a gene therapy suggested by Alex. It could completely change her DNA. If it worked, Tara could leave the sterile chamber forever, but there was a 5% risk of death. The doctors let Tara decide. She chose the first option without hesitation. She said even if she left the chamber, people would still treat her like a freak, so she might as well give up. The doctors turned to leave, unable to change her mind, but Shaun stayed behind and spoke up. "What's wrong with being a freak? I've been called a freak my whole life because of my autism. But now I have amazing co-workers, and I'm no longer single. My condition can't be cured, but I still try my best. Yours can be treated. So why give up?" Shaun's words broke through her defenses. Tara finally agreed to try the second plan. The surgery was a success, but with only a 40% success rate, she had to stay in the chamber for 3 more weeks. If there were no issues, she could live like a normal person. She thanked the doctors from the bottom of her heart. As soon as they left, she opened the chamber without hesitation. She walked to the window, looked out at the glittering lights of the night, and said to herself, "A wider world is waiting for me." A young couple, Tony and Jeannie, came to the hospital because Jeannie fainted while taking engagement photos. She also started slurring her speech. Shaun looked at her and immediately said it was a stroke. Jeannie was shocked. "I'm only 25. How can I have a stroke?" She didn't believe it and insisted on full tests. The scans showed her brain was normal. But during the MRI, she suddenly had a seizure. Shaun noticed she hadn't used the bathroom during the tests. Her enlarged bladder was pressing on a tumor which caused the seizure. He found the tumor, but its location was tricky. Removing it would leave her unable to have children. They explained the results to Jeannie. She asked, "Why didn't I have a seizure before coming here?" Shaun explained that the tumor was probably dormant until now. Jeannie had two options. She could hope the tumor stayed dormant, but that came with a 30% risk of death. Or she could remove it and lose the ability to have children. Jeannie decided to take the risk and hope the tumor wouldn't grow. She believed that would be best for their future, but Morgan said she just couldn't understand it. Surely life was more important than having children. She discussed it with Marcus, who said it was the patient's decision. The hospital couldn't interfere. Still, Morgan went to talk to the couple. She asked Tony, "Do you only see your wife as someone to give you children? Why don't you stop her from risking her life?" Jeannie also wanted to know what Tony really thought. After a brief pause, Tony said he supported her decision. In that moment, Jeannie started to feel uncertain. During another checkup, she asked Shaun what he thought since he's also a man. But Shaun had never faced something like this, so his answer didn't satisfy her. Jeannie continued to share her thoughts. Shaun listened, deep in thought, unsure how to respond. Meanwhile, Morgan approached Tony once again and gave him another sincere talk. Soon after, Tony returned to the hospital room. This time, he firmly told Jeannie that her safety mattered more to him than having children. In the end, Jeannie chose to remove the tumor. The surgery was a complete success. Everyone was genuinely moved by Tony's final words, but Morgan said that line was actually what she told him. Maybe those were his true feelings, or maybe he was still indecisive until the very end. No one would ever really know. Idealism and emotion. When doctors project their feelings onto patients, they often end up unconsciously interfering with their choices. Even Shaun is no exception. Sometimes it harms the patients, but sometimes it helps them move toward a better future. Claire had gone through great effort to save a patient, but right after, she got slapped hard by the man's wife. It turned out that the patient she took in that morning was the same man she had gone on a date with the night before, Kane. When Kane's family arrived at the hospital, Claire realized he was a father of two. Despite being deceived, Claire still handled his emergency treatment with complete professionalism. During surgery, the doctors noticed something strange about Kane's condition. Despite heavy blood loss, his blood pressure kept rising. Although they managed to stabilize him temporarily, his situation remained critical. His internal organs were damaged, his aorta had ruptured, and more surgery was needed. Claire was in charge of the pre-surgery checks. Kane was stunned to see her again, but both of them pretended not to know each other. His wife and kids were right there. This made Claire feel even worse inside. Then Kane's daughter suddenly asked him why he wasn't home last night. Kane froze, unable to answer. Luckily, his wife Sasha jumped in with a quick excuse. During Claire's break, she saw Sasha sitting alone, looking heartbroken. Claire asked what was wrong, and Sasha admitted she already knew Kane had been cheating. She just hadn't figured out who the other woman was. Claire felt embarrassed. She had already made up her mind to come clean about everything. She told Kane about her decision, and Kane had also made up his mind. He said that when he thought he was about to die, all he could think about was his wife. There was no room in his heart for anyone else. Hearing that, Claire finally let go. But just then, Kane suddenly said his leg felt cold. Claire checked with an instrument and found no pulse. It turned out that a blood clot had formed in Kane's leg. Luckily, the doctors discovered it in time and removed it with surgery. Otherwise, he could have lost his leg. But when Neil praised her for saving him, Claire couldn't feel happy at all, because Kane said he was going to confess everything to his wife afterward. Claire sat alone, quietly waiting. Sure enough, Sasha came over. Under the pressure of everyone watching at the hospital, Claire rushed to the stairwell. She broke down in tears, feeling wronged because she was a victim too. Today, Shaun is on a date with his girlfriend Carly. Because of his autism, Shaun has trouble with physical touch. Even with Carly, he couldn't relax. As expected, he picked up his clothes and walked out of the bedroom. To help Shaun with this issue, Carly found a therapy called exposure treatment. The treatment involves having the couple lie on the bed together, starting with 15 seconds, then taking a break, gradually reducing the distance, and eventually helping Shaun overcome his fear. But after just 8 seconds, Shaun jumped out of bed. Carly finally lost her temper. She had spent endless hours trying to help Shaun, bought expensive bed sheets, and carefully tested the brightness of every light, only for Shaun to completely reject everything in just 8 seconds. As a result, Shaun was kicked out of the house. The next day, Alex asked Shaun, "How are things with Carly?" Alex quickly gave him some advice, saying that mutual understanding and compromise are the keys to lasting love. That night, Shaun knocked on Carly's door and apologized for how he had acted before, saying this time he was truly ready. 15 seconds passed, and though Shaun was still nervous, his hand slowly reached for Carly's, and as their hands clasped tightly together, Shaun finally opened up his heart to her. At the gym, Art lifted a weight that was far too heavy, and in the next second, there was a terrible crack. His lower back had snapped under the pressure. Fortunately, Neil was also at the gym, and he immediately rushed over to check on Art. Art cried out, "I can't feel anything below my waist." He was rushed to the hospital for a full examination, and the scans showed that his spine had fractured, with some broken bone fragments pressing into his spinal canal. The doctors offered 2 treatment plans, one aggressive and one more conservative. But to everyone's surprise, the club Art belonged to didn't care about his well-being at all, saying that Art was a star football player and the whole family depended on his income, so the doctors should just fix him up and send him back onto the field as soon as possible. Morgan was speechless. Treating Art like a money machine? Was there even any humanity in that? Not long after, Art's mother and brothers showed up to pile on more pressure, telling him that his younger brother needed money for a house, and that Art had to carry the burden of supporting the whole family. They told him not to fear the pain, that once the doctors fused some metal into his spine, he'd basically be a real-life steel, like the superhero from DC. How cool is that? Art looked helplessly at his family, but none of them seemed to care about his condition. They only cared about the money he brought in. In the end, Art decided to go with the more conservative treatment plan. The doctors had only just begun the surgery when Art's vital signs suddenly plummeted and his heart abruptly stopped beating. This meant the conservative treatment wasn't working for Art, and the doctors immediately tried to shock his heart back into rhythm, but after all their efforts, the monitor still showed no signs of life. With only 10 seconds left before Art would die, Neil grabbed the adrenaline nearby and plunged the needle straight into Art's heart. It was the most direct and most dangerous method, but it successfully brought his heartbeat back. Everyone watching from upstairs finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, the surgery had to be postponed, and they had to wait until Art was in better condition before they could continue. When Art regained consciousness and the doctors explained what had happened in the operating room, they said they would now switch to a different plan to help him return to the field faster. But Art let out a disappointed sigh. He never actually liked playing football, but because of his strong build, scouts spotted him early as a rising star in the sport. Later on, he only kept playing to earn money for his family, but once the money came in, his family changed. Originally, he planned to get himself injured and retire for good, but clearly neither his family nor fate was willing to let him go. The doctors remained silent because their job is to save lives, not to judge whether Art's choices were right or wrong. A few hours later, the surgery resumed, and the doctors opened up his back to repair his spine. This time, everything went smoothly, and after some recovery time, Art would be able to return to the field. But on his face was nothing but helplessness. He was born with a strong, powerful body, but along with it came the responsibilities he had to bear. He wasn't free, but in truth, he was still better off than many, because being trapped by life is more common than we think. James was experiencing severe swelling due to a genetic mutation, which made treatment incredibly difficult. If not handled properly, he could literally drown in his own bodily fluids. The first parts affected were his legs, which had already swollen dramatically due to a buildup of lymphatic fluid. The doctors had to temporarily block off some of the lymphatic pathways, or the accumulating fluid would eventually drown him from the inside. Now the team needed to find the true cause of the lymphatic disorder. Lim asked about his medical history, and James said he had only suffered from depression. But beyond that, he couldn't provide any useful clues. Time was running out. Within just an hour, James's condition worsened dramatically, and the lymph fluid had started flooding into his lungs. As he was on the verge of suffocation, Shaun quickly performed a drainage procedure, but that was only a temporary fix. It wouldn't stop the problem, and James would eventually die if nothing changed. At this point, there was only one possible treatment for James, the use of a MAC inhibitor, which could suppress the mutated lymph cells. But there were 41 different formulas for this inhibitor, each with its own side effects, so the doctors had to figure out which one would work best for James. They started combing through past research to find the most effective formula, but it wasn't easy. The first trial not only failed to reduce the swelling, but also caused internal bleeding. Just then, Shaun's girlfriend Carly brought new information to the team. They could use zebrafish for the experiments. These fish grow incredibly fast, reaching maturity in just a day, and 84% of human disease-related genes have direct counterparts in zebrafish. So Shaun began testing using zebrafish with the same genetic mutation as a virus model to identify which drug worked best for James. Tank after tank of fish were tested, and finally, they narrowed the 41 formulas down to 2 options. Meanwhile, James's condition took another turn. His heart rate spiked, and the nurse urgently called in Lim and Morgan. The lymphatic fluid had now reached his heart, and the doctors had to insert a tube into his chest to drain the fluid. James didn't have much time left. Shaun and Carly had to choose between the 2 remaining formulas, but for once, the 2 disagreed. In the end, Lim decided to go with tremetinib. As James took the medication, Carly was filled with anxiety. Luckily, Shaun soon came to tell her that James was safe, and in that moment, Carly finally relaxed, with tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Though the difficult case had been resolved, Carly admitted that she no longer wanted to work in surgery with Shaun. After all, treating patients with Shaun always meant riding an emotional roller coaster, and not every doctor has the nerves to handle that. In the previous episode, Shaun failed during intimacy training with Carly. He only lasted 8 seconds before panicking and running away, which infuriated Carly and got him kicked out of her house. But when he mustered the courage to knock on Carly's door and nervously reached out his hand, they found their way back to each other. Football player, Art fractured his spine while lifting weights, but his family only cared about rushing the surgery so he could make money again. No one cared if he might be paralyzed. During surgery, Art's heart suddenly stopped. Neil jabbed a syringe of epinephrine straight into his heart, barely saving his life. Carly was also overwhelmed by the high-risk treatment they had just gone through, and through tears, she said she never wanted to do surgery with Shaun again. Then came a shocking case, a woman undergoing surgery with no anesthesia. She watched as doctors hammered metal pins into her thigh. Her screams of agony filled the room, the pain rating far beyond level 9, possibly over 10. Why was she being so cruel to herself? It all started when Carrie was rushed into the hospital. She'd crashed during a motorcycle ride, snapping one of her legs into 3 parts. Shaun quickly arranged a full-body scan. As expected, her injury wasn't a simple fracture. It involved torn ligaments, which meant surgery was unavoidable. Shaun told Carrie that they'd have to insert a steel rod into her thigh to stabilize the broken bone, but Carrie insisted she couldn't have anesthesia. The chemicals in it could cause her to relapse. The doctors had to reconsider the plan. Shaun suggested playing music. Studies show it can help ease pain. But clearly that wasn't going to be enough. That's when Neil proposed another option, using 2 thinner pins to connect the bones. This would reduce the pain, but Shaun objected. He warned that the joint would be unstable, increasing the risk of infection and possibly causing permanent disability. But with no better choice, they had to proceed. Inside the operating room, the doctors carefully reattached Carrie's leg, but the unbearable pain couldn't be dulled. Carrie felt like she was one step away from heaven. Her blood pressure skyrocketed, putting her at risk of going into shock. Luckily, they had prepared blood pressure medication and managed to keep her barely stable through the operation. After the surgery, Morgan told Carrie that with 6 months of recovery, she could walk again. Both Carrie and her husband smiled with relief, but soon after, Carrie's leg began to swell. This meant she had developed a vascular blockage, proof that the conservative method had failed. Carrie was stunned. She had endured all that pain for nothing. And worse, the doctors now had to make additional incisions and revert to the original plan. If not, her only other option was amputation. The doctors hoped Carrie would agree to anesthesia this time, but she firmly refused. She couldn't let all her past suffering be for nothing. Shaun and the others realized she wouldn't change her mind, so they called in her husband and explained everything. Boyd rushed to his wife's side. He understood her reasons and believed in her strength. With him by her side, she would be able to get through it. But even after hearing that, Carrie still said no. Neil had no choice. He scheduled the surgery without anesthesia once again, and this time, the pain would be even worse. As the pins pierced into her blood vessels, Carrie's blood pressure surged to a new high. No amount of medication could bring it down. Desperate, the doctors prepared the anesthesia. But right then, Carrie suddenly grabbed Shaun's hand. And even though Shaun was usually terrified of being touched, he didn't have a meltdown because he knew holding Carrie's hand could help distract her from the pain. He told the other doctors to hurry up and continue the procedure. The sound of metal striking metal grew faster. And finally, the surgery came to a successful end. Carrie had pushed through. Kaylee came to the hospital just to check out a sore throat. But Shaun arranged 88 tests for her. Surprisingly, Kaylee didn't mind. She said she had money and thought the doctor in front of her was incredibly sweet. It was the first time anyone had cared this much about her, so she even took a photo of Shaun. When Shaun received the test results and found no abnormalities, he became even more excited, because this could mean Kaylee had a rare disease. He told the attending Dr. Marcus about his theory. From acid reflux to tumors, Shaun listed 21 different rare conditions, each more obscure than the last. Shaun later told Kaylee he still wanted to order 37 more tests, but Marcus wouldn't allow it. Kaylee got anxious. "I've got money, can't I just do them?" But just then, Kaylee suddenly collapsed. Morgan rushed to put an oxygen mask on her, but Shaun stared at an image of a skull that had just formed in his mind. From it, he identified the exact cause of Kaylee's illness. Shaun quickly injected lidocaine into Kaylee's mouth. It's a local anesthetic. Amazingly, within seconds, Kaylee woke up. Her vital signs stabilized. Everyone stared at Shaun in shock. It turned out Kaylee had Eagle syndrome. It's so rare that even seasoned doctors often miss it. But Shaun got it right. As he basked in the joy of solving the mystery, a group of girls suddenly ran toward Shaun. They were fans. Turns out Kaylee was a social media influencer. She had posted about Shaun online and he quickly went viral. But Shaun didn't like the attention. When Kaylee tried to take another photo, Shaun had a sensory overload and stormed out of the room. Now that Kaylee's diagnosis was confirmed, surgery was necessary. They needed to cut from her throat and remove part of the elongated styloid process without damaging any nerves or blood vessels. The operation wasn't too difficult. Shaun was supposed to perform it, but he didn't want to. So Morgan volunteered to take over the procedure. The surgery began quickly. They inserted the scalpel into Kaylee's throat, cut along the tonsillar mucosa beneath the jawbone, and located the elongated styloid. Part of it needed to be removed, but soon after it started, the monitor began blaring. Kaylee's blood pressure dropped. Her EEG went flat. That meant her brain wasn't getting enough oxygen. Morgan had accidentally grazed Kaylee's carotid artery. Now she started to panic. Fortunately, Shaun was also in the OR. He guided Morgan through stabilizing the wound and successfully removed the styloid fragments. The surgery should have ended there. But due to the brief brain ischemia, Kaylee could have fallen into a permanent coma. This was, without a doubt, a medical mishap. So, who would be held responsible in the end? Luckily, Kaylee woke up. She was fine, and she even helped promote the hospital afterward. Morgan in the end got her moment of glory. Meanwhile, Shaun was sitting in the president's office. Glassman asked why he refused to speak to reporters. Corey was born with underdeveloped airways, so not only was he unable to speak, but he also needed a tube inserted into his throat from birth just to keep breathing. But fortunately, this time, he met a doctor like Shaun. The moment Shaun saw Corey, he immediately thought of a solution. First, they needed to clear the blockage in Corey's airway to help him breathe normally again. It was a risky surgery, but when his parents saw the innocence in their child's eyes, they agreed to go forward. Soon, the surgery began. Shaun assisted while Dr. Lim performed the operation, but when they opened Corey's throat, they discovered the blockage was much larger than the imaging had shown, and all the doctors could do was start by cutting out the obstruction. As for how to help Corey speak again, that would require a long-term plan. When Corey woke up from the surgery, Lim gently covered his tracheostomy, and Corey began responding excitedly in sign language. He could finally breathe on his own. Though it still hurt a bit, the sensation of airflow was something he had never experienced before. Everyone in the room was moved by Corey's smile, but Shaun remained expressionless because his ultimate goal was to help Corey speak again. After that, Shaun dove into a mountain of research until one day he had a sudden flash of inspiration. He found the other doctors and told them that vocal cords weren't the only way to produce sound. For example, when people snore, it's actually the soft palate vibrating that makes the sound. But Lim said the soft palate is made of tendons and mucous membrane, and it's too soft to function that way. Shaun excitedly said, "Then use Corey's costal cartilage. It can be shaved into the shape of vocal cords and placed into his throat." This was completely unheard of. Lim wasn't confident about the surgery, but it was a logical proposal, so the doctors explained everything to Corey's parents. But after hearing it, Corey's parents refused. They thought the idea was too far-fetched and carried too much risk. Was it really worth it if their child might lose his life? Shaun didn't understand. If their child couldn't speak, could they really look forward to the future with joy? And Corey was already 10 years old. Didn't he have a say in this? At that moment, Corey signed to his parents again, expressing his own wishes. He said he trusted Shaun and was willing to take the risk, because if he missed this chance, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Shaun seemed to understand their silent exchange, and he smiled to himself. In the end, the surgery was scheduled. First, they extracted soft cartilage from between Corey's ribs. Then Shaun meticulously shaped it. Soon, an artificial vocal cord was finally completed. Shaun placed it into Corey's throat and finished the sutures. But just as the surgery was wrapping up, an alarm went off. Blood started gushing from Corey's throat. The doctors rushed to find the cause. It turned out the stitching had accidentally torn veins on both sides of the airway. Shaun immediately performed a second round of suturing on the veins. To help Corey speak again, the surgical team gave their all on the operating table. The surgery was a success. Corey gently pressed on his throat and tried to make a sound. The sound was faint, but to everyone's ears it was like heaven. With speech therapy, Corey would one day fully regain the ability to speak. Corey signed to Shaun, thanking him for never giving up and for insisting on doing the surgery.
This is the best day of his life.
You are very welcome.
Shaun, Alex, and Neil fought bravely, trying to save a woman who was found on the street. However, after their efforts, the woman's carotid artery ruptured, and she died from massive blood loss. Neil had no choice but to announce the time of death, and the others left the operating room one by one, but Shaun just stood there in front of the body, stunned. He couldn't let the cause of her death remain unknown. Shaun wanted to request an autopsy from the hospital, but to perform one, the administration required family approval. But when the patient was brought in, there wasn't a single item on her that could prove her identity. And no one knew who she was, only that, before she died, she mentioned the name Coley. No one could tell if that was a person's name or the name of a cat or dog. Most people would have stopped there, but Shaun was as stubborn as a bull. He quickly went to Alex, who had a background in law enforcement, hoping he could use his investigative experience to uncover the woman's identity. Alex was extremely reliable. He told Shaun that since the woman didn't have a dime on her, it was possible she had stayed at a homeless shelter, and Shaun could cross-reference that with missing persons records. The process would be long and tedious, but Shaun didn't care about that kind of thing. Sure enough, that very night, he spent hours at the police station computer, and by morning, he had found the woman's information and her son Jules's address. Shaun and Alex rushed over, and Shaun blurted out to Jules, "Your mom's dead. I want to dissect her." If Alex hadn't been there, Shaun definitely would have gotten punched. Strangely, though, Jules showed no emotion when he heard the news. He just said, "Not my problem," and slammed the door shut. Shaun was left completely dumbfounded. But without permission for the autopsy, Shaun didn't leave. He stayed outside the door all day. When Jules stepped out, Shaun suddenly lunged toward him. Seeing Shaun come at him like a starving tiger, Jules thought he was being attacked by a madman and immediately called the police. The police arrived quickly, and Shaun was arrested on the spot and taken to jail. But clearly, a small setback like that wasn't enough to make Shaun give up. Soon, Shaun was bailed out, and at the same time, he decided to take a different approach. He went to Carly and asked if she could use her authority to help him. Although they had broken up not long ago over a difference in values, Carly agreed to help Shaun for the sake of their past. Shaun performed the autopsy on Maribel's body and examined her internal organs. When he picked up the liver, he discovered something unusual. Cut to Shaun running back to Jules's door, pounding on it furiously. He just wanted to tell Jules the cause of his mother's death. Shaun had found 3 aneurysms on the liver, which was extremely rare, but he was sure it was a deadly hereditary disease, meaning Jules likely had it too. Fortunately, if detected early, it was still treatable. That's why Shaun came late at night, just to give Jules a better chance at survival. You'd never believe it. This guy, barely over 1 meter tall, had achieved financial freedom by selling towels. He had enough luxury cars to fill an entire parking lot, and his girlfriends changed all the time. But right at the peak of his career, he was told he had a terminal illness. Of course, for this hospital, which had a 98% cancer survival rate, treating him was no big deal. They just needed to remove part of Finn's cerebellum, which wouldn't affect his intelligence. The only cost would be a speech impairment. When Finn heard this, he refused immediately. His eloquence was the key to his success. But his loyal girlfriend Natalie managed to talk him into going through with it. Right before surgery, the doctors ran another round of pre-op checks, and just then, another woman burst in. It turned out she was also one of Finn's girlfriends. Shaun could only stand there sulking. After all, he had just gone through a breakup himself. He also didn't like Finn much. The guy was checking the weather forecast during a conversation about his treatment plan. Finn seemed to notice Shaun's irritation. He told him he couldn't be tied down to just one relationship. He had dated many women, but none of them knew the truth. Right after he said that, Finn received an email, and without caring about his illness, he jumped out of bed and ran out of the hospital. It turned out Natalie had accidentally found out Finn had several other girlfriends. Finn tried to explain that he just saw them as sisters. Natalie didn't buy it. Faced with this master of time management, she grabbed a baseball bat and smashed Finn's luxury car to pieces. Shaun stood nearby and watched the whole thing unfold with great interest, and it seemed he might have learned something from it. That same night, after being dumped by all his girlfriends, Finn was so upset that he ended up in critical condition. Now the doctors had 2 treatment options in front of them. One was Shaun's plan, to remove part of Finn's cerebellum, which would result in paralysis. But Neil wanted to go for a conservative approach, to preserve Finn's mobility. The surgery began. In the end, Shaun had to follow orders, and they made an incision near the cervical spine to repair Finn's deformed joint. But then, the monitors started flashing red. They had accidentally damaged Finn's spine. Neil immediately called in the rest of the team for emergency resuscitation. After successfully relieving the pressure on Finn's heart, the crisis was temporarily under control. That's when Shaun finally seemed to understand. When doctors step into an operating room together, they must unite as one team and serve the patient with their full dedication. So he offered his own suggestions and soon helped the team complete the operation. The surgery came to a smooth end. When Finn woke up from his coma, he slowly raised his hand. It looked like he had been lucky enough to avoid any lasting paralysis. And the only real price he paid was losing all of his girlfriends.
Hey, there's a whole world of amazing people out there. Don't get bogged down with this notion of a soulmate.
And it seemed Shaun had been a bit inspired by Finn's words. Later that night, he went to a bar to try flirting. and something unfortunate happened. In the previous episode, Carrie underwent a high-risk surgery without anesthesia, and as she hovered on the edge of shock from the unbearable pain, Shaun broke protocol and held her hand, staying with her until the very end. Meanwhile, Shaun was determined to uncover the true cause of death of an unclaimed body, and even went so far as to cross the line by asking Carly for help. In the end, he identified the true cause and informed the deceased man's son. Meanwhile, the flirtatious millionaire Finn was diagnosed with a rare disease. Shaun and his team fought with everything they had and managed to pull him back from the brink of paralysis and death. San Jose was struck by a powerful earthquake. Vera, caught in the chaos, was impaled through the shoulder by a steel rod. If it were removed recklessly, she would bleed out and die. Luckily, Shaun was right there. Calm and focused, he heated a knife over a flame while casually chatting with Vera to ease her fear. In the next second, Shaun yanked her free from the rod and immediately used the red-hot knife to cauterize the wound and stop the bleeding. But that didn't mean Vera was safe. When Shaun lifted a wooden board from her thigh, he found another steel rod had pierced straight through it. This wasn't something Shaun could fix with the tools he had. All they could do was wait in place and hope for rescue. Suddenly, another aftershock hit. A nearby water pipe burst, and in just 3 minutes, the rising water would flood over Vera, causing her to drown. With no other option, Shaun decided to try cutting the steel rod with his knife. But even if he succeeded, the vibrations would cause excruciating pain and could potentially tear through her artery. Still, it was Vera's only shot at survival. Shaun kept cutting while talking to her, trying to keep her calm. But could a small knife really cut through steel in under 3 minutes? After a minute passed, Shaun turned to try sealing the leaking pipe. It didn't completely stop the water, but it bought them a little more time. That's when Vera realized cutting the steel might not work. After a brief inner struggle, she asked Shaun to amputate her leg. Right then, another tremor shook the ruins. The pipe broke open again, and water quickly rose past Vera's waist. With no time left, Shaun had to make the decision. He would cut off Vera's leg. Using whatever materials he could find, Shaun built a makeshift surgical table. Then he lowered it into the water and began the operation. He had to work fast. Every second counted. The faster the amputation, the lower Vera's chances of shock or infection. By the 30-second mark, Shaun had cut through her muscle. But what about the bone? He continued cutting with all his strength, but time was running out, and Vera's head was already sinking beneath the water. Shaun shouted at her to stay awake as he kept cutting. Vera seemed to hear Shaun's voice calling out to her, and in the struggle between life and death, she fought with everything she had. At last, she held on long enough for Shaun to cut through the leg bone. He plunged into the water and gave her mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Soon after, the rescue team arrived. They used a tripod to pull the two of them out of the flooding rubble. Shaun's crisis was over, but Vera wasn't the only victim of the earthquake. Among them was Neil, who had jumped into rescue efforts despite his own injuries. He found a woman named Marta pinned under a collapsed beam. Firefighters planned to use a jack to lift the beam and rush her to the hospital. Just then, Shaun arrived and quickly examined Marta's condition. He asked her if her right arm hurt. Marta said it felt like ants were crawling inside. Based on her answer, Shaun suspected something was pressing on her spine. If they lifted the beam without caution, she could die on the spot or be paralyzed for life. Neil brought out a portable X-ray machine to examine Marta. Sure enough, it revealed that Marta had a previous spinal surgery, and one of the screws had come loose. They needed to remove it before moving her. The doctors set up an emergency surgical station and began to operate on her back, but the lighting was too dim. They couldn't locate the screw, and blindly searching caused them to accidentally cut into one of Marta's veins. Though they quickly stopped the bleeding, a new problem arose. She needed a blood transfusion. But where could they get matching blood in a place like this? That's when Claire had an idea. She found a beer dispenser on site, disinfected it, and turned it into a blood recirculation machine. This way, Marta's own blood could be reused without risk of rejection. After a tense struggle, Neil successfully removed the screw, and Marta was finally out of danger. Just as Neil was about to continue saving more victims, he suddenly vomited, and the next moment collapsed to the ground. It turned out the injuries in his abdomen had worsened. Claire rushed him back to the hospital and immediately sent him in for an MRI scan. The results revealed severe internal damage, but the scans couldn't pinpoint the exact source of bleeding. The only option left was to open up his abdomen, locate the cause, and stop the hemorrhaging. The surgery began quickly. At first, everyone believed it was just a simple case of intestinal bleeding, something relatively easy to treat, but halfway through, Lim suddenly froze. Claire followed her gaze, and her eyes widened in disbelief. When Neil finally woke up, Lim and Claire had to give him the bad news. This wasn't just a ruptured organ. Because Neil had pushed his body too hard during rescue efforts, he had missed the best window for treatment, which led to a tear in both his mesenteric and abdominal arteries. They now had to wait for his lactic acid results. If the levels exceeded a critical limit, it would mean Neil's organs had suffered from prolonged ischemia and were likely infected. If that was the case, there would be no way to save him. Neil, his voice trembling, began to reflect on the moments of his life. He didn't want to die, not like this, but life rarely bends to our wishes. From that moment on, Neil's tone became serene. He said he wasn't afraid of death, because it was his own choice.
Staring into the yawning void, I'm hedging my bet, but it's coming back to me.
Lim was still frantically looking for a way to save him, but Glassman said that Neil had already missed the optimal window for treatment. All of his internal organs had failed. The only hope now would be to remove them all and find a matching donor immediately. But even if they somehow managed that, Neil would spend the rest of his life eating through a feeding tube. Is that really what he'd want? Every life must come to its end. The moment Neil chose to stay and help in the rescue, he had already accepted that sacrifice. Lim quietly watched the weakened Neil. In that moment, she wasn't a doctor. She was his friend, his former lover. They exchanged one last, heart-wrenching farewell. The next to visit Neil was his student, Claire. It wasn't until the very end that they finally said the words they had buried in their hearts for so long.
The terrible bowler.
And I wanted to tell you that I hate your tattoo. Way too much antler. I love you.
I love you too.
It was a secret held between them for years, finally spoken in their final moment together, if only time could freeze right then. But time keeps pushing us forward. The next morning, Claire was still standing silently by Neil's hospital bed. When she finally turned to leave, her grief could no longer be held back. She broke down in Lim's arms as they hugged tightly. Meanwhile, Shaun had completed his own rescue mission. That day, they lost so much, but it was precisely because of their efforts that more lives were saved from the disaster, giving others a chance to move forward. We salute these selfless and brave souls. Kenzie endured excruciating pain as she finally gave birth, but just as she reached out to touch her baby, the nurse immediately placed the newborn into an incubator. That's because she was carrying twins, one of them still unborn. What happened next left Kenzie completely stunned. The doctors actually pushed the other baby back into her womb. What was going on? A few hours earlier, when Kenzie first arrived at the hospital, it was Shaun who examined her. She had come in for a regular checkup, but accidentally called Shaun by the wrong name. She called him House. That small slip triggered Shaun's hypersensitivity. He asked if she could clearly read his name on the coat. Kenzie admitted it was blurry. Shaun immediately checked her eyes. He quickly diagnosed her with preeclampsia. Her blood pressure had to be brought down immediately. Otherwise, the babies wouldn't survive. After emergency treatment, Kenzie's condition stabilized, and Shaun finally understood the real issue. Kenzie had previously had an abortion, and it hadn't been fully resolved. That's why she was now carrying two babies of different sizes. To make things worse, the smaller baby had a different blood type, and the larger one was treating it as a foreign invader, absorbing all its nutrients. If nothing changed, the smaller baby would soon die. Shaun rushed to perform a catheter surgery to temporarily stabilize the situation and give the smaller baby a fighting chance. But then, something unexpected happened. The surgery affected the larger baby's health. Kenzie's water broke, and now the baby had to be delivered immediately. Now the doctors faced a difficult decision. If they performed a C-section to save the bigger baby, the smaller one would almost certainly die. But if they continued with the catheter approach, the larger baby wouldn't survive. As the team debated, Shaun proposed a bold, unconventional solution. Deliver the babies in separate stages, induce the larger baby's birth, and then push the smaller one back inside to continue developing. Of course, this approach came with serious risks. If anything went wrong, they could lose both babies. After thinking it through, the doctors explained all three options to Kenzie. As a mother, she naturally wanted to save them both, so she chose Shaun's plan. Shortly after the labor-inducing shot, Kenzie began having contractions. With the medical team working in perfect sync, the first baby was delivered successfully. Before she could even hold the child, he was rushed into an incubator and hooked to a breathing machine to stabilize him. But the real challenge was only just beginning. Shaun ordered the birth process to stop immediately and sat in front of Kenzie to monitor closely. To his horror, he saw she was still in labor. If the underdeveloped baby was born now, he wouldn't survive. Kenzie had to physically hold back the delivery, which caused her unbearable pain. At this point, the doctors had no choice but to follow legal protocols and prioritize saving the mother. They prepared for a C-section, but Kenzie, overcome with maternal instinct, struggled fiercely. She refused to let her baby die like this. Thankfully, Jordan stepped in. She gently encouraged Kenzie to think about her already born child. Surely she wouldn't want her baby to grow up without a mother. Jordan's words touched her deeply. Kenzie finally calmed down enough to let Shaun proceed with the surgery. But just as he was about to make the first incision, something miraculous happened. The smaller baby stabilized on its own and retracted back inside the womb. Everyone in the room breathed a collective sigh of relief. The surgery had succeeded. Both babies had survived their most dangerous moment. Now they only had to wait for the smaller one to fully develop, and this family would soon welcome a healthy set of twins. What will they think years from now when they learn how they came into the world? Marcus and his team were performing an evaluation on Monica. She had asymmetrical breasts and hoped the doctors could perform surgery to correct the deformity. Jordan was confused. Since the deformity didn't affect Monica's health, why risk a dangerous surgery? But Shaun found it fascinating, saying that structural deformities like this made for very interesting cases. No one knows when Monica's condition might suddenly take a turn for the worse, so performing the surgery as early as possible is the best option. Just as Shaun predicted, the surgery started off smoothly. Then suddenly, monitors began alarming. Monica's blood pressure plummeted and her heart stopped. The doctors rushed to use a defibrillator to revive her. After a tense few minutes, they managed to pull Monica back from the brink of death. However, after the surgery, Monica didn't wake up. She remained in a coma, like a vegetative state. Shaun noticed her brain activity had slowed dramatically. If they couldn't find the cause, she might end up brain dead. Shaun first ruled out anesthesia overdose. Jordan then suggested stopping the anesthesia entirely to see what would happen. But that would put too much stress on Monica's heart. It could kill her on the spot. So that option was off the table. Another intern, Enrique, mentioned he had seen similar cases before, possibly caused by heart disease. So the doctors scheduled an MRI. Shaun focused closely on Monica's heart, but scan after scan revealed nothing abnormal. Then, to everyone's surprise, it was intern John who spotted something off. He zoomed in on Monica's brain scan. Hidden deep within a cerebral artery, he found a small clot, barely detectable, cutting off blood flow and keeping her unconscious. Now, they had to remove the clot immediately, but its location was incredibly tricky, and none of the doctors felt confident. Shaun's mind raced through all the research he had read. He proposed using a stent to retrieve the clot. It was a risky operation. One wrong move could puncture an artery and cost Monica her life, but it was their only shot. In the end, the team agreed to go with Shaun's plan. As soon as the surgery began, Shaun ran into trouble. Monica's brain waves weakened even more. He had to move quickly. When the stent was just 1 millimeter from the clot, Marcus stepped in and took over from Shaun, carefully guiding the device into place. But at that moment, Monica's EEG went flat. Had they failed, Marcus stayed calm and extracted the clot. In the next second, blood flow returned, and Monica's brainwaves lit up again. The operation was a success. Everyone let out a breath of relief. A few hours later, Monica slowly opened her eyes. When the doctors told her what had happened, she was surprisingly calm. She touched her chest, confirmed she felt fine, and broke into a bright smile. Meanwhile, Lim had encountered a man named Ben who was hit by a car. She rushed him to the hospital for emergency surgery and found a metal fragment inside his abdomen. Because Ben was losing a massive amount of blood, the doctors had to open him up. His abdominal cavity was filled with blood, and a single suction device wasn't nearly enough. Once they cleared the blood, they were shocked to find that the metal fragment was rusted. That meant it had been inside Ben for a very long time. It wasn't until the car accident that the fragment shifted and tore through his organs. Thankfully, the surgical team had plenty of experience. They repaired multiple injuries and finally stabilized Ben. He eventually woke up, but the first thing he did was cause a scene in the hospital. Security was about to intervene, but just then, Ben's girlfriend Zoe arrived. From their conversation, the truth came out. That morning, Ben had mistaken a parked car for a tank and slid toward it in full combat mode, landing himself in the hospital. Ben was a retired soldier who had served in Afghanistan. He suffered from severe PTSD. He constantly believed he was still on the battlefield and saw everyone around him as enemy combatants. Thankfully, Zoe was able to calm him down, but it didn't last long. Not long after, Ben tried to jump off the hospital roof, shocking everyone. The doctors rushed to stop him, urging him to stay calm. It turned out that not long ago, Ben had hit Zoe because he was hallucinating and mistook his girlfriend for an enemy soldier. He was overwhelmed with guilt. He believed Zoe would never forgive him and felt he no longer had a reason to live. But Zoe never gave up on him. She truly understood what he'd been through. They talked about Ben's time in combat. He had once served as a combat engineer tasked with clearing landmines. One day there were 4 mines. He found 3. The last one exploded, killing all his teammates. He survived. The metal fragment they found in his abdomen was actually shrapnel from that landmine. That day haunted Ben for the rest of his life. Once everyone heard the full story, they were overwhelmed with sympathy. Zoe stepped forward and embraced Ben tightly. It was his courage and honesty that made her want to stay by his side no matter what. Claire and Lim, who were present, were both moved by the couple's love, but they themselves had just lost someone they loved deeply not long ago. Lim couldn't hold it together anymore. She sped down the road on her motorcycle. Ever since Neil passed away, this had become her way of releasing grief. But then tragedy struck. Lim was lying motionless on the ground. Meanwhile, Rio received devastating news from the doctors. He was completely stunned, and so was his fiancée. It turned out Rio was a transgender man who had undergone gender reassignment surgery 5 years ago. But due to the surgery not being fully complete, he had unexpectedly become pregnant. To make matters worse, the doctors discovered a tumor in his body. Because of the pregnancy, the tumor had rapidly grown several times its original size in just 2 weeks. This meant surgery was urgently needed to remove it. Shaun unintentionally asked about Rio and Elise's relationship, which upset them, and Lim told him to leave. Lim then gently asked Rio whether he wanted to continue the pregnancy, because that would determine how they treated the tumor. She explained that they had 2 treatment plans. Option 1, terminate the pregnancy, reduce hormone levels, and then safely remove the tumor. Option 2, keep the baby and perform a sacral surgery that involved going through the nasal cavity. But this option was highly unstable and could cost Rio his life. Rio thought deeply about it and ultimately decided to keep the child. Elise, however, disagreed. He asked, what if something goes wrong? He also worried about the future. What will the child think growing up with 2 dads? Don't you get how confusing that could be? But Rio stood firm. His decision was made. Elise, frustrated and overwhelmed, turned and walked out of the room. As the surgery approached, Elise finally cooled down. He remembered everything Rio had gone through to become who he was and realized how selfish his own reaction had been. They shared their hearts with each other and finally made up. But just then, Rio said his vision was becoming blurry. Shaun quickly stepped up and asked Rio to follow his finger, but Rio still couldn't see clearly. This meant the tumor was continuing to grow, now pressing on his optic nerve. If they delayed the surgery, Rio could go blind. An emergency craniotomy was now the only choice, but it came with a much higher risk. Lim advised Rio to reconsider and opt for the safer option, to give up the baby. But Rio shook his head. He wasn't ready to give up on his decision, so Rio was prepped for surgery. Shaun carefully opened his skull, cautiously avoiding any wrong move that might trigger sudden death. But an accident still happened. Air had unintentionally entered a blood vessel in the brain, causing Rio's blood pressure to crash. Shaun acted quickly. He instructed the team to tilt the surgical table, turning Rio's head downward, and inserted a catheter to release the air bubbles. Thanks to the doctor's quick response, Rio's condition finally stabilized, and the surgery ended successfully. When Rio slowly woke up, Elise was already waiting at his side, eager to share the good news. Now that Rio's health was no longer in danger, all he had to do was wait for the baby to be born, and then they could finally build the complete family they had always dreamed of. Previously, a sudden earthquake struck San Jose. Amid the rubble, Shaun performed an emergency amputation on Vera, pulling her back from the edge of death. During the rescue, Neil endured an old injury and eventually collapsed. After surgery, it was revealed that he had missed the best treatment window. Facing the end of his life, he chose to say goodbye with calm acceptance. Shaun faced yet another challenge, assisting a pregnant woman named Kenzie through an extremely high-risk procedure known as a delayed interval delivery for twins. Miraculously, both babies survived. Transgender man Rio experienced a worsened tumor condition due to an unexpected pregnancy. Despite the risks of a major brain surgery, he chose to save the baby. Shaun rose to the occasion and completed the surgery at great personal risk. Rio's family finally saw a ray of hope. Don't be fooled by the fact that this girl is only 14. Her spine is as fragile as that of an 80-year-old. Shaun was stunned the moment he saw it. It turns out Daria has been training in gymnastics since she was little, but today she suddenly felt like her entire skeleton was falling apart. During the checkup, Claire also noticed an external wound on Daria's leg, which hadn't healed in over 2 months, a clear sign that something wasn't right. Then Shaun found bruising inside Daria's mouth, a classic symptom of extreme dieting. Daria admitted that, as an athlete, dieting is a must to maintain her figure. At that point, Daria's father and coach, Anton, explained that she mainly ate konjac noodles, but because they're hard to digest and potentially harmful, these noodles are actually banned in some countries. Shaun quickly rushed Daria for an MRI. Anton stood frozen because he had eaten far more konjac noodles than Daria ever had. Sure enough, the scan showed that Daria's intestines were blocked by fiber and surgery was necessary to remove it. And due to her osteoporosis, the operation might mean she could never do gymnastics again. Shaun informed Daria of the result. Both she and Anton were shocked by how serious it was. They had a major competition scheduled 3 months later. Could the surgery wait? Shaun said it was possible, but doing so would greatly increase the surgical risk and could even lead to sudden death. Still, for the dream she had worked toward for so long, Daria decided to delay the surgery anyway. But then tragedy struck. Daria suddenly experienced arrhythmia and was rushed into the OR. Although they saved her life, everyone wondered how a 14-year-old could suffer so many serious conditions. Further tests revealed unidentified substances in her system. Under Enrique's persistent questioning, Daria finally confessed the truth. She had been taking hormones because she disliked her flat body, but that could be considered a performance-enhancing drug and might get her disqualified from competition. When Anton found out, he was so furious he nearly had a heart attack. It turned out his excessive consumption of konjac noodles had caused his esophagus to rupture. Thankfully, with timely intervention, Anton made it through the critical stage. But when Daria walked into his hospital room, the first thing he did was lash out at her with a furious scolding. At that moment, Daria finally released all the frustration she had been holding back. Gymnastics had never been her dream. It was her father's. Her late mother had been a gymnast, and ever since her father pushed her relentlessly, training her non-stop. She finally wanted to make her own choice, only to be scolded harshly. Hearing her confession, Anton finally realized his mistake. As her legal guardian, he requested that Shaun be the one to perform her spinal surgery. But doing this meant Daria would have to give up the upcoming competition, so she was furious. After all this time, he finally wanted to be a real father, but it was too late. Not long after she left, Anton's condition worsened. During surgery, the doctors did everything they could, but a series of complications put Anton into a coma. Lim broke the news to Daria. She learned that Anton had been eating the konjac noodles alongside her and never missed a single training session, so his health had deteriorated just like hers. Only then did Daria realize her father didn't want her to end up like him. That's why he insisted she undergo the surgery, because in his eyes, neither her appearance nor her dreams were more important than her life. Tears filled Daria's eyes as she silently made peace with her father in her heart. When Anton finally woke from his coma, Daria immediately rushed into his arms, and after that, she chose to follow her father's advice and went through with the spinal repair surgery. Parents often place their old dreams on their children. Have you ever been forced to learn something by your parents? Looking back now, how do you feel about it? Morgan's patient is a wealthy man obsessed with prolonging life. Every day he locks himself in a cryogenic chamber at -10 degrees Celsius for 30 minutes straight. But today he forgot to set a timer and stayed in 20 minutes longer than usual. He developed frostbite on his feet. Suddenly, Wyatt began experiencing stomach pain. Morgan immediately checked him and discovered a heart valve perforation that required emergency surgery. Under Shaun's lead, the operation went smoothly. But a surprise followed. Shaun noticed that Wyatt's intestinal walls were abnormally thin, almost like those of a newborn, which led to him developing infantile Hirschsprung's disease. What was going on? After surgery, Shaun ran further tests and discovered Wyatt's cells were unusually active. Early estimates showed his lifespan had increased by at least 10 years. The doctors couldn't believe it. After observing him repeatedly, they finally reached the same science-defying conclusion. 6 months ago, in pursuit of immortality, Wyatt made a decision that defied all ethics. He spent $1 billion to genetically edit and enhance his telomerase. This enzyme plays a key role in controlling human aging, and now it seems he succeeded. He couldn't wait to be discharged and have his wife undergo the same treatment to extend her life too. Even Shaun found his bold plan hard to endorse because gene editing remains an extremely dangerous venture. As expected, that night, Wyatt's condition suddenly took a turn for the worse. He said he felt intense pain shooting through both sides of his body, then instantly blacked out. But strangely, his scans showed no issues. Everything looked normal. The doctors couldn't find a cause, and even Shaun couldn't figure it out this time. That's when they realized Wyatt had developed a brand new illness caused by his reckless gene editing, one that hadn't been documented in any medical record. So now, all the doctors could do was search for diseases with similar symptoms and try to treat it using those methods. With this new approach, Shaun quickly came up with a viable treatment plan. But before they could even begin, another complication arose. Wyatt's pain had shifted to his spleen. It looked like his spleen was about to rupture. Immediate surgery was the only option. Halfway through the operation, Shaun made another discovery. Wyatt's nerves had begun to calcify because of the gene editing. This meant that from now on, he would be in constant pain. Even if he could live longer, that life would be filled with suffering. The other doctors believed Wyatt was beyond saving. But in the next moment, Shaun's mind lit up. Dozens of gene editing research papers came flooding back to him. Then, without a word, he put down his tools and walked out of the operating room. The others found him calmly reading through one particular medical journal. That article described a method that might save Wyatt, A doctor once tried embedding DNA into a virus. Using that virus, they could restore a damaged genome. But if Wyatt did this, it would erase the billion-dollar genetic enhancements he had paid for. So Wyatt immediately rejected Shaun's plan. Compared to the temptation of immortality, a little pain was nothing. He could endure it. But then his wife shook her head. Compared to risky gene editing and freezing himself for 30 minutes every day, maintaining a healthy body through proper exercise was clearly the better option.
You're the one who embraces change. So change to the person who can be happy with me.
Yet faced with her heartfelt words, Wyatt still chose to break her heart. Is eternal life really that important? Wyatt had become obsessed. Even his wife was now just an obstacle on his path to immortality. But ask yourself, if it were you, what choice would you make? Shaun and Morgan were treating a woman who had been in a coma for 10 years. Her husband had finally decided to let her go and free her from suffering. But just as Morgan was about to turn off the life support, Danny's hand suddenly moved. Elias asked Shaun what was happening. Shaun explained it was likely just a final nerve reaction. Still, Elias, with tears in his eyes, begged Shaun to run one more scan on his wife. Unfortunately, the results weren't promising. There was no brain activity. But Shaun sensed something deeper. On the screen, the computer showed red dots glowing dangerously, signs of a tumor. It seemed that Danny's sudden reaction was most likely caused by the tumor pressing on her nerves. Shaun told Elias the news. Elias was shocked. He couldn't believe a woman in a vegetative state could still grow a tumor, let alone a malignant one. But if something this extraordinary had happened, who's to say a miracle couldn't follow? As Shaun tried to convince him to let Danny go, Elias clung to hope and asked Shaun to remove the tumor. Shaun agreed, but during the surgery they discovered Danny's dura mater had torn and cerebrospinal fluid was leaking out. Though they managed to patch it in time, it felt like a last-ditch effort. Then, something no one expected happened. Danny actually woke up. No one knew why, but it was nothing short of a miracle. Perhaps Elias's deep love had touched something beyond science, pulling her back from the darkness. Only Shaun stood quietly to the side, sensing something wasn't right. Sure enough, not long after, the full test results came back. They revealed a large amount of dopamine in Danny's brain, caused by the rupture of the tumor. Dopamine is a neurotransmitter. It stimulates brain activity and had temporarily revived Danny. But the dopamine was quickly being depleted, and a tumor bursting like that would only happen once. Soon, Danny would fall back into unconsciousness. Shaun had no choice but to tell the couple this heartbreaking news. Elias was in disbelief. Morgan could only offer an apology. There was nothing more they could do. In utter despair, Elias stammered that he would find more doctors to save his wife. But Danny remained calm. She asked Shaun how long she had left. The answer, no more than 24 hours. She turned to comfort her husband. To Elias, Danny was the love of his life. He believed he could still find a better doctor to save her. But Danny already knew the truth. Over the years, her husband had spent everything he had just to care for her. She didn't want him to keep sacrificing. So, while Elias was out arranging her transfer, she secretly signed a "do not resuscitate" order. By the time he returned, it was already too late. In their final hours together, Danny and Elias reminisced about their past, about how they met, and about the beauty of their wedding day. Slowly, her consciousness began to fade, until finally Danny gently closed her eyes. Tears filled Elias's eyes. He leaned down and kissed her forehead, his final farewell. Shaun, who had witnessed it all, quietly turned off the life support. He left those final moments to the two of them alone. This patient almost didn't make it off the operating table, all because he yelled at Shaun. Here's what happened. Chambers was a renowned surgeon himself, but even doctors can't treat themselves, and now he had a problem with his own hands. To get back in the OR, he had no choice but to turn to his peers for help. He handed Shaun a medical report with 98 different tests listed. Once the results came in, the doctors found many potential causes. To get to the root of it, Shaun decided to start by reviewing footage of Chambers' surgeries. Very quickly, Shaun spotted a crucial clue. He went to Chambers, excitedly saying, "Are you autistic too?" Based on the footage, Shaun had noticed some unusual behavior patterns. But Chambers exploded the moment he heard that, "You're the one who's autistic." He was furious. Marcus had to step in with Shaun to apologize and confirm that Shaun was autistic. That only made Chambers angrier. An autistic person can be a doctor. "Get out of my sight." Shaun tried to argue, but Chambers glared at him so fiercely that Shaun had no choice but to go silent. Then Chambers demanded that Marcus perform a brain surgery on him. With no other option, the team began the prep. Just as the operation started, Shaun stared at the scan and suddenly had a flash of insight. He told everyone to stop what they were doing. It turned out a blood vessel was pressing against Chambers' spinal cord. That's what was causing the tremors. The real solution wasn't brain surgery, but a vascular procedure. Thanks to Shaun, Chambers' life was saved. But instead of being grateful, Chambers stayed arrogant and dismissive. At the follow-up meeting, the doctors were all complaining about how extreme Chambers was, but Shaun said he understood. He still believed Chambers was autistic, and growing up as an orphan explained a lot of his behavior. That night, Shaun visited Chambers to inform him about tomorrow's surgery. But the moment Chambers saw Shaun, he got angry again and started mocking him. Shaun had had enough, he snapped back.
Your answers are fully congruent with someone on the spectrum.
Chambers slammed his glass on the table and challenged Shaun to a fight. During the scuffle, the cup fell and shattered. That only enraged Chambers more. He hurled insults at Shaun and kicked him out of the room. Shaun spent the entire night sitting outside. When Claire found out what happened, she came to comfort him. After calming down, Shaun returned to Chambers' room and handed back the same cup, now perfectly repaired. Turns out he had spent the whole night fixing it. For the first time, Chambers looked at Shaun with a bit of respect. Then, he finally admitted the truth. He was autistic, but years of being looked down on made him hide it, and that led to his foul temper. Shaun had sensed it long ago. That's why he never took Chambers' outbursts to heart. And in that moment, Chambers realized, sometimes the one person you keep hurting might actually be the one who understands you best. So he requested that Shaun be the one to perform his surgery. And Shaun did not disappoint. He cured Chambers perfectly. After his recovery, Chambers offered Shaun his heartfelt thanks. From then on, he would carry that gratitude into the next chapter of his surgical career. A young boy had been shot in the head and was on the brink of death, but his mother insisted the bullet be left in his brain. It turned out that after the bullet passed through Ethan's skull, it shattered into fragments. The doctors could remove most of them, but one tiny piece was lodged deep inside. Surgical tools couldn't reach it. Trying to remove it could tear a blood vessel and kill Ethan instantly. Luckily, the fragment had landed in just the right spot. Leaving it there wouldn't kill him. But during Shaun's exam, he suddenly glanced to the left. Taryn thought that meant good news. Shaun waved a finger in front of Ethan's eyes, but Ethan didn't react at all. That meant the movement earlier was just a reflex, and now they had a very big problem. Shaun urgently called for a full-body scan on Ethan, then turned to Taryn with an update.
The bullet fragment must have migrated. It was a mistake to leave it in.
The MRI results came back, and strangely, there were no signs that the bullet had shifted. Did Shaun make a mistake? No, not quite. Maybe Shaun's instincts hadn't fully kicked in yet. Sure enough, the very next second, Alex told Shaun that they had found another bullet fragment in Ethan's left thalamus. Compared to the previous one, it was buried even deeper, so much so that the doctors hadn't noticed it before. But now it was too late. The fragment had moved significantly, and there was no doubt it had damaged Ethan's brain along the way. At this point, even if Ethan survived, he might end up in a vegetative state. The thought of an 8-year-old boy nearing the end of his life filled Shaun with hopelessness. But even so, the doctors refused to give up. They worked around the clock, searching for more ways to treat him, and eventually, their effort paid off. Though the bullet had shifted, it miraculously left no trace of damage. It must have slipped through the gaps between brain tissues. With this discovery, Shaun realized he could follow the same path the bullet took and extract it without harming any vital areas. The risk was still high, but now that they had a plan, the doctors had to try. Several hours later, the surgery was done. Shaun walked out to the worried family and delivered the final result. At last, the weight that had been choking everyone's hearts finally lifted. A patient simply said, "My feet feel cold," and Shaun immediately realized he was about to die. Shaun rushed to the team of doctors discussing possible surgery options for Artie, including his primary doctor, Nakano. Shaun explained that the coldness in Artie's legs was likely caused by vascular obstruction. Immediate surgery was needed to fix it. But Nakano shot down the diagnosis on the spot. "Who doesn't get cold legs now and then?" he said. "You want to cut someone open over something so minor? Don't scare people with your exaggerations." Even in the face of doubt, Shaun remained firm and warned Nakano that his negligence could endanger the patient's life. Thinking only of Artie's safety, Shaun went straight to the patient's room, hoping to convince him to accept his treatment plan. But because Shaun was autistic and less experienced than Nakano, Artie rejected him without hesitation. Shaun had no choice but to pay out of his own pocket to run a vascular scan for the patient. But the results shocked him. There was absolutely nothing wrong with the blood vessels in Artie's legs. Was it really just poor circulation causing the cold feet? The more Shaun thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. If his original diagnosis was wrong, it could only mean there was a deeper, undiscovered issue. Suddenly, something clicked in Shaun's mind. He rushed straight into the operating room in the middle of surgery. Without hesitation, he said, "If you insert the catheter, Artie will be in critical danger within a second." The moment Shaun said that, Artie's vital signs began to crash. Nakano had no choice but to stop the procedure, just in time to pull Artie back from the brink. Then Shaun finally revealed the truth. Artie didn't have a blockage. He was born with abnormally narrow arteries. That's why his feet always felt cold. Nakano now understood what Shaun meant. To truly fix Artie's heart condition, they would have to open his chest and replace his heart valve. It was more time-consuming and invasive, but it was the only solution. This time, Nakano invited Shaun to join the surgical team. With Shaun's help, the operation went flawlessly. Afterward, Nakano approached Marcus and made a surprising announcement. He was stepping away from surgery. This misdiagnosis had made him realize that, over time, his confidence had grown into arrogance. Had it not been for Shaun, he might have killed his patient. He felt deeply ashamed and told himself it was time to stop before he made an irreversible mistake. In the previous episode, 14-year-old gymnast Daria was on the verge of paralysis due to dieting and hormones, while her father Anton was hospitalized from konjac noodle poisoning, and after a series of conflicts, the two finally reconciled. A woman who had been in a vegetative state for 10 years miraculously woke up, but the heartbreaking truth was that her brain was only temporarily activated by dopamine, and she would fall back into a coma after 24 hours. Not wanting to burden the husband who loved her deeply, she secretly signed a do not resuscitate order and peacefully closed her eyes amidst her memories. Meanwhile, when Shaun faced the harsh and arrogant top doctor Chambers, he still earned his respect through professional skills and successfully performed surgery, helping Chambers find closure. Finally, Shaun saved a misdiagnosed heart patient by simply noticing that her feet were cold and made a senior doctor confront his own arrogance and choose retirement. In this episode, what new challenges will Shaun face? Asher and Alex are caring for an elderly woman who collapsed during a fitness event, but the woman urged the doctors not to save her, and then she quietly lost all vital signs. Just as Alex was about to pronounce the time of death, the monitors suddenly started showing activity again, leaving everyone baffled. Alex intended to place a stethoscope on Maxine's chest to listen for a heart, but the moment he did, oh my god, Maxine suddenly sprang back to life. Even more astonishing, after waking up, Maxine immediately began scolding the doctors. It turned out that Maxine, at 90 years old, was simply tired of living and had hoped to die peacefully. She had a mechanical pump installed in her heart that would kick in every time she was about to pass, reviving her again and again. Upon learning this, Maxine immediately demanded that Alex remove the pump. Clearly, this request was equivalent to asking the doctors to end her life. Asher could not understand. If she could still live, why would she choose to die? But Maxine insisted that it was her life, and she had the right to live it as she wished. Thus, the surgery to remove the pump was scheduled as requested. Although Maxine's request seemed unreasonable, the doctors still worked diligently to perform the surgery without harming her health. After the operation, Maxine developed a minor infection, and as long as she took antibiotics, she could probably live for a few more months. However, to Maxine, this was not good news at all, and that night she invited all her family and friends to her hospital room for a party. When Alex and Asher arrived to ask what was going on, Maxine explained that she would refuse to take antibiotics, and without medication she would have only about 24 hours to live, so this party was her farewell celebration. Asher tried to persuade her otherwise, but Maxine stubbornly insisted that life was a story, and every story must come to an end, and she was lucky enough to have a choice, so rather than dragging on for 2 or 3 more months, she would rather leave with dignity. Late into the night, the party finally ended, and Maxine lay on her bed, seemingly content with the life she had lived over the past 90 years. She closed her eyes, ready to meet death, but what greeted her instead was the morning sunlight. Yes, Maxine did not die, and even Alex joked, "Looks like even the afterlife didn't want you." It turned out that even though Maxine refused to take antibiotics, her immune system's sheer will to live fought off the infection complete. This left Maxine feeling crushed, having thrown a grand farewell party only to still be alive. How humiliating. But the real reason was not that Maxine's immune system was exceptionally strong, but that Asher had secretly administered antibiotics without her knowing. He had hoped that after surviving, Maxine would find renewed interest in life, but instead, he made her feel even more humiliated. Saving lives is a doctor's duty, but when a patient has truly lost all interest in life and makes a decision that defies reason, should doctors respect that choice? Meanwhile, Shaun, who was on vacation with his girlfriend Leah, almost met death himself. While out hiking, Shaun accidentally slipped off a log, and when he looked down at his ankle, he saw that it was severely twisted. Faced with the situation, Shaun had no choice but to direct Leah to help set the bone. Luckily, Shaun's ankle was successfully reset. However, Shaun's diagnostic instincts kicked in, and he realized that he still had no feeling in his foot, likely due to a torn artery. If blood flow was not restored quickly, the tissues could suffer permanent damage, meaning amputation would be necessary. Even worse, they were deep in the wilderness with no cell service, unable to call an ambulance. In this desperate situation, Shaun had to guide Leah to perform emergency surgery on him, using a small knife, nylon thread, fish hooks, and alcohol he carried in his bag. But expecting a non-professional to perform surgery under such conditions was extremely risky. Even so, Leah had no choice but to push through her fear, her hands trembling as she made an incision along the line Shaun had drawn on his ankle, and black blood immediately gushed out. She quickly tied a tourniquet following Shaun's instructions, but before Shaun could explain the next step, he felt the world spinning. The massive blood loss caused Shaun to lose his ability to think think clearly. Shaun fell unconscious, leaving Leah completely on her own. She forced herself to believe that sewing a wound was no different from sewing fabric, then carefully inserted a fishhook into the wound and began stitching. But soon, she faced a new problem. Her blood-slick hands made it impossible to grip the thread properly. What could she do now? She could not just leave the wound open, could she? Leah, thinking quickly, pulled out a tube of lip balm from her pocket, applied it to her fingers, and used its stickiness to successfully grip the thread, allowing the suturing to continue. As the final knot was tied, Shaun finally woke up from his coma and said, "Can feel my toes." Shaun and his girlfriend's first field surgery ended safely and successfully. Soon, Shaun was carried onto an ambulance, and the medical staff couldn't help but praise Leah's handiwork, saying that although it wasn't perfect, it was enough to save Shaun's future. Maya had only suffered a simple fall, but it caused massive abdominal bleeding, and Shaun said she must undergo surgery immediately. However, during the surgery, Maya's bleeding would not clot. Shaun kept suctioning the blood, but there was no sign of clotting, and Maya almost died on the operating table. The doctors had no choice but to sew up Maya's wound again and send her to the ward. After further investigation, Shaun discovered that Maya likely had a rare condition called giant platelet syndrome, which made it difficult for her blood to clot. Unfortunately, this disease had no cure, and once injured, she would have to seek medical help immediately. Upon hearing this, Maya's dance partner Leo became anxious, since they were dancers, and bumps and collisions were unavoidable during performances. Considering this, Shaun suggested that Maya undergo an MRI scan. The scan revealed that Maya had developed a pseudo-tumor in her thigh, where blood had invaded her femur, like cancer cells. Now, Maya was faced with only two options. The first was a safe amputation, which meant she would never be able to dance again. The second was to implant a titanium bone to replace the damaged femur. Compared to the first option, the second carried much greater risks, with a 15% chance of dying during surgery. Even so, Maya insisted that dancing was her life, and she chose the second option. Leo tried to persuade her otherwise, but her mind was already made up, and all she wished for now was to perform one last dance before the surgery. To fulfill her wish, the hospital set up a stage in the building. Holding Leo's hand, Maya gracefully danced in front of the medical staff. After the dance ended, the surgery officially began, but an unexpected complication occurred. Maya's platelets had a severe rejection reaction to the implanted bone, and the second plan failed. Now the doctors faced a new dilemma. Maya was unconscious and unable to make a decision, so they had to find her dance partner, Leo, and give him the power to decide. This overwhelmed Leo because this decision concerned Maya's dream, yet their relationship was only that of dance partners. Just as Leo was about to shirk responsibility, Asher couldn't stay silent anymore. As an observer, he clearly knew that Maya liked Leo, and that was why she made him her primary decision maker. As a man, could he really shrink away at such a crucial moment? Faced with Asher's soul-searching question, Leo finally realized his true feelings and chose the amputation to save Maya's life. The surgery was completed successfully, but when Maya woke up and found that she had lost a leg, she immediately burst into tears, knowing she would never be able to dance again. Just as Maya was about to demand answers, Leo interrupted, firmly telling her, "I love you, I couldn't risk your life, I'm so sorry, but I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. You're not gonna lose me." Leo's heartfelt confession moved all the doctors present, and everyone believed that the two of them could eventually be together. However, that night, Maya sat alone on her hospital bed, staring blankly at the rain outside the window. Because she was the one who chose to push her partner away, Asher was confused, but Maya understood clearly. Their soul connection began with dance, and now that she could no longer dance, would their love truly endure? A forced relationship will never be sweet, and human nature cannot withstand such a test. So rather than waiting for future pain, it is better to end things early. Bradley's chest muscle turned purple on one side because of his breast implants. It turned out that he was a bodybuilder and fighter who had implanted chest muscles to maintain a perfect physique. Of course, Bradley did not want the world to know about this kind of fake enhancement, because if the truth came out, he would lose followers, and the breach of sponsorship contracts could leave him in debt for the rest of his life. However, while the doctors were treating him, another unexpected twist happened. In this hospital, where the cancer rate was as high as 98%, it was no surprise that Bradley was diagnosed with breast cancer. Luckily, the tumor was detected early and could be surgically removed safely. But this did not please Bradley at all, because if his chest was removed, it would mean the end of his career. So he would rather endure the agony of chemotherapy than go under the knife. Morgan and Alex were speechless when they heard his decision. Soon, chemotherapy had reduced Bradley to a miserable state, barely able to keep down any food. Seeing this, Alex could not help but mock Bradley, saying that this was not bravery but pure vanity. It turned out that Bradley had once been severely bullied for being overweight, but later, with incredible mental strength, he worked his way up to become a bodybuilding fighter. Now, he needed to face his own life directly and not take the wrong path just because he cared too much about others' opinions. That was what it meant to be a true man. It seemed that Alex's heartfelt words had an effect, and in the end, Bradley decided to go through with the surgery. After the operation, half of his chest caved in, but he did not feel any regret and even publicly announced his diagnosis of breast cancer. Fortunately, most most of his fans sent him messages of support rather than the ridicule he had feared. The two men exchanged a smile and bumped fists in salute. A boy was diagnosed with cervical cancer, and the tumor had grown in his throat. The boy's mother, Sarah, was puzzled and asked, "How can a boy have a cervix?" Shaun explained that when Sarah was pregnant, she already had cancer, and the child inhaled cancer cells from her. Luckily, thanks to Shaun's experience, Jackson's tumor was discovered early. But Sarah was not so lucky. She was already in the late stages of cancer, and to survive, she needed a full hysterectomy as soon as possible. Shaun suggested operating on Sarah first, and Jackson's tumor could wait a little longer. But Sarah refused because after the surgery, she would be bedridden for over a month, and if she was hospitalized, there would be no one to take care of her son. So she insisted that Shaun operate on Jackson first, even if it meant giving up her own treatment to keep working and providing for her family. Hearing Sarah's determination, the doctors all felt deeply helpless. To help Jackson recover faster and free up more time for Sarah's surgery, Shaun suddenly activated his ability. Countless medical papers and anatomical diagrams flashed through his mind, and soon Shaun found a solution. However, when Shaun explained it to Sarah, she still refused without hesitation, saying that even for just a few days, she could not abandon her responsibility. Jackson seemed to realize his mother's selfless love and apologized with guilt. Growing up in a broken family made Jackson far more mature than his age. Seeing the child's determination to shoulder the burden, Sarah felt both touched and heartbroken, and finally agreed to Shaun's surgical plan. But as soon as the surgery began, Shaun's passive ability activated, and he discovered that Jackson's tumor had fused with the aorta, meaning that forcibly removing it would cause massive bleeding and kill him. The doctors had no choice but to halt the surgery, and Shaun was left desperately searching for another way to shorten the recovery time. Even after covering an entire blackboard with notes, he could not find a suitable answer from any medical research. Was there really no way to prevent this mother and son from meeting a tragic fate? But Alex, watching from the side, understood something clearly. Shaun had been looking in the wrong place from the start. He told Shaun that the answer was not in any book, but in his heart. It turned out that Alex had already contacted Sarah's brother, Nick. Years ago, Nick almost caused Sarah's child's death due to his alcoholism, but after that incident, he had resolved to change and went into rehab. Now he finally found a chance to make amends with his sister. With Nick's return, the family gained another pillar of support, and Jackson no longer had to worry about having no one to take care of him. Sarah could finally receive the proper treatment together with her son. Seeing this, Shaun also understood that Sarah's burden originated from family, so the ultimate solution had to come from family as well. Abby, who had been sentenced to life in prison for poisoning her child, became pregnant again while in jail. No one dared to ask who the father was, but the doctors still went ahead and delivered the baby safely. But given Abby's criminal record, Morgan strictly forbade her from holding the baby and ordered that she be sent back to prison as soon as her health improved. However, at that moment, Alex noticed that the newborn's arm was limp, suggesting malnutrition. Considering that breast milk was the most nutritious option for the baby, Alex softened and secretly brought the baby to Abby. But he failed to notice that although Abby smiled brightly at first, her smile disappeared the moment she held the baby. What happened next would become a disaster for the child. Not long after, the baby began vomiting violently, and after a series of tests, the doctors found traces of antifreeze in the baby's blood. Coincidentally, Abby had been imprisoned in the first place for killing a child using antifreeze. They say even a vicious tiger does not eat its cubs, but Abby's actions made people question whether she still had any humanity left. This time, even Alex's attitude toward Abby completely changed. Facing Alex's interrogation, Abby protested her innocence and said she did not understand what had happened. To find out the truth, the doctors decided to use anesthesia to induce a truth-telling state. Under the effect, Abby would answer any question without lying. When asked about her first child, Abby said, "I could never hurt my babies because I am their mommy." Hearing this, the doctors began to question their previous conclusions. They conducted another round of analysis, but the test results still showed that the chemical composition in the baby's blood matched antifreeze exactly. The evidence was clear, and it seemed there was no room for doubt. Just then, Shaun's superpower kicked in. Only when they magnified the image could they see the tiny difference at the tip, and it turned out that the substance in the baby's blood was not antifreeze but propionic acid. Since propionic acid is a natural byproduct of the human body, it meant that Abby's breast milk carried toxins, which unintentionally caused the death of her first child. With the truth finally revealed, the doctors quickly cured the baby's condition. They returned the child to Abby and promised to clear her name. Because of his autism, Shaun had never gained the respect of patients' families, and once again, his surgical plan was rejected, causing Shaun to lose his temper, which almost led to a patient's death. It turned out that Holly's father, Walt, had no money for medical bills, and to save his daughter, he taught himself medicine. Although Walt only had a middle school education, he used sheer willpower, sleeping just 2 hours a day, to study countless medical books and achieve impressive results. On his first day at the hospital, Walt told Shaun that his daughter had been going to the bathroom constantly for 4 years, and he suspected Holly had visceral myopathy, but Shaun believed it was inflammatory bowel disease. However, during surgery, the doctors discovered necrosis in Holly's intestines, which meant her condition was far more complicated. After sending samples for pathology tests, it was confirmed that Holly indeed had visceral disease. Walt's diagnosis turned out to be correct, and for a moment, it seemed Shaun's superpowers had failed him. When Salen learned about Walt's self-taught background, she became extremely excited and immediately proposed adding him to the treatment team. Since Shaun was now quite famous, she suggested staging a medical face-off between the two and posting the results online as an inspiring story. No matter how much Shaun disagreed, he had no way to refuse. Walt began participating in the doctor's discussions about Holly's condition, and since he was a family member, his decisions took precedence, leaving the doctors with no choice but to endure. Shaun suggested removing half of Holly's colon to treat her, but Walt outright rejected him and insisted on drug treatment. But this would only worsen Holly's condition, and to prevent them from making a fatal mistake, Shaun went to Holly's bedside and explained the pros and cons to her. However, compared to a doctor with autism, Holly clearly trusted her father more.
But if it doesn't, it could kill you.
Sure enough, after taking the medication, Holly began vomiting large amounts of blood because her intestines could not withstand the medicine and had ruptured. Now, the doctors would have to remove all of her intestines to save Holly's life. And after the surgery, Holly's life would be permanently tied to a feeding tube and a colostomy bag. Walt, still refusing to give up, continued arguing with Shaun using hearsay medical knowledge. The irritating snapping of Walt's fingers finally pushed Shaun over the edge. Shaun's outburst left Marcus, the attending physician, with no choice but to ask Shaun to leave the treatment team temporarily. But at the same time, it was undeniable that Shaun had been right all along. Walt could only swallow his grief and break the bad news to his daughter. Holly was devastated, unable to believe that the father who promised to save her had failed to keep his word. Soon, Holly was being wheeled to the operating room, and when she passed by Shaun, her tearful eyes pleaded silently for him to help, hoping he would come up with one of his miraculous ideas. But Shaun remained silent for a long time. He watched Holly's lonely figure fade into the distance, and slowly, his heart grew calm. He was still the doctor who vowed to save lives, so putting aside all grudges, he pushed his mind into overdrive to find a way to save Holly. A detailed image of intestinal structures appeared in his mind, and finally, he found the best solution. Shaun immediately ran to the operating room and banged on the glass to stop the surgery. When he finished explaining his plan, the doctors quickly understood and coordinated. Several hours later, thanks to Shaun, Holly was saved, and both she and her father looked at Shaun with eyes full of gratitude and admiration. Shaun said to Holly, "Maybe your father isn't a good doctor, but he is a very good father, one of the best I have ever met." Through this battle, Shaun's fame rose even higher, and his poster was proudly displayed on the hospital wall, dazzling for all to see. Previously on the show, Shaun and Leah's hiking trip turned into a life-and-death challenge, with Shaun suffering a serious ankle injury and losing sensation, relying on Leah to perform emergency treatment, and eventually escaping danger safely. At the hospital, dancer Maya faced the risk of amputation due to a rare blood disorder, and in order to keep dancing in the future, she took the risk of undergoing a high-risk surgery. But due to a severe rejection reaction, the plan failed, and her dance partner Leo had to make the painful decision to amputate her leg. Faced with the test of love and human nature, Maya chose to face her shattered future alone. Young boy Jackson fell ill after inhaling cancer cells during his mother Sarah's pregnancy, while Sarah herself was battling terminal cancer. And faced with helplessness, Shaun struggled to find a solution, ultimately finding hope through the family's reunion. Self-taught father Walt clashed fiercely with Shaun over Holly's condition, and although Shaun was once sidelined, he stood up at the critical moment and successfully saved Holly, winning the respect of both Walt and his daughter. As Shaun's billboard rose high on the hospital wall, a new chapter began. A young couple insisted on getting married in the pouring rain, but tragedy struck. Seeing this, Shaun turned and ran away, leaving his girlfriend behind to be knocked down by a falling tree. And seriously, what kind of behavior was that? Fortunately, it turned out to be just a dream of Leah's, but did it hint that their relationship would soon face new challenges? After all, Shaun was now a rising star in the medical world, surrounded by countless admirers, and more patients were coming from all over just to be treated by him, even turning the hospital into a popular check-in spot. Meanwhile, the hospital had been acquired by Salen, and late at night, instead of sleeping, Shaun was busy writing her a letter. Leah was a little worried, and when she asked, she found out that after Salen took office, she implemented cost-cutting reforms, removing paper towels and soap from the bathrooms, which Shaun simply could not tolerate. Even worse, Salen also insisted on cutting costs when treating patients. One day, the hospital admitted a car accident patient whose facial bones were shattered into pieces, but Shaun, with just one glance, found a way to fix it. However, the procedure required an expensive implant, and when Salen found out about the cost, she immediately rejected the doctor's request without hesitation. As a result, Shaun and the others had to find another way to at least save the patient's life. But after the surgery, Shaun grew increasingly frustrated. wondering whether it was truly acceptable to let a patient miss out on the best treatment and end up disabled just because of money. Various models and simulations kept flashing through Shaun's mind. Suddenly, the sound of a hand dryer interrupted his thoughts. It was another one of Salen's cost-saving measures replacing paper towels. The last string in Shaun's mind snapped, and he covered his ears and angrily banged on the hand dryer, trying to make the noise stop. Shaun went straight to Salen, demanding that she reverse her hospital reforms, presenting various data he had gathered to prove that her measures were not scientifically sound.
You made these changes without asking us first because you're not trying to help us or protect patients. You're doing it to save money, and it's wrong.
Shaun.
Facing Shaun's emotional outburst, Salen quickly tried to calm him down, claiming that everything was based on expert advice, and suggested a compromise. Salen would provide Shaun with free paper towels personally, but the rest of the reforms would stay. At that moment, Shaun thought he had defeated the capitalist giant and was absolutely thrilled. After calming down, he returned to the operating room triumphantly because he had found a new treatment plan, a method that could save the patient without using expensive implants. By building a bone bridge, they could preserve the patient's vision and chewing ability. Meanwhile, Leonard, who was frequently bullied, was hospitalized after his jaw was fractured again. At first, Leonard hesitated to explain, but luckily his daughter revealed the truth to the doctors. Before the doctors could finish expressing their concern, Leonard suddenly began breathing rapidly, likely due to the jaw fracture, and needed an emergency jaw realignment. Originally, it should have been a minor procedure, but during the surgery, Leonard's heart rate suddenly became abnormal, prompting the doctors to suspect a heart problem and schedule further tests. Surprisingly, the results showed that Leonard's heart was perfectly healthy, and he would be able to leave the hospital soon. The doctors advised him to report the bullying to the police, but Leonard refused, saying that he knew the police would not care. No sooner had he finished speaking than Leonard's blood pressure spiked, followed by a dangerous drop in his breathing rate, suggesting he was suffocating. After examination, Shaun concluded, "Your heart is fine. There's something wrong with your brain." It turned out that due to repeated beatings, Leonard's brain had developed necrosis and edema, which were now compressing his brainstem. Shaun informed Leonard that they could perform brain surgery to fix it, but it carried the risk of leaving him partially paralyzed. Of course, Leonard could also choose not to undergo surgery, but if he did, he would have at most 1 year left to live. Faced with two bad options, Leonard still chose the latter without hesitation, leaving the doctors stunned. Alex found Leonard's daughter, Emily, hoping she could persuade her father to choose life. Although Emily was heartbroken and shed tears, she ultimately respected her father's decision because she knew how stubborn he was, and she did not want to turn against him. Meanwhile, Leonard suddenly had a seizure in the ward and fell into a coma. Now Emily became the medical decision-maker, and it was up to her to decide her father's fate. To convince her, Shaun said, "This is a very wrong and very irrational decision. Whether your father hates you or not doesn't matter. What others think doesn't matter. Worrying about these things will only cause you more pain. What matters is saving your father's life." Shaun's words successfully awakened Emily, and in the end, she made the decision that saved her father's life. After the surgery, Leonard woke up and everything had been settled. Emily thought her father would never forgive her, and after a heartfelt farewell, she was about to leave the room. But Leonard called out to her, "Good thing my daughter is so tough." But at that moment, Leonard finally recalled the determination he had when he first came alone to a foreign country to build his life. His story reminds us that when people are too tolerant, they often lose even more. When the doctors saw a critically injured patient, instead of rushing to save him, they asked, "Organ donor?" But Shaun said it didn't matter because he would not let him die. It turned out that Brandon had fallen from 100 meters high with multiple fractures all over his body and had lost over 40% of his blood volume. Fortunately, Brandon's organs were still intact, and since he had made it to Shaun's hands, it meant there was still a chance for him to survive. When Alex heard about Brandon's blood type, he had a bold idea. He took it upon himself to call the mother of another patient, Ollie, a little boy who was desperately in need of a heart transplant due to a congenital heart defect. Thus, Shaun's patient was suddenly being eyed as a donor. Meanwhile, in the operating room, Shaun was trying to save Brandon while blood kept spurting from Brandon's abdomen. After they finally stopped the bleeding, the doctors discovered that Brandon's brainwave activity was extremely weak, meaning even if his physical injuries healed, he might never regain consciousness. Asher had no choice but to break the news to Brandon's father, Thomas, who was anxiously waiting outside the operating room. In this situation, no father would give up on his child. And even with only a 1 in 10,000 chance of recovery, Thomas wanted the doctors to continue treating his son. Shaun felt the same way, and he kept searching for ways to save Brandon. But then Alex approached Shaun, explaining Ollie's urgent need for a heart transplant and hoping Shaun would give up on Brandon. Shaun angrily kicked Alex out. After Alex left, Shaun quickly came up with a solution. They could use a stent to increase blood flow to the upper brain and restore Brandon's consciousness. The surgery was carried out following Shaun's plan, but an accident still occurred. The doctors found that Brandon's blood vessels had formed clots around the stent, and the surgery came to a standstill once again. Shaun had to deliver the heartbreaking news to Thomas. The 1 in 10,000 chance was gone, and Brandon's only outcome would now be brain death. Shaun then told Thomas that there was a little boy in the hospital waiting for a heart transplant, and if they agreed, Brandon's heart could save another life. How could Thomas possibly accept that? He still had so much he wanted to say to his son after he woke up. With Asher's encouragement, Thomas finally sat beside Brandon's bed, reminiscing about their memories together, and could no longer hold back his grief as he gently kissed his son's forehead for a final farewell. "I love you, son." The transplant surgery began, and Shaun carefully removed Brandon's vibrant heart, while Alex placed it into Ollie's chest. Ollie woke up, and his illness was cured. Alex placed a stethoscope on Ollie, letting him listen to the heartbeat, the source of his new life, and the symbol of someone else's selfless gift. Meanwhile, Shaun handed Thomas a list detailing where each of Brandon's organs had gone. A single mother received his kidney, a truck driver received his cornea, a young baseball player received his ligament. There were a total of 63 names on the list. Brandon had saved 63 families. At last, Thomas took the list and tucked it behind his son's photo, because the legacy his son left behind was something to be proud of forever. Nira originally came to the hospital for a routine eye check, but unexpectedly, a tumor was discovered, and even if it were removed, there was a risk of blindness. Morgan initially found a way that could fully restore Nira's vision, but Salen demanded that Morgan aim to restore only 60% of her vision. It turned out that Nira was a health insurance executive, a valuable client for the hospital, and securing her meant potentially gaining 3,000 new customers. From the beginning, Salen told Morgan that if she could lock down this client, she would receive a promotion and a raise. At first, Morgan worked diligently to find the best treatment plan. Because Nira had an optic nerve tumor, it could not be directly removed. To prevent Nira from going blind, Alex suggested using an endonasal endoscopy method to avoid the blood vessels and clear the tumor, ultimately preserving 60% of her vision. But considering that it was related to her promotion, Morgan thought it would be best to find a way to preserve all of Nira's vision. Soon, she found an innovative therapy in a medical paper, proton beam radiation therapy using a synchrotron. Everything about this method was ideal, except that the hospital had not purchased the necessary machine. So Morgan had to go to the hospital director to request support for the equipment. Salen initially supported Morgan's decision, but then suddenly changed her tone and said, "Reasonable medical decision, bad business decision." It turned out that the cost of the equipment exceeded the contract's value by several $100,000. And compared to restoring 100% of Nira's vision, restoring only 60% was obviously a more cost-effective option. Morgan understood Salen's meaning, but at the same time, patients had the right to know what treatments they could choose, and if she told Nira everything they had discussed, the deal would surely fall through. In the end, Morgan chose to keep her conscience hidden and only mentioned the treatment that would restore 60% of Nira's vision, and Nira, unaware of the truth, wept with gratitude. She had no idea about the shady dealings behind the scenes. The surgery ended successfully, but the complexity of the tumor exceeded Morgan's expectations, and Nira ultimately only regained 50% of her vision. Even so, Nira was still deeply grateful to the doctor standing before her, treating Morgan like a savior. Afterwards, Morgan gained fame and a raise, Salen secured the contract, and the patient regained some of her sight. Everyone seemed to have a bright future ahead. But with Salen gradually turning the hospital into her puppet, could she really continue running unchecked? Who would be able to stop her in the end? To please Salen, Marcus took on a high-profile case and assigned Shaun and Jordan to assist in a high-risk surgery for famous pop singer Nelly. It turned out that Nelly, after singing for 30 hours a day without properly protecting her voice, had completely ruined her throat. In order to return to the stage, she decided to undergo a throat transplant surgery. But when Shaun examined Nelly, he noticed an abnormality in her left carotid artery and warned Marcus that forcing the surgery could result in massive bleeding and death. However, Marcus was unusually confident and had no intention of listening to Shaun's concerns. Soon after, tests confirmed that Shaun's suspicion was correct. Yet Marcus still ignored the warnings and insisted on proceeding with the surgery for Nelly, simply because the hospital saw her fame as a potential goldmine. The increased difficulty of the surgery was even considered a bonus because completing it would bring the hospital enormous profits. But Shaun never supported this reckless behavior. As for him, a patient's life was far more important than the hospital's interests. During the simulated surgery sessions, Shaun kept complaining about the new hospital policies and Marcus's obsession with profit. It took 9 full simulations before they finally succeeded once. However, before the actual surgery could begin, an alarm went off in Nellie's hospital room. It turned out that the preoperative immunosuppressive therapy had failed, meaning Nellie was likely to reject the transplanted organ. Shaun warned Marcus again, telling him that this was destined to be a failed surgery. But Marcus remained overly confident, saying they could inject donor bone marrow stem cells to prevent rejection. However, this would also greatly increase Nellie's risk of infection. Hearing Marcus's response made Shaun extremely disappointed. The surgery proceeded anyway. Shaun first injected stem cells into Nellie through a catheter, while Marcus was responsible for transplanting the trachea. Unknowingly, 8 hours had passed, and the surgery was almost complete. But then, an accident happened. Nellie's throat started bleeding profusely, and her vital signs plummeted. It turned out that the trachea had caused a coagulation disorder, and Marcus could only keep ordering more blood transfusions to replace what was lost. Yet Nellie's blood pressure kept dropping, nearing a flatline. Marcus began performing CPR while Shaun stood to the side, voicing his frustrations. As the heart monitor flatlined and the harsh alarm blared, it seemed that Nellie was beyond saving, but Marcus kept performing CPR until the other doctors reminded him it was over, and only then did he finally stop and look helplessly toward Salin upstairs. At that moment, they finally began to panic. However, just as the doctors were about to pronounce time of death, the heart monitor flickered back to life, and the bleeding miraculously stopped. A short while later, all of Nellie's vitals stabilized, meaning she had survived against all odds. What had happened? None of the doctors could figure it out, except Shaun, who realized that Nellie had a rare blood clotting factor. If it had been anyone else, they would have died, but Nellie was incredibly lucky. Unfortunately, this lucky outcome only emboldened Salin further, making it likely that more people would fall under her control and more unfortunate patients would become sacrifices for her growing empire. Ryan came to the hospital for an examination because of his golden-colored eyes. He had traveled across the country looking for answers but found none, so he came seeking Shaun's help. Shaun immediately arranged for Ryan to undergo tests. They started with a brain scan, but sadly, no tumors or intracranial bleeding were found. However, just then, Ryan suddenly suffered a seizure, and Shaun had no choice but to suspend the examinations. However, that night, while making rounds, Shaun noticed that Ryan kept scratching his neck and said that his back was very itchy. Shaun quickly unbuttoned Ryan's shirt, only to find a large area of rash spreading across his back. Shaun immediately realized that this was a sign of immune deficiency. He administered medication to Ryan, but soon after, Ryan developed nausea and abdominal pain, and his eyes turned even more yellow. Shaun believed that Ryan's unfinished full-body examination could no longer be delayed. Not only that, he instructed Ryan's friend Dom to undergo testing as well. Soon, Shaun finally reached a conclusion: liver cancer. It turned out that 8 months ago, Ryan had received a liver transplant from Dom. But what they never expected was that the liver already carried cancer cells, and the doctors at the time failed to detect it. The reason Ryan had golden eyes was also because the cancer cells had attacked his immune system. This meant that the cancer had already spread throughout his body, and even if they removed his liver now, Ryan would only have a few months left to live. In contrast, Dom was lucky because the cancer cells had transferred to Ryan. But this ending made Dom feel extremely guilty. "I thought I was saving you, but instead, I caused you even more pain." However, Ryan had already come to terms with it. Without that liver, he would not have lived much longer anyway. And now he had gained 8 more months and even saved his friend, which meant he had won twice, so what more could he ask for? In the end, he only hoped that Dom would take care of his wife and children for him. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the hospital, Asher and Jordan were performing a checkup on a pregnant woman. Grace said that this was her 6th pregnancy. It turned out the baby inside her was not her own, as she was a professional surrogate mother, and the woman accompanying her, Amanda, was her client, and they were at the hospital because there was something wrong with her pregnancy. After running tests, they found that Grace had developed a bladder tumor. But the problem was, if they removed the tumor, they would have to terminate the pregnancy. Unless Grace was willing to undergo chemotherapy, but chemotherapy would be even more painful for her, and there was still a chance that the cancer cells could spread. Amanda couldn't bear to ask Grace to take that risk, but Grace said, "I want to do the chemo." Everyone found it hard to understand why Grace would make such a choice for someone else's child. However, even though Grace was so selfless, an accident still happened. The doctors discovered that Grace's blood vessels had ruptured, requiring surgical intervention, with a 50% chance of causing a miscarriage. The doctors did everything they could. attempting to repair the blood vessels through a minimally invasive procedure. But during the surgery, another complication arose. Grace's uterus started bleeding heavily, and her blood pressure kept dropping. At this point, the doctors had no choice but to perform a C-section to repair the uterine bleeding. But how could they protect the baby? Then, the doctors came up with the idea of suturing the placenta, which would stabilize the injury and create a protective shield for the baby. The method was feasible, and with joint efforts, the doctors successfully completed the surgery. So, what kinds of cases will they encounter in the next episode? Let's look forward to it. Previously on the show, the hospital reforms triggered a chain reaction. Shaun was furious at Salen's new policies, but after calming down, he used his brilliance to save a patient. Leonard, who had suffered years of bullying, was left clinging to life due to brain damage. But with his daughter Emily's difficult decision, he was given a second chance at life. And the love and perseverance between father and daughter moved everyone deeply. Brandon was critically injured after falling from a great height, and although he never regained consciousness, his organs ended up saving 63 lives, allowing love to be passed on. Morgan compromised between profit and conscience, causing Nira to lose her only chance at full recovery, while Salen's web of power grew tighter and tighter. In a bid to gain fame, Marcus forced through a high-risk surgery, and although Nellie miraculously survived, the hospital's moral bottom line was steadily collapsing. Shaun suddenly stormed into the pharmacy and smashed bottle after bottle of medicine off the shelves. What exactly happened that triggered such a violent emotional outburst from Shaun? It turned out that a large batch of expired medication had appeared in the hospital, and the use of these expired drugs caused a patient to die in the operating room. Shaun's face turned red with rage. Like a mad bull, he could only let out a painful roar, yet he was helpless against the dark forces behind the hospital. The whole mess began 2 days earlier with a car accident where a pregnant woman was trapped inside the vehicle, unable to move her legs and suffering severe chest pain. By feeling her pulse, Shaun suspected the woman had developed cardiac tamponade, which needed immediate relief. Otherwise, she would lose her heartbeat before the ambulance arrived. Luckily, Shaun was right there, carrying a large needle with him, ready to perform a pericardiocentesis on Alma to drain the accumulated blood. At that moment, Shaun appeared unusually relaxed, even cracking a few jokes with Alma. But as soon as Shaun revealed the needle, Alma fainted from fright. Although Shaun didn't mind, he calmly unbuttoned her clothes, inserted the needle with practiced ease, and gently drew out the blood. Soon after, Alma regained consciousness, only to be greeted by another one of Shaun's improvised jokes. Alma was quickly rushed to the hospital, but during surgery, the doctors discovered her pelvis had been shattered. Now Alma faced two options: either wait until after the baby was born to repair the pelvis, risking paralysis, or perform an immediate C-section and repair the pelvis right away. But this would mean a premature birth with low survival chances for the baby. Faced with these two difficult choices, Alma hesitated for a moment, but her maternal instinct quickly took over, and just as she was about to choose to save the baby, tragedy struck. She suddenly felt sharp abdominal pain, and after Shaun's diagnosis, they realized it was delayed trauma causing placental abruption, leaving Alma with no choice but to undergo an emergency C-section. In the operating room, the doctors worked together and finally delivered the baby, but at only 26 weeks old, the baby was bound to have complications. As expected, the baby quickly slipped into severe respiratory distress, and although the doctors immediately performed CPR, the situation remained critical. Just when everyone was at a loss, Shaun identified the cause. The baby had a congenital heart defect and needed medication to restore breathing. The nurse rushed to the pharmacy to grab the drug and handed it to Shaun, who carefully adjusted the dosage for the baby and administered it. But the result was unexpected. The baby's vital signs showed no improvement. Did Shaun make a mistake? Everyone was in disbelief, and Shaun couldn't figure out what had gone wrong until he picked up the medicine bottle and finally discovered the problem. Lim immediately ordered the nurse to fetch another batch of medicine, only to be told that due to Salen's cost-cutting reforms, the pharmacy had drastically reduced its inventory budget, and all remaining drugs came from the same batch. At that moment, Shaun thought of a solution. They could mix two other drugs to achieve the same effect, but the pharmacy refused, unwilling to take responsibility. Shaun didn't care. He ripped off his surgical gown, stormed into the pharmacy, grabbed the needed medicine, and sprinted back to the operating room. But even after frantically preparing the new mixture, the medicine still had no effect, and it turned out that these drugs were also expired. Shaun continued his desperate attempts, pumping the baby's heart non-stop, but it was all in vain. And eventually, the doctors shut down the machines and solemnly pronounced the baby's time of death. Shaun's grief turned into uncontrollable rage, and he stormed into the pharmacy, checking bottle after bottle on the shelves. His girlfriend Leah tried to stop him, but Shaun pushed her away, unable to trust her anymore. because Leah had supported the hospital's new policies, and it was Salen's aggressive commercial reforms that had flooded the pharmacy with expired drugs. Shaun collapsed in a corner, clutching his head, unable to comprehend why doctors, whose mission was to save lives, had become tools for greedy businessmen. Now that a life had been lost, Shaun could no longer hold it in. Meanwhile, Salen, the one orchestrating all of this, shed a crocodile tear when confronted by Lim. She insisted that the doctors involved in the surgery must not leak the truth, or else everyone, including the hospital itself, would suffer. Then, the next day, Salen immediately went to find Alma, completely absolved herself of any responsibility, shifted all the blame onto Shaun, and then offered to waive Alma's medical expenses along with a $200,000 settlement. Then she turned to the pharmacist, revealing her trump card, an unbeatable legal team that could turn black into white if necessary. After a round of threats and temptations, the pharmacist had no choice but to sign the agreement. Relying on the power of capital, Salen eliminated dissenters one by one, and the hospital was almost completely under her control. Only Director Lim saw through Salen's schemes, and in order to bring Salen down, Lim tirelessly gathered evidence of her misconduct day and night. She first approached the pharmacist to act as a witness and testify against Salen's dirty dealings in court. At that time, the pharmacist was also harboring resentment and finally found an outlet, so he agreed to Lim's request. Lim wanted to find more like-minded allies in the hospital, but most people had already been bought off and kept their distance from her. Her former colleagues seemed to have turned into strangers, and even worse, just before the trial, Lim received news that the pharmacist had changed his mind. It turned out that Salen had offered him even more money. Clearly, Salen had already noticed Lim's actions, and she mocked Lim for not knowing her place, daring to challenge capital. The next day, when Lim came to work, she found that her office had already been taken over, with Marcus, who had sided with Salen, replacing her as the chief of surgery, and soon she would be reassigned to a more remote location. At this point, it seemed that Lim was no match for Salen. At the critical moment, it was still Shaun who took the lead. He found Salen and Marcus during their secret meeting and spoke his true feelings.
Was bad medicine. Dr. Andrews used to be a good doctor, but you made him a bad one. I need to leave before you make me a bad doctor. I quit.
Glassman tried to persuade Shaun to learn to accept reality, telling him the world was full of unfairness and that those who were not smooth enough would not survive for long. But Shaun refused, and his stubbornness was like a shot of adrenaline that rallied all the righteous people in the hospital together. They turned their accusations toward Marcus and Morgan, and both sides hurled blame at each other furiously. Then Alex also followed Shaun's lead, expressing his dissatisfaction by resigning. Soon, more and more hospital staff joined in the resignations and planned to expose Salen's scandals at the annual meeting. However, everyone knew the consequences of doing so. Even if they could take Salen down, these disobedient individuals would likely be blacklisted across the entire industry. Justice and evil entered their final showdown. Salen appeared relaxed and cheerful as she approached the venue with her unbeatable team of lawyers. At that moment, Marcus also walked toward her from another direction. Everyone held their breath, waiting to see what move he would make. To their surprise, Marcus pulled out a document listing all the improper decisions that had been made since Salen took over the hospital. It turned out that his conscience had been awakened by Shaun and the others, so he chose to betray Salen at the most critical moment. Salen never expected that Marcus, who had always appeared to be the most loyal, would end up betraying her. Gritting her teeth in anger, she had no choice but to admit defeat, signing an agreement on the spot, confessing her wrongdoings, and voluntarily stepping down from her position as president. Thus, the battle finally came to an end, and Shaun and the other good doctors ultimately defeated the power of capital. While performing surgery, Lim saw a cobra crawling out from the patient's pants and quickly warned everyone to be careful. However, the others looked confused because they didn't see any snake. Shaun realized something was wrong, so he rushed back to the emergency room, where he found the entire medical staff acting crazy, some crawling under beds and others spinning in circles blowing bubbles. Shaun's girlfriend Leah also said that everything she looked at seemed to be on fire, but luckily her symptoms were mild enough that she could still muster the strength to investigate the cause. They quickly discovered that the delirious medical staff had all attended a breakfast party at the hospital that morning. Leah suspected that there had been a problem with the food, leading to collective food poisoning and hallucinations. Considering there were vegetarians among the victims, after ruling out all meat dishes, only 3 vegetarian dishes remained. None of the 3 were mushrooms, so Leah started investigating dish by dish, and after questioning everyone, she found that a nurse who only ate roasted sweet potatoes was also affected. Soon, Leah located the cooks responsible for the dishes, but they were confused and unaware of what had gone wrong. To get to the bottom of it, they searched their home and found a suspicious canister of powder in the spice cabinet. Upon seeing it, they finally understood that it was a type of hallucinogenic mushroom powder that had been mistakenly used as seasoning during cooking, leading to the disaster. With the cause finally uncovered, Morgan immediately set to work treating the affected doctors. But until everyone recovered, the only one still able to work in the emergency room was Shaun. Shaun's first patient looked decent enough, but as soon as he arrived, he asked where the proctology department was, and Shaun instantly understood his meaning. Shaun reassured the patient not to be afraid and to speak openly, promising that no matter how funny it was, as a professional, he would not laugh. After some simple treatment, Shaun handed him over to the proctology department. Next, another doctor sent over a hypertensive patient, and since Shaun needed to treat as many patients as possible, he skipped reviewing the patient's medical history and asked directly. But how could a patient possibly recite their entire medical history on the spot? And under Shaun's intense questioning, the patient's blood pressure shot even higher. Seeing the situation worsening, Shaun quickly ordered the nurse to prepare medication, but the moment it was injected, an unexpected side effect occurred, and the patient suddenly went into respiratory distress. Shaun hurried to save him with a ventilator. Afterward, Shaun had no choice but to call Glassman for help, and upon examination, Glassman found that the patient had a history of asthma, meaning Shaun had used the wrong medication and triggered the asthma attack. Because of the collective poisoning of the staff, Shaun had also become irritable, but Glassman advised him that the more anxious he felt, the more important it was to maintain a calm mind. After receiving Glassman's guidance, Shaun's emotions finally stabilized. Meanwhile, the food poisoning incident was also resolved, and all the medical staff gradually regained consciousness. Joan, an elderly woman, had been trapped inside an iron lung for 50 years because of her lung problems and relied on the machine to breathe. Suddenly, the iron lung shut down, and as Joan's life hung by a thread, the doctors quickly hooked her up to the hospital's ventilator to keep her alive. However, this was not a long-term solution, so Shaun had to find a way to repair the iron lung. Luckily, Leah, who could fix almost anything except medicine, managed to repair the machine. But just then, the iron lung completely broke down, and to fix it, they would need replacement parts. However, the machine was a 50-year-old antique, and the original manufacturer had long since gone out of business. Leah found a vintage car repair shop and, after much persuasion, managed to obtain the necessary parts from the shop owner and successfully repaired the iron lung once again. But at that moment, Joan developed another problem. After examining her, Shaun realized that the issue was not with the machine, but that Joan had stayed outside the iron lung for too long, causing new damage to her trachea. They immediately scheduled surgery for Joan, but once Shaun opened up her chest, he realized that even if Joan returned to the iron lung, it would no longer help her. Within a few months, her trachea would rupture again, meaning that staying in or out of the iron lung were both dead ends. While everyone was at a loss, Shaun suggested installing the most advanced biventricular chest respirator, as her antique device should have been replaced long ago. But this led to a new problem. Joan was already over 50, and her spine was basically decorative at this point, completely unable to support the weight of the respirator. Shaun, however, insisted this was not an issue, and a spinal diagram appeared in his mind, leading him to believe that injecting cement into Joan's spine could increase its load-bearing capacity. This was the kind of solution only Shaun could come up with. However, when he tried to explain his idea to Joan, she refused to accept it, because after 50 years, she had developed deep feelings for the iron lung and had even given it a name. She simply did not want to leave it. Later, Joan's assistant Sophie approached Shaun, hoping he could persuade Joan, who seemed determined to die. Leah then came up with an idea. Joan's story had been featured in textbooks and even adapted into a movie, and her indomitable spirit had inspired many people, so they could use emotional appeals to rekindle Joan's will to live. Sophie thought it was a good idea and showed Joan a video compilation from the people she had inspired. Some were former depression patients who had found the courage to seek help after learning about Joan's story, and others were survivors of domestic violence who managed to escape their trauma. Their heartfelt words rekindled Joan's will to live, and she finally decided to leave the iron lung. The surgery was soon completed, and Joan, wearing her new respirator, was reborn. To thank Shaun and Leah for their support, Sophie proposed filming a reality show about them to dispel societal prejudice and doubts against people with autism. In the emergency room, Shaun treated a woman named Dana, who had suffered severe burns over most of her body, and just then her husband arrived with their daughter. But upon seeing her mother, the little girl turned to her father and said, "I want to go home." Those words pierced Dana's already wounded heart. Dana's condition was actually the result of a surgical error. During Shaun's surgery that day, a TV crew had come in, and their blinding lights were pointed directly at Shaun's eyes. At that moment, Dana's heart rate became erratic, but Shaun was distracted by the light shining in his eyes. From the observation deck, Marcus seemed unfazed, and explained to Sophie that this was the facial expression Shaun made whenever he experienced a hallucination. But in truth, that was not the case this time, and as Dana's life teetered on the edge, Shaun finally snapped out of it and ordered the cameraman to turn off the lights and stop interfering with the surgery. Only after dealing with the distraction did Shaun proceed with rescuing Dana. However, after the surgery, Dana's face showed unusual symptoms. When Shaun pressed on her cheek, she said it hurt, which puzzled him because he had already administered anesthesia, and such pain shouldn't have occurred. Shaun suspected that Jordan might have mishandled Dana's care because a missing data point suggested a potential oversight. Upon realizing that she might have harmed the patient, Jordan broke down in tears and desperately searched for the cause. Everyone gathered together and reviewed the cameraman's footage frame by frame to catch any details. Soon, Shaun noticed that during Dana's initial examination, she had no sensation in her cheek. This indicated that Dana's wound was too deep, causing delayed pain responses. But at the time, distracted by the cameras, Shaun had failed to observe carefully enough, leading to an incomplete wound cleaning that caused further complications. Shaun realized that it was his own mistake. And worse, everything that happened had been captured by the TV crew, meaning if it leaked, his career could be ruined. But the immediate priority was to re-clean Dana's wound to prevent infection. This meant performing another surgery. The surgery began quickly, and this time, Shaun kicked the TV crew out of the operating room to avoid any further interference. However, during the procedure, Dana's facial wound tore open and blood gushed out, causing a flurry of activity as the team tried to stop the bleeding. Jordan suggested using cauterization to stop the bleeding, but doing so would permanently disfigure Dana's face. Faced with this dilemma, Shaun suddenly fell silent, staring into the void as the other doctors anxiously looked at him. Then Shaun spoke. "Cauterization won't work. We need to preserve as much healthy tissue as possible." He proposed using a water knife for the wound cleaning, which would minimize blood loss. The nurses quickly brought over the equipment, and Shaun successfully corrected his earlier mistake. Several hours later, Shaun announced the successful surgery to the TV crew waiting outside. Jordan even mimicked Shaun once again in front of the camera.
"I'll do the imitation again."
You can use all your footage, even my mistake. Great surgeons can make mistakes and still be inspirational.
Meanwhile, Dana's swelling had significantly subsided and her facial features had largely recovered. Her daughter also returned to the hospital room. This time, she wasn't scared by her mother's appearance and instead said, "Your eyes are still the same, just like mine." The mother and daughter embraced tightly, and the distance between them melted away. A newborn tragically died during surgery after the hospital used expired medication. Shaun, enraged, smashed up the pharmacy and exposed the hidden dangers behind Salen's reforms. Lim tried to uncover the truth, but she was isolated by her colleagues and forced out of power right before her eyes. At the critical moment, Shaun stood up and awakened everyone's conscience, sparking a collective rebellion against Salen's rule. Marcus, who had once been loyal to Salen, suddenly turned against her at the annual meeting and exposed her poor decisions in front of everyone, forcing her to sign an agreement and resign in disgrace. Meanwhile, a mass food poisoning outbreak hit the hospital, causing hallucinations and confusion among the staff. Shaun held down the entire ER on his own, and with Glassman's guidance, he regained his calm and confidence. Watch closely. One boy had actually implanted a digital watch into his wrist. The doctors were stunned, but he claimed it was all for the sake of art. Not only that, he had also stuffed 3 magnets into his fingers, which led to a severe infection due to mishandling. To make matters worse, the tests showed that Trent's finger bones were completely ruined. To stop the infection from spreading, the only option was to amputate his finger. Trent's mother, Carrie, fully supported Shaun's recommendation and even asked him to remove the watch implanted in Trent's wrist, hoping to stop the condition before it could worsen. But Trent insisted that nothing was wrong with his wrist and said he would be fine. Shaun told him to think again, but Trent just rolled up his sleeve and prepared to leave the hospital. The moment he stood up, he felt dizzy and collapsed on the spot. The doctors quickly rushed him into surgery. Shaun and Lim worked together, removing the watch from his wrist and the magnets from his fingers. After a round of disinfection, Lim reminded Shaun that Trent couldn't be discharged without strict post-op evaluations. During that time, Shaun discovered that Trent's girlfriend Dixie had come to visit him. She had undergone similar body modifications, more advanced ones, and it was under her influence that Trent had gone down this path. Then Carrie arrived. The moment she saw Dixie, her face turned cold. She knew that as long as Dixie stayed in her son's life, Trent would keep modifying himself. So Carrie asked Shaun to educate her son about the dangers of body modification. Shaun had barely started talking to Trent when he suddenly screamed in pain from his wrist. Another check revealed that Trent's wrist joint was now ruined too. The best solution was to amputate the hand and replace it with a prosthetic. Now mother and son both panicked and started arguing loudly in the room. Even so, Shaun worked tirelessly to find other treatment options for Trent. In the next moment, all the research papers on wrist joint implants flashed through Shaun's mind, and he quickly found a new type of implant that could replace the joint. He immediately told Carrie the good news, but when she found out it was still a form of body modification, her expression changed. She also asked how much it would cost and whether insurance would cover it. Money wasn't the main issue. Carrie was just scared it would be dangerous. After a moment of hesitation, she rejected Shaun's idea. The two were ready to leave the hospital. But when Carrie saw her son struggling just to zip up his jacket, she finally gave in. Mother and son embraced tightly. At just the right moment, Shaun asked, "Can I do the surgery now?" The reconstruction surgery was handed to Shaun. Under his skilled hands, everything went smoothly. Trent got the implant, mother and son reconciled, Shaun cured the illness, and everyone walked into a brighter future. Lucho lifted his shirt, revealing a tumor on his waist. Even stranger, he had 2 more tumors, one in his brain and one in his heart. To save him, Shaun and the team planned to perform 3 separate surgeries to remove all the tumors. The first was a heart operation, as it's the core of life. If anything went wrong there, everything would be lost. But when it came time to decide whether to tackle the kidney or the brain next, the doctors began to argue. The kidney surgery was easier, but Lucho would need several months to recover before the next one, and he might not survive that long. The brain surgery offered a shorter recovery, but one small mistake, and he might not make it off the table. After several rounds of debate, they finally decided to go with the kidney. As the surgery began and they located the tumor, Lucho's kidney suddenly started bleeding heavily. Within seconds, he was on the verge of collapse. Luckily, the doctors drew on their experience and stitched the artery shut within moments, saving Lucho's life. But death still lingered close. Shaun found that Lucho's brain was also bleeding. The resulting clot had blocked a critical area, making it impossible to remove the brain tumor. Just as everyone was at a loss, Shaun stared into space. Claire knew this meant he was about to unlock something, but the images in Shaun's mind vanished just as quickly.
Lucho is going to die.
With no other choice, Claire broke the bad news to Lucho. After work, no one was in high spirits. Shaun couldn't figure out why he had lost access to his upgrade. That's when he saw a neon sign and suddenly heard a voice in his head. "Your upgrade is complete."
Intermittent photothermic laser light therapy.
Claire instantly understood and rushed back to the hospital with Shaun to work overtime. The surgery began. After going through the ups and downs of life, Lucho felt a little afraid, but fortunately, the surgery went very smoothly, and he was about to begin a new chapter in his life. Meanwhile, a fully paralyzed woman named Steph was brought into the hospital. Only 3 fingers on her entire body could still move, but due to pneumonia, she needed urgent surgery. Afterward, Steph realized she could no longer feel even those 3 fingers. She was completely paralyzed. To help her, Alex began looking for alternative solutions. Morgan suggested creating a device that connects Steph's brain to a communication interface. Steph couldn't speak, but when she heard the plan, she clung to it like a lifeline. The doctors began by performing brain surgery to locate a nerve and implanted an antenna connected to AI inside her head. After the surgery, Alex explained that the AI would need time to learn Steph's brainwaves, but she could start trying to speak. The surgery was a success, and Steph said, "I love you." Her husband was nearly in tears. Even though Steph would need his care for the rest of her life, he didn't mind at all. The old man originally had 3 months left to live, but after meeting Shaun, his remaining time seemed to be cut short instantly. The patient was stunned. "I came to be healed, not to die," he said, looking at his son in confusion. It turned out Yosel was Asher's father, but because of Asher's sexuality, they had cut ties long ago. Now Yosel had lung cancer. After a scan, Shaun discovered that the tumor had grown again and surgery was urgently needed. During the surgery, Shaun discovered that Yosel's chest cavity was filled with rapidly accumulating fluid, making it impossible to safely remove the tumor. Shaun had no choice but to break the bad news to Yosel, but Yosel seemed at peace. He just wanted his son to spend his final days by the family's side. Meanwhile, Shaun kept searching for a solution. Yosel's chest had become like a leaking tank from elementary school math class, where the drainage rate couldn't keep up with the inflow. To solve this equation, Shaun activated his upgrade, instantly calculating 3 solutions in his head. After a mental simulation, he concluded the best option was talc pleurodesis. Excited, Shaun shared the plan with Yosel, explaining that it could extend his life by 2 to 3 years. The surgery went well, and Asher finally let out a sigh of relief. Though he and his father hadn't truly reconciled, every extra day his father lived felt like a gift. On the night of their farewell, the 2 stubborn men finally broke down and embraced each other tightly. After a long day's work, Shaun was about to have his wedding with Leah. Nervous but hopeful, they walked into the hospital, where Glassman had prepared everything for them. That's right, their wedding was held on the hospital's rooftop. Thinking back to when Shaun was a nervous young intern stepping into the OR for the first time, fearful of the world due to his autism. He had since, with support from Glassman and Leah, emerged from the shadows and grown into the brilliant doctor known as the Good Doctor. But Lim seemed a bit downhearted. She volunteered to go downstairs for tea, yet as she reached the lower floor, she found the hallway dark and a nurse lying in a pool of blood. Before she could call for help, a man lunged from the shadows and stabbed Lim in the abdomen. With a brutal twist of the knife, she collapsed to the floor, her life hanging by a thread. Up on the rooftop, the wedding party was still in full swing. The music drowned out everything below, as if the hospital had become both heaven and hell at once. The stabber had been shot 5 times and was on the verge of death, but there was only one set of surgical equipment left, and the hospital chose to use it on the killer. Shaun couldn't stay silent. Is not fair. Dr. Lim didn't hurt anyone. He did. To Shaun, it was obvious. Between a murderer and a life-saving doctor, the priority was clear. After all, that man had started the entire disaster. Just hours earlier, he had stormed into the hospital and plunged a knife into Lim's abdomen. If Shaun hadn't found her in time, she might have died on the spot. Lim's injuries were critical. Even after Shaun drained the blood clots, her condition didn't improve, and she had to be rushed into the OR. There, Shaun discovered her liver was shredded. The safest solution was to remove half of it, but doing so would cut 10 years off her life. Shaun rejected that option and suggested embolization instead, a riskier method with a high chance of failure. But Shaun insisted, and thanks to his surgical brilliance, the operation went smoothly, and half of Lim's liver was saved. However, when Lim woke up, she was hit with intense chest pain. Had Shaun's surgery gone wrong? Tests revealed a post-op complication in her heart, requiring an immediate bypass. At the same time, the gunman, now cornered in the hospital, raised his weapon at the police and was riddled with bullets, then rushed to the hospital. He too needed a heart bypass, but there was still only one set of equipment. Who should be saved first, the killer or the doctor? The hospital decided to treat the killer first, hoping to find another way to save Lim. Shaun objected. But for doctors, saving lives is a duty, no matter who the patient is. Whether that decision is right or wrong is left to the public to judge. Shaun was forced to stabilize Lim's heart with a plug, but the bleeding point was deeply hidden, completely invisible to the naked eye. As Shaun looked at Lim on the table, memories of his younger brother's death suddenly resurfaced. His emotions broke down. If Lim died because of him, he would never forgive himself. The nurse had no choice but to escort Shaun out of the OR to prevent him from jeopardizing the surgery. Shaun collapsed on the ground, clutching his head in agony as painful memories raced through his mind. Later, Glassman found him again. Lim's bleeding point still hadn't been found, and only Shaun's upgrade could save her now. Suddenly, a vision of his brother appeared before Shaun's eyes. The next second, his mind kicked into overdrive. Using mental modeling, he pinpointed the exact location of the hidden bleed. He returned to the OR and pointed to the precise spot where surgery was impossible by conventional means. Thanks to Shaun's help, the doctors were able to successfully repair Lim's heart. The surgery ended well, and everyone waited anxiously at her bedside, relieved that she had survived. But then, tragedy struck. Lim suddenly realized she had lost all feeling below the waist. Marcus gently urged her, "Try moving your foot."
You're paralyzed.
A pig lay on the operating table, about to have its heart removed to extend a human's life, as dozens of doctors watched this groundbreaking surgery from the observation room. This was known as xenotransplantation, transplanting an animal organ into a human body. So what was the reason for performing this surgery? Earlier that day, Shaun had a critically ill patient in urgent need of a heart transplant. But shortly after the procedure began, the doctors discovered the donated heart had been damaged, likely due to poor handling during removal. This meant they had to reconsider the entire operation. But stopping now created another dilemma. The patient's chest was already open, and his condition might not hold out until another suitable heart became available. Faced with this impossible choice, Shaun ultimately decided to halt the transplant because he had another idea. He would temporarily implant a pig's heart. The last time this was done, the pig heart lasted 2 whole months. Enough time for the patient to wait for a new human donor. But the new intern, Danica, objected, saying the pig should at least give its consent before being killed. She even admitted people could call her a hypocrite, but she refused to personally kill the pig. Left with no choice, Shaun told her the surgery had to proceed, and she might face dismissal. Soon, the genetically modified pig arrived at the hospital. Since freshly harvested hearts are best, Shaun had to quickly learn how to perform the slaughter. On top of that, the pig had to be kept in a private room to stay in optimal condition before the surgery. Curious kids in the hospital came over and asked Shaun why the pig was there, and others quickly signaled him not to answer. But Shaun, ever blunt, said, "He is going to die." That one sentence silenced the entire crowd. The surgery began shortly afterward, with a room full of observers, including Danica, who had once opposed it. now watching from the sidelines. Shaun ignored the crowd, carefully made an incision into the pig's skin, and prepared to open its chest. But just as he hesitated for a second, the unexpected happened.
Stop! Motorcyclist just declared brain dead in the ER. He's a match, and his family consented. Heart's on the way.
Everyone erupted into cheers because another human heart became available just in time, meaning the patient no longer needed the xenotransplant, and the pig was spared. The surgery was a success, and the patient never even knew how close he came to becoming part of a medical experiment. Meanwhile, the pig lay resting in its bed, but when someone asked what would happen to it, the answer was grim. Because the pig had been genetically modified, it could no longer return to its herd. And as the saying goes, waste not, want not. So maybe, just maybe, it might end up in tomorrow's cafeteria menu. Later, a well-known marriage counselor named Julianne came in with a twisted ankle. Shaun treated the injury, but also noticed signs of something more serious, a tumor. It turned out Julianne kept forgetting things. She would repeat what she had just said only moments earlier. Sure enough, he was right. There was a tumor in her brain. Luckily, it was benign, and surgery could remove it. The procedure began and was fairly simple for Shaun. In no time, he had extracted the tumor. But then alarms blared. Julianne's heart rate spiked, and within seconds, she flatlined. It looked like she was going to die right there. Shaun suspected a blockage in her brain, but Asher's scan showed no issues. So why had her heart stopped? Shaun quickly grabbed the defibrillator and shocked her heart, and just like that, Julianne came back to life in an instant. After the surgery, Shaun shared the good news with Julianne. But at that moment, Julianne said, "I think I died once. I saw you while it was happening." After her near-death moment, Julianne insisted on being discharged immediately. Shaun thought this could be another sign of a deeper issue. Digging deeper, Shaun ran a series of analyses and discovered a second, more dangerous tumor hidden deep in her brain. When Julianne found out she needed another surgery, she panicked and flat out refused. No matter how Shaun tried to persuade her, she wouldn't change her mind. Thankfully, intern Daniel managed to talk her into it. The second surgery began, but before Shaun could proceed, Julianne had a seizure. The alarms went wild, and her blood pressure skyrocketed. Shaun was still trying to resuscitate her, but Julianne's vital signs suddenly flatlined in an instant. He grabbed the defibrillator and gave her another shock, trying desperately to pull her back from the brink. Even after chest compressions and adrenaline, Julianne showed no response. After 12 minutes of effort, Shaun realized that Julianne truly couldn't be saved. He quietly looked at the clock and declared the time of death. Daniel gently tried to comfort Shaun. They're together again somewhere. In the last episode, a rebellious teenager inserted magnets into his fingers and embedded a digital watch into his wrist in the name of art, which led to a severe infection. Shaun and Lim teamed up for surgery and managed to save his hand. Meanwhile, young Lucho had 3 tumors growing inside him, and the medical team performed 3 life-or-death surgeries to save him. At the critical moment, Shaun went into super mode, figured out a solution, and gave Lucho a second chance at life. Asher's estranged father was suddenly diagnosed with cancer, and though the two had several missed chances at reconciliation, Shaun used a new surgical method to prolong his life, allowing the father and son to share a heartfelt goodbye. While Shaun and Leah's wedding unfolded romantically on the hospital rooftop, chaos erupted downstairs. Lim was attacked and left on the brink of death. Shockingly, the hospital prioritized saving the attacker who stabbed Lim. Shaun was furious but powerless to change the decision. Seeing that Lim's life was hanging by a thread, he could only suppress his emotions and focus on saving her. In a pivotal moment, Shaun recalled the death of his brother and broke down in tears. But with Glassman's encouragement, he used his extraordinary talent to pinpoint the bleeding and successfully brought Lim back from the edge. However, when Lim woke up, she realized she had lost all sensation below the waist. Halfway through the surgery, the patient suddenly exploded. Could this be the legendary human bomb? The doctors quickly moved to stop the bleeding. Though they managed to stabilize the patient, the sudden explosion had severely torn up his shoulder. When the man regained consciousness, they learned his name was Charlie, a military training actor. To make the exercise more realistic and fun, he had used actual explosives, leading to this disaster. A CT scan revealed shrapnel had blocked an artery and formed a pseudoaneurysm in his shoulder, which needed immediate removal. Asher reassured Charlie not to panic and that they would do everything they could to help. The top priority now was to repair the tissue flap on Charlie's shoulder. But before the surgery, Danica pointed out that ordinary methods couldn't possibly fix Charlie's shattered nerves. Even if blood flow was restored, his arm wouldn't regain feeling. So why not just amputate and be done with it? Shaun, as the attending physician, immediately shut that down. If cutting is your only solution, then why are we even doctors? He had already come up with a solution, transplanting a nerve from the leg to the shoulder. Asher was speechless, knowing this would make the surgery significantly more complex. Soon the surgery began, but an unexpected issue arose. The original plan didn't work. Charlie's nerve damage was too extensive, full of holes like Swiss cheese. Even if they repaired it, massive bleeding could follow. Was Shaun about to fail again? But then Shaun activated his mental software. A simulated nerve map surfaced in his mind, and he quickly pulled the right technique from his memory of past research papers. This particular surgery only had a 10% success rate, but Shaun said confidently, "I can do it." With swift precision, Shaun solved the problem in just a few steps. His trainees now saw his skills in a whole new light. As long as Charlie undergoes a period of recovery, he'll be able to fully heal. Shaun kindly advised him to spend his time on more meaningful pursuits. Charlie gratefully accepted his advice. Shaun then excitedly shared the good news with Lim, but she didn't want to hear it. It turned out Lim still resented Shaun because the surgery he previously performed left her paralyzed. She couldn't accept this and blamed Shaun for her condition. That night, Shaun lay awake in bed. The reason he fought so hard to save Charlie's shoulder today was because he didn't want to see history repeat itself. Suddenly, inspiration struck. Building on Charlie's case, Shaun came up with a bold new idea. He jumped out of bed and went straight to Glassman's house in the middle of the night. "I know how to fix everything. There's a surgery that can cure Lim's paralysis." The next day, Shaun presented the surgical plan to Lim. But the procedure involved placing complex instruments near her spinal cord. If even one went wrong, it could puncture a vessel and lead to sepsis, which could be fatal. With both risk and hope on the table, Lim had to consider carefully. Shaun promised to begin preparations and would wait for her answer. Just as the doctors were discussing Lim's potential surgery, another emergency patient arrived. This time, a man with a severed leg. Andy's foot had been cleanly sliced off, but strangely, he didn't feel any pain due to the blade's speed. The cut was so clean that if they reattached the foot in time, he could walk out of the hospital. The only problem? The foot had sunk to the bottom of a lake. Alex immediately called in a rescue team to search the water and sent Jordan and Daniel to the scene to bring back Andy's missing foot. But after searching the lake, all the team found was a pile of junk, from mannequins to bicycles, but no foot. Meanwhile, Andy's condition worsened. After debridement, the wound began bleeding again, this time like a fountain. No matter what they tried, they couldn't stop it. If they chose to ligate the vessels, they wouldn't be able to reattach the foot properly. Left with no other option, Alex gave up on the original plan and called Jordan and Daniel back. But the two still hadn't returned. Nearly 8 hours had passed since Andy lost his foot. At this rate, he might lose more than just his leg. Just as Alex was about to go ahead with surgery, Jordan and Daniel finally arrived with a box. Inside was Andy's missing foot. Turns out, right before heading back, the rescue team had finally found the foot at the bottom of the lake. Jordan and Daniel rushed back in their car, and even during the drive, they cleaned the dead tissue with tweezers and scissors, infused the foot with blood to maintain circulation, and stored it in a heated container. Everything needed for the reattachment surgery. Thanks to their race against the clock, the operation could begin immediately. But then something went wrong. Andy's heart rate suddenly spiked, and there was no pulse detected in his foot, which meant a blood clot had formed somewhere in his vessels. Daniel quickly located the clot behind Andy's knee, and thankfully, they caught it in time. Otherwise, not only would the replantation have failed, but Andy could have lost his entire leg. The foot reattachment surgery was finally completed successfully. After the operation, to check for sensation in Andy's left foot, Alex poked it with a pen. Fortunately, Andy still had feeling and wouldn't be disabled. With 6 months of recovery, he'd be able to walk again. Andy was thrilled that Alex insisted on reattaching his left foot, and he asked Alex to take a photo of him as a badge of victory. But elsewhere in the hospital, two men got into a fistfight over something trivial. Have you ever seen a doctor dressed like the Green Goblin just to cheer up a little girl? Even Shaun was baffled.
And why are you green?
It's Halloween.
After reviewing the case, he bluntly told the girl, "You're going to die." It turned out her heart rate was only half of normal, and she needed a pacemaker to maintain her heartbeat. But Shaun didn't know the exact cause. Further tests were necessary. Soon the results came back. Skylar had hemochromatosis, a hereditary disease. What shocked Danica even more was the genetic test also revealed that Skylar's current father wasn't her biological father. Hospital policy required them to inform the patient of such findings, but the doctors were at a loss for how to break the news to Skylar's parents. Since Shaun had another surgery to prepare for, he left the matter to Danica and Asher. They first found Skylar's mother, Daisy, and told her the truth. Daisy, overwhelmed with regret, admitted she had once betrayed her husband with his college roommate. Now left with no choice, Daisy confessed everything to her husband Jacob, who finally understood why Skylar never looked like him. But what could he do? He had raised this child for 10 years. He chose to forgive them. Meanwhile, Skylar's biological father, Mick, arrived at the hospital. Just as Asher and Danica were explaining the genetic disorder to him, Jacob showed up and punched Mick in the face, and the scene instantly turned into chaos. As a result of the fight, Mick filed a complaint against Asher and Danica, and Shaun expressed disappointment in how they had handled things. Back in Skylar's room, her condition worsened. Her eyes turned red, a sign of liver failure. She needed a liver transplant urgently, and waiting for a donor would take too long. Shaun had no choice but to turn to Mick, asking if he would help. But Mick had just found out he had a daughter, and hadn't even met her face to face. Why would he risk shortening his life by 10 years for a stranger who happened to share his blood? Shaun couldn't come up with a convincing response. That night, while Mick was performing at a bar, Leah approached him and played a video of Skylar singing. Realizing the girl shared his love for music, Mick was deeply moved. At the very last moment, he agreed to donate part of his liver. The surgery was a success. When Skylar woke up, both her parents were there by her side. But she didn't know the man who gave her his liver was her biological father. And to help her grow up without emotional burdens, everyone silently agreed to keep the secret. Meanwhile, the surgery Shaun had planned for Lim was entering its final stage. Shaun had always felt guilty for the operation that left her paralyzed. But after days of discussion, the team had come up with a better treatment plan. Now everything was ready, just waiting for Lim's green light. But to everyone's surprise, she said, "I've decided not to have the surgery. Thank you all for your efforts." Everyone was stunned. Why would she give up when there was such a good solution? Did she really want to remain paralyzed for life? It turned out earlier that morning, Lim had run into Danica in the elevator. Danica, who had also lost a leg in combat, shared her experience. She explained that even if Lim's legs were healed, her inner fear wouldn't disappear so easily. She still wouldn't truly be able to stand. Lim realized she wasn't ready to return to her former life. Shaun was deeply disappointed. He had tried so hard to make things right, but didn't get the resolution he hoped for. But then Leah comforted him. Trying and failing is better than living with regret. Even if the outcome doesn't change, the effort makes you stronger. Her words touched Shaun deeply. That day, he grew a little more. Now imagine this, you're in the middle of heart surgery, and the power goes out. Blood is gushing everywhere. What do? Our protagonist Shaun says, use fire. The other doctors couldn't understand how Shaun's mind worked. Earlier that day, a man had collapsed from heat stroke while biking. Shaun mocked him during intake. It's over 40 degrees today, and you still went out for a ride? The man got annoyed and fired back at Shaun. At that moment, Danica couldn't find Brooks's vein and joked, maybe he has something serious going on. But Shaun coldly replied, no, he just needs a more experienced doctor, and sent her away. Brooks picked up on the tension between them and teased Shaun about it. But before he could finish his sentence, he clutched his chest in pain and gasped, I can't breathe. To find the root of the problem, Shaun huddled in the computer lab with Danica for a discussion. But after a long back and forth of mutual doubt, they couldn't reach any conclusion. Just as everything was at a standstill, the lights in the room suddenly went out. The hospital's generators had finally failed under the extreme heat. Though the backup generator kicked in, it would only last for 3 hours at most. Now Shaun and the team had to race against time to save Brooks. Through imaging, Shaun discovered an abnormal connection between Brooks' coronary artery and pulmonary artery. He was excited to see such a rare case, but also warned that the surgery would be extremely difficult. He could die at any moment. But when it came time to discuss the surgical plan, Shaun and Danica clashed again. Shaun believed they should go in with an open chest and adapt as needed during the procedure. Danica argued that going in without a clear plan was reckless. The disagreement escalated, and Shaun ended up revoking Danica's right to participate in the surgery. When Brooks found out, he turned the tables on Shaun. He told him that as a leader, he needed to learn to listen to dissenting voices, because no one is right all the time. That's when Shaun realized he used to be the one challenging authority, but now that he was in charge, he'd forgotten what that meant. In the end, Shaun brought Danica back to the operating room. Though they continued to argue during the procedure, they both knew only by clashing and compromising could they combine their insights and find the best solution. But just as they were working together to save Brooks, the OR lost power again. The backup generator had given out. With no other option, the doctors continued the surgery using the flashlights on their phones. Soon, they hit another crisis. The electrocautery tool no longer worked. Without it, Brooks could bleed out on the table. But Shaun suggested using fire, a technique commonly used on the battlefield, where heating the blade with flame could achieve a similar cauterizing effect. They quickly heated the blade until it glowed, then plunged it into Brooks' wound. Everyone held their breath, and just at that moment, the lights flickered back on. The entire room burst into relieved laughter. Meanwhile, Morgan, Alex, Daniel, and Jordan were treating a disoriented female patient. She claimed she'd hit her head in a fall, but her other injuries didn't match the story. She couldn't even remember how she got to the hospital. They soon discovered internal bleeding in her spleen and rushed her into surgery. But during the operation, Jordan noticed signs that Tony had suffered assault. After repairing the spleen, Morgan gently guided Tony to recall what had happened and told her the results of their examination. Tony hesitated and insisted that couldn't be true. Then Morgan told her that tests showed traces of a sedative in her system. Tony suddenly remembered she had gone drinking with friends the night before and then blacked out. But the man she was with was a college friend. She refused to believe he would do such a thing. She insisted her injuries came from falling while drunk. Jordan recommended a forensic exam to get a clear answer, but Tony resisted. Alex urged her to calm down and think it over. They agreed to respect her wishes, except Morgan, who strongly disagreed.
Be able to remember what her body does, and chances are eventually it'll all come back.
Just then, the team received an emergency call. Tony was in trouble. When they rushed to her room, they found Tony shouting into the air, screaming, "Don't come near me," as if someone invisible was attacking her. Thankfully, Morgan managed to stabilize her, but things got worse. Tony's internal organs were bleeding again, and now her spleen had to be removed, but the incision had to be made through her lower body, and doing so would destroy any remaining evidence of the assault. So Morgan hoped Tony could complete the forensic exam before the surgery to collect evidence and help catch the perpetrator. But even after Tony remembered everything, she still didn't want to press charges. Because it's already in the past.
Let whoever did this to you get away with it.
He already has. Doing a rape kit is not going to unrape me.
Faced with Tony's defeatist mindset, Morgan had so much she wanted to say. After the other doctors left, she finally admitted the real reason behind her strong reaction. It turned out Morgan had once been violated by her best friend, and at the time, she made the same decision Tony did. Seeing someone who had suffered just like her, Tony finally opened up too. She knew her friend liked her, but she never clearly rejected him. That hesitation led to tragedy. It was this emotional confusion that made her afraid to report it. Morgan encouraged Tony, telling her the victim is never at fault. Not even 1%. Women must stand up and fight for their rights. Right then, the surgery notice came in, but Tony had already changed her mind. The forensic collection began immediately. Before each step, the technician gently asked, "Are you okay? Can we continue?" Yes. It was all done with care, to prevent re-traumatizing the victim. We hope all perpetrators will eventually face justice. And we urge all victims, be brave, don't be afraid. Rise up and fight back. No excuse is ever a justification for crime, and it should never be used to deepen a victim's wounds. At the hospital, Shaun was examining a woman who was suffering from stomach pain. At first, he thought it was just a mass, but when the imaging came in, everyone was stunned. There was a surgical towel inside her intestines. Shaun broke the news to the patient, Naveen. The towel had been there for years and had fused with several of her vital organs. He reviewed her records and guessed that the towel had been left behind during her previous appendectomy. And that surgery had been assisted by her wife, Luna, who was a nurse at the time. When Naveen tried to ask Luna, she gave vague, evasive answers. Naveen started suspecting her wife. As their argument heated up, Shaun stepped in and said the priority was to remove the towel. But suddenly, Naveen lost consciousness. The monitors showed a dangerous spike in her blood pressure, likely septic shock caused by the towel. She had to be rushed to the OR immediately. Halfway through, Naveen's blood pressure plummeted. Her heart rate soared. Her body couldn't handle the strain, so they had to sedate her and pause the operation. To find the best treatment plan, Shaun turned to Lim for a consult, but Lim refused him. She still hadn't forgiven him for the surgery that left her paralyzed. Out of options, Shaun went to Glassman for advice. After pooling their ideas, Shaun concluded that all necrotic tissue would have to be removed. But that meant stripping away Naveen's ability to have children. If they were to proceed, they'd need Luna's consent. Luna immediately refused. She feared Naveen would resent her forever. But Shaun didn't hold back. You have to decide, whatever the consequences may be. Shaun's point was simple. If you never take that first step, you'll be stuck in place forever. The surgery began quickly. As Shaun carefully made the incision, he was surprised to see the necrosis wasn't as severe as expected. If everything went well, Naveen's reproductive system might be preserved. Shaun launched into his mental overdrive, but suddenly, the simulated map in his head vanished. No matter how he calculated it, the chances of a perfect outcome never hit 100%. After the surgery, Asher told Naveen the unfortunate truth. Just as she was about to break down, Luna stepped forward and took the blame. "I was the one who made the decision. All I ever wanted was for you to live. You mean everything to me." Luna's heartfelt confession moved Naveen deeply. Even Shaun was touched by what he saw, so he returned to Lim's office and finally apologized for his past mistake. Back then, he'd rushed into a risky procedure without her consent. Though he saved a life, it cost Lim her mobility. He had always seen Lim as both a mentor and a friend. Now he wanted to restore that bond. "I miss you." And just like that, the teacher and student reconciled. Even better news soon followed. There's a chance she may walk again. In the previous episode, a simulation actor suddenly exploded on the operating table, but Shaun remained calm under pressure and skillfully saved the patient's shoulder, which also gave him inspiration to propose a new plan that might cure Lim's paralysis. At the same time, a man's foot had been cleanly severed, with the limb sinking to the bottom of a lake. The medical team raced against time to recover and reattach it, and in the end, they managed to save his left leg. Tony was rushed to the hospital after a car accident, but it was soon discovered that she had been assaulted. She hesitated and was too scared to speak out, choosing silence, until Morgan shared her own past, giving Tony the courage to preserve the evidence and decide to stand up for herself. Another patient, Naveen, was found to have surgical gauze left in her body from a years-old operation, putting her life at risk and threatening her ability to have children. Despite immense pressure, Shaun chose the safest surgical plan, successfully saving her life and preserving her future. After all this, Shaun finally mustered the courage to apologize to Lim, hoping to make amends for the past, and the mentor and student repaired their bond. Since the attack by a murderer, Lim had been unable to stand, yet she insisted on remaining a surgeon. But how could she perform surgeries if she couldn't stand? Marcus advised her to take a desk job, but Lim stubbornly insisted she could still do it. So she got herself a high-tech wheelchair that could lift her up to the operating table. Soon, Lim faced her first surgery since becoming disabled. Halfway through, she was already drenched in sweat. The physical toll was far greater than she'd expected. With Marcus watching nearby, Lim gritted her teeth and asked the nurse to wipe her sweat. But just then, the wheelchair's armrest slipped, and that was the final straw. Her hands were no longer steady, and continuing the surgery would have put the patient at risk. She looked up at Marcus and finally chose to stop. She handed over the rest of the surgery to Marcus, watching from the side in quiet disappointment. Once a rising star in the medical world, Lim had fallen from grace. But she was never one to give up. She tried to redesign her wheelchair, yet couldn't find a solution. Then Shaun said something that opened her eyes. If you can't stand, then why not just sit? Inspired, Lim spent a fortune crafting a steel bench for herself. From then on, she performed surgeries while seated, coordinating perfectly with her nurses, and managed to recover nearly 70% of her peak performance. Even Marcus was shocked and impressed. Nice work. Perhaps moved by her unwavering effort, the heavens responded. After multiple checkups, Shaun discovered that Lim's spinal and gluteal muscles still showed signs of activity, meaning there was still a chance she could be cured. But Lim hesitated about undergoing surgery. At that point, she was already planning to marry her boyfriend Clay, who was also disabled. If she recovered, she feared it might destroy their relationship, but Clay held her hand and reassured her his love wouldn't change. On the eve of surgery, Clay even pulled out a ring and proposed to her. With such a loving partner by her side and supportive colleagues working for her recovery, what more did Lim have to fear? The surgery went off without a hitch. After months of rehabilitation, Lim was finally able to walk again, ready to begin a brand new chapter of her life. Lalo had been impaled by 20 sharp spikes. When he pulled one out, he started bleeding profusely and was rushed into surgery. The moment they entered the OR, Lalo was on the verge of death. Doctors had to perform chest compressions, kneading his heart over and over to pull him back from the brink. But that was just the beginning. There were still over 10 spikes left in his body. One in his shoulder posed a deadly threat. Doctors explained the situation to Lalo's underage son. If we remove the spike, there's a 10% chance Lalo might die from complications. But if he wants to stay alive, the safest option is amputation. The problem was, Lalo was the family's sole breadwinner. Losing his arm meant losing their livelihood. Even so, the son chose the amputation. He had already decided to drop out of school and take over his father's work. Just as the doctors prepared the OR for the amputation, Alex vetoed the decision. Having been a father himself, he knew Lalo would never want his son to quit school. The surgery restarted with a new plan, but soon alarms blared. Lalo's brain showed signs of ischemia, likely caused by a blood clot. Thanks to Alex's expert care, Lalo's arm regained color. His blood oxygen rose to 70% and kept climbing, stabilizing his condition. The rest of the surgery went smoothly. Lalo eventually woke up, his fingers still functional. His son tearfully confessed he had almost agreed to have his arm cut off, nearly destroying his future.
Whatever you did, you were there for me. I'll never be so proud of you. Ben. Dame un abrazo.
The couple noticed something unusual and walked closer. They saw a puppy that had been hit by a car. Shaun checked and found multiple fractures on the pup. He asked his wife Leah to help hold it down then. The puppy was soon taken to the animal hospital, but the vet gave a grim diagnosis. There's no hope. Let it go. Leah wasn't satisfied with that and begged Shaun to find a way. Shaun patiently explained, I treat humans, not dogs. We should trust the vet's judgment and put the puppy down humanely. But when he saw Leah getting upset, Shaun gave in. All right, I'll think about it. He asked for the scans and studied them, eventually concluding it could be treated. But the dog might be incontinent for life, needing constant human care, so euthanasia still seemed like the kinder option.
And you're gonna find a surgery to fix his incontinence.
But when it came to Leah's wishes, they mattered more than anything. Still, Shaun couldn't find a good solution and had to call in help. Yet the dog didn't seem too grateful. It even barked sharply at Leah, who shared her worry with Shaun, full of concern. It turns out the reason Leah was so desperate to save the puppy was because she was pregnant. She saw the dog as a reflection of the baby inside her. But the dog's reaction to her made her start to doubt whether she was fit to care for a child. Shaun told her not to worry. The dog barked because you accidentally touched its injury. And as for caring for a baby, you've taken such great care of me. How could you not take care of a child? Then Shaun turned toward the dog. Suddenly, a vivid mental image appeared. The dog's spine lit up in his mind like a blueprint. Shaun showed the surgical plan to the vet. Simply put, it involved screwing support pins into the dog's spine to stabilize it and solve the issues with incontinence and leg weakness. The vet shook his head and said, better find someone else. But he still didn't agree to the procedure, for one simple reason. Who's paying?
Seriously?
Fortunately, Shaun was only providing the surgical plan, so the operation went smoothly, and after petting the puppy's soft fur, Shaun was in a great mood. Suddenly, the puppy raised its head, a clear sign it needed to pee, so Shaun and Leah quickly guided it onto a waterproof pad. It seemed like the family was about to welcome a new member, but just then, a group of people found them. They turned out to be the puppy's original owners, and to thank Shaun, they offered to cover the medical costs.
$22,563.
I'm running.
Brecca was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis at age 5, but she stayed strong, regularly sharing her journey with fans on her blog, and kept a positive attitude toward life. And luckily, in her final week, she finally got a chance at a lung transplant. But when Lim received the donor lungs, she discovered they were pale gray, meaning they were infected with pneumonia and unfit for transplant. Even worse, Brecca didn't have time to wait for another pair, so Lim had to think outside the box. Lim explained to Brecca, the lungs are one of the most self-healing organs in the human body. So if we trick the lungs into thinking they're still inside a living body, and they heal, we'll be able to transplant them into you immediately. After hearing that, Brecca regained her confidence. The healing process began, and the next 6 hours would be critical. But things didn't go as hoped. When Jordan checked the oxygenation levels, the numbers didn't meet the standard, meaning the chance of these lungs healing was close to 1 in 10,000. With a heavy heart, Lim had to deliver the bad news during Brecca's live stream. At that moment, Brecca had almost given up in despair, but Lim still had no intention of quitting. She stopped Jordan from shutting down the machine and decided to sit in front of those failed lungs, checking the data at regular intervals, with almost every attempt ending in failure. Repeating such seemingly pointless work made Lim question her own sanity. Then Jordan said something that snapped Lim out of it. She was right. The lungs were already ruined, so why not go all out? Lim administered 2 extra rounds of antibiotics, saying, either we kill the infection or kill the lungs for good. While they waited, Lim shared with Jordan that Brecca was actually her first patient. She was just 8 years old then, but her lungs were already like those of a 70-year-old. Lim had thought Brecca would die that night, but to her surprise, the girl survived with optimism, and her spirit inspired many others. Now, even in the face of death, Brecca asked her mom to start the live stream and share her condition with her fans. She had planned to leave quietly, gently entering that good night, but then realized she had to thank those who had helped her mother who gave her life, and the doctors who fought for her. Just then, Brecca's breathing suddenly stopped. Her lungs had failed completely, and her mother stopped the doctors from intervening, letting her go peacefully. Elsewhere in the hospital, Lim was still monitoring the lungs, and when she pressed the scanner one final time, the numbers suddenly spiked and met the required levels. She didn't waste a second celebrating, immediately calling to have Brecca brought into surgery. The operation began. The team removed her completely gray lungs and carefully implanted the new ones. The surgery was a success, and Lim personally removed Brecca's ventilator. And for the first time in over a decade, Brecca finally experienced the joy of taking a deep breath, filling everyone around her with overwhelming happiness. Young Ricky had a long nail stuck in his foot, and they thought a tetanus shot would fix it, but his parents didn't trust Asher and Daniel, so they asked Shaun for a second opinion. Sure enough, after the shot, Ricky's temperature shot up to 39 degrees, and Shaun immediately sensed something was wrong and had Asher and Daniel rush him for testing. Soon, Shaun reviewed the scan and found there was no abscess in Ricky's foot, which meant the fever wasn't caused by the wound. But just then, they heard Ricky scream in pain, and Shaun rushed in to find Ricky vomiting. He quickly lifted Ricky's shirt and found small lumps on his back caused by tick bites. Shaun told the parents, "Ticks are parasites and may have already invaded Ricky's brain, which would explain the fever and vomiting. Now we need to analyze his spinal fluid to be sure." As soon as Shaun finished speaking, Ricky's parents started arguing. It turned out Ricky was bitten because his mother took him camping, despite the risks. While Ricky was undergoing the spinal tap, Shaun couldn't help but worry about his own future with Leah. But before he could think too much, Ricky had another episode. His spinal fluid suddenly shot out, and Shaun immediately realized it wasn't just a tick infection, but a rare case of brain swelling caused by a brain-eating amoeba. Victor couldn't understand where the brain-eating amoeba had come from, so Shaun explained, if the nose comes into contact with dirty water, there's a chance of contracting this rare infection. Victor suddenly said, "That morning when we were camping, I washed his face with river water." But worse news was still coming. Ricky's intracranial pressure had spiked above 40, meaning the swelling in his brain had gotten worse, and they had to perform an emergency craniotomy. As the operation began, Shaun opened Ricky's skull, and as soon as he cut through the dura mater, the brain bulged outward. The EEG readings were a mess, and if a seizure occurred, Ricky could die on the spot. At this point, Shaun had only one option: to remove part of Ricky's cerebral cortex to stop the seizure from killing him. But doing so would likely take away Ricky's ability to speak and his memories. Shaun explained everything to the family. Shelley couldn't accept it at all, but Victor chose to go ahead. Victor entrusted his child's life to Shaun, and only then did Shaun notice that this bickering couple was quietly linking their pinkies together, comforting one another. The surgery ended soon after, and everyone waited anxiously in Ricky's room. Then Ricky began to stir. Shaun lifted the oxygen mask and asked if he remembered anything, but Ricky said nothing, as if everything had been lost. He tilted his head slightly and looked at his parents holding hands.
I'm in the hospital. I'm Ricky Pavlovich.
By some miracle, Ricky had not lost his speech or memory. What Ricky's family had gone through deeply moved Shaun, and he went to find Leah, wanting to talk about it, realizing that they too had very different habits just like that couple. "I thought love would be enough, but now I understand. Everything changes the moment we have a child." So, their little family sat together under the starry sky and had their first real heart-to-heart conversation. What a family truly needs is the ability to embrace differing opinions, not ignore or attack them, and we can only hope Shaun's child grows up in a home filled with love. Little Nathan had only bumped his head, but the doctor told him he was dying. Alex asked Nathan to clap his hands, but only one moved while the other stayed completely still, and from that, he concluded Nathan had suffered a stroke, so they rushed him into surgery. But Shaun took one look and disagreed. Nathan wasn't having a stroke. He had something even rarer: central nervous system vasculitis. They explained the situation to the family. To treat Nathan, he'd need chemotherapy. Nathan's mother Linda was upset right away, because her own mother had died after chemo, and she still remembered the image of her mom bald and covered in mouth sores. But without chemo, Nathan would continue to suffer brain hemorrhages and eventually die in his hospital bed. Unable to decide, Linda called Nathan's father Rick for help. But Rick was away on a work trip and had no time for his son. Knowing Rick was a firefighter, Linda didn't want to take him away from saving lives, so she made the decision herself and agreed to the chemo. However, an unexpected twist followed. After the first round of chemo, Shaun discovered Nathan didn't have vasculitis at all, but an even rarer condition called moyamoya disease. Simply put, the brain wasn't getting enough blood, so it naturally created tiny collateral vessels, but those are fragile and prone to rupture, causing hemorrhages, and the only way to fix it is with brain surgery, meaning the chemo had been pointless. On the video call, Rick was panicking, but all Nathan wanted was to know when his dad would arrive. Rick looked troubled and admitted he wouldn't make it anytime soon. His job clearly still came first. To prepare for the brain surgery, Shaun and Alex used VR to simulate the procedure, and during the session, Alex pointed out something about Shaun's approach. When you're dealing with a kid, you don't always have to tell the whole truth. While they talked, they identified the best entry point for the surgery, and everything was set to begin. Just then, Alex got a call from Rick, who said he was finally on his way to the hospital and hoped to see Nathan before the surgery. Unfortunately, The anesthesia had already been administered. Once the surgery began, the doctors realized Nathan's blood vessels were more complex than expected, and a single procedure wouldn't be enough to fix everything. Just as they were about to close up, Alex remembered his earlier promise and asked Shaun if there was another way.
The wait for the follow-up surgery will be hell on the parents, the whole time knowing their son's brain.
The parent stress is not medically relevant.
I know, Shaun, but please.
Shaun finally empathized. An image of Nathan's cerebral vessels flashed through his mind, and like a mental supercomputer, he quickly found a solution. A few hundred tiny vessels? No problem. We can handle this safely now. The surgery went smoothly, and Alex brought the good news to Nathan's waiting parents, who broke down in tears of relief. When Nathan woke up, Alex asked him to try the hand clap test again. Thankfully, this time, both hands moved. Shaun then handed Nathan his stuffed animal, which had bandages wrapped around its head too. Did you give it brain surgery too? No, I just wrapped its head so you'd feel a little better. It does help, Nathan replied. In the previous episode of The Good Doctor, both emotional and technical challenges collided. Ever since her assault, Lim had lost the ability to stand, yet she insisted on performing surgeries, dripping with sweat, hands trembling, still refusing to give up on her dream. Sitting in her steel chair, she slowly regained her rhythm in the OR and reignited her hope for recovery. Meanwhile, a father whose body was pierced through was on the verge of amputation, and his young son made a heartbreaking decision to quit school and take over his father's work. In a critical moment, Alex stepped in and saved the father's arm through surgery, preserving the child's future as well. On the other side, Shaun and Leah rescued a dying puppy. What began as a simple act of kindness stirred up Leah's anxiety about becoming a mother. Shaun gently calmed her fears with his professionalism and tenderness, giving their home a new opportunity to grow. Lim faced infected lung tissue, and despite a 1 in 10,000 success rate, she clung to hope. Then a miracle happened. She personally completed the transplant, helping her very first patient breathe freely again. During the rescue of 2 boys, Ricky and Nathan, Shaun pushed his limits and broke through his empathy barriers to find the best treatment plan. Miracle after miracle unfolded, prompting Shaun to face the changes and responsibilities of becoming a father himself. A pregnant woman was brought to the hospital because she had wet herself, but when the doctor reviewed her report, his expression turned serious. The test showed early membrane rupture, meaning the pregnancy needed to be terminated before infection set in. Although there was a way to deliver the baby, it would not only harm the mother but also carry a high risk of brain damage, meaning that even if the baby survived, it might suffer from intellectual disability. Morgan and Jordan explained the situation to Sonia and her husband Anthony. Upon hearing there was still a chance to have the baby, Sonia immediately chose to keep it. She had dreamed of being a mother for 5 years and had already suffered 2 miscarriages. This was her last chance. But Anthony shook his head. He clearly didn't want to take that risk. Sonia turned to Jordan for support.
What would you do?
Jordan hesitated but finally replied, driven by her medical oath, "I think I would try to save the baby." With Jordan's support, Sonia insisted that her husband respect her choice. Soon after, Sonia developed a fever and tachycardia, signaling a possible infection, and that the baby might not survive. Morgan delivered the devastating news, but Sonia remained resolute, ready to die with her baby. Her decision was firm, prompting Morgan, Jordan, and Lim to gather and discuss the situation. Jordan respected Sonia's sacrifice, but Morgan thought it was just emotional self-indulgence. While they debated, an urgent call came in. Sonia's condition was rapidly worsening. They had to sedate her and prep for surgery. Before losing consciousness, Sonia made Anthony promise not to go against her wishes. But things didn't go as planned. Sonia's organs began shutting down. If they didn't give up on the baby, both lives would be lost. Even as Morgan pleaded, Anthony insisted on keeping his promise. When Morgan didn't know what else to do, Jordan stepped forward to talk to Sonia. Jordan shared her own story. At 18, she'd made a reckless choice. If she'd kept the baby back then, the child would be 11 now. That regret had haunted her ever since. She understood Sonia's love for her child, which is why she had initially encouraged her to keep it. But now she regretted it. If they didn't act, it would end in tragedy. She handed the surgical consent form to Sonia. Moved by Jordan's words, Sonia finally picked up the pen and signed it. Then she flipped the paper over and wrote down one final request. The surgery, led by Jordan, was a success. Afterward, a priest was invited to the OR to hold a funeral for the baby. Roland had just come out of surgery when he started getting intimate with his girlfriend right there in the hospital room. Shaun came in to do a checkup and found Roland having a seizure. His condition was critical. Roland's girlfriend rushed out of the bathroom, but when Shaun saw her face, he was stunned. It was Jared's girlfriend. Later, Shaun called Jared in. He first updated him on the patient, then asked him to sit down calmly. Shaun grabbed a tissue and sat across from him, but Jared just laughed. After a moment, he explained that wasn't his girlfriend. After Jared was fired from the hospital, he became Roland's personal physician. As part of the job, he had to pretend to be the lover of Roland's mistress to fool Roland's wife. Hearing that the woman wasn't Jared's girlfriend, Shaun was visibly relieved. Originally, Roland was admitted to the hospital after his heart was damaged in a tiger attack. Although he had undergone surgery and was still in the recovery phase, he ignored medical advice and put unnecessary strain on his heart. At first, doctors thought the seizure was caused by a blood pressure spike straining the heart. But Roland explained that the woman had done all the work, and tests showed the cause might be neurological. Because Roland was a major client, the hospital's president Marcus personally explained the diagnosis, hoping to secure funding. But Roland ignored him completely. He knew Jared had worked at this hospital but was unfairly fired. To stand up for Jared, Roland gave him full decision-making power. Thankfully, Jared didn't hold a grudge. Trying to lighten the mood, he asked where Roland's lover had gone, but Roland didn't care at all. That struck Jared as odd. He reported the situation to Shaun. Roland was known for his obsessive control. He'd never let his lover run off like that. There was one condition that matched all the symptoms: neurocystic urcosis. And 2 months ago, Roland had fallen into a pile of tiger dung on a hunting trip. That's likely when the parasites entered his system. Shaun rushed to share the good news with Roland, and surprisingly, Roland announced he would donate $100 million to the hospital.
You are not medically fit to be making any major decisions because of the larva.
Soon, the surgery began. Shaun cut open Roland's skull and removed the parasite larvae from his brain, then handed over the suturing to Jared. At that moment, Shaun recalled the past. If Jared had been able to finish his residency at the hospital, he could have achieved great things, and Jared himself seemed interested in returning. Everyone turned their eyes toward Marcus.
Chief of Surgery is responsible for all hiring decisions in her department.
All hires for the surgical department are made by the Chief of Surgery, implying his approval. Not long after, Jared resigned from his job under Roland and returned to the hospital family. But Roland, furious over losing Jared, tore up the donation check in front of Marcus. Meanwhile, Yara was being bullied at school for having Tourette's syndrome, which caused her to burst into laughter uncontrollably. Even though her arm had been broken, she didn't believe it was bullying. She blamed everything on herself, leaving the doctors speechless. But after discovering severe bruising on her arm, they had no choice but to take her into surgery. During the operation, a minor conflict erupted. Jared, newly reinstated, clashed with Shaun. The reason? Jared had failed to properly prepare for the surgery according to protocol. Despite their friendship, Shaun, as the attending surgeon, still issued disciplinary action. Fortunately, the surgery went well. Yara's arm was stabilized, and she could soon return to school. However, her mother didn't want her to face bullying again. But Yara, being rebellious, insisted that school made her happy. Suddenly, Yara suffered a seizure. To investigate the cause, the hospital scheduled an MRI. But the resulting images left Shaun very dissatisfied. Turns out Jared had changed the imaging protocol on his own to speed up results. Shaun immediately ordered a second MRI and asked Jared to stay behind for a private talk. Shaun made it clear Jared couldn't expect special treatment. Even if Jared had been practicing longer than him, rules were rules. But Jared just brushed off Shaun's lecture. The results of the second MRI came in. This time, the images clearly showed a tumor in Yara's brain. Shaun immediately realized the tumor, not Tourette's, was the real cause of her involuntary laughter. The earlier diagnosis had been wrong. Shaun then explained the treatment plan to Yara and her mother. He recommended gamma knife therapy, though it wouldn't eliminate the tumor completely. It was safe enough. But Jared disagreed. He proposed a high-risk surgery to remove the tumor entirely and stop the seizures. Yara's eyes lit up. If cured, she could finally live like a normal person. But her mother refused, worried about the dangers of such a surgery. That night, Jared found Yara. She admitted that she knew she was being bullied, but what she hated more was being an outcast. The next morning, Jared brought his new plan to Shaun, hoping to get approval. But Shaun took one look and flatly rejected it. He issued a final warning. Jared needed to follow orders. Shaun didn't realize that as he rose to a higher position, he was gradually letting go of certain parts of himself. Jared complied and began pre-op preparations for Yara. Jordan, assisting from the side, seemed to notice something and gave Jared a word of caution.
You've been pitching and shortcutting and trying to be Mr. Fix-It for everything. Stop flexing and listen.
Her reminder gave Jared clarity. Before the surgery, he approached Yara and encouraged her to tell her mother everything she truly felt. Although her mother had always cared for her, without open communication, she'd never truly understand. honest conversation was the only bridge to mutual understanding. Meanwhile, Shaun confided in Glassman. Jared's words had swayed Yara's mother, who now agreed to the riskier surgery. Shaun felt Jared had overstepped, but Glassman scolded him in return.
When you were a resident, you did things completely your own way, but we gave you the space to learn, and we learned from you. And you turned yourself into an asset. Give Jared the same opportunity.
The surgery officially began shortly after. With Glassman assisting, they successfully removed Yara's brain tumor. Afterward, Shaun assigned Jared to monitor her recovery. The operation was a complete success. Yara showed no complications, her seizures stopped, and she could finally live a normal life. Later, Jared approached Shaun to thank him. He admitted that he had hoped for special treatment, but now understood that true recognition had to be earned through skill. When the doctors opened the patient's chest, they were shocked to find that her heart was harder than a coconut. One push and the scalpel snapped. Tapping on it even produced a crisp, cracking sound. The patient's heart had completely calcified. This was the most severe case of pericarditis they had ever seen. And the patient's granddaughter was none other than Jordan. She proposed a high-risk surgery to completely remove the affected area, but such a risky suggestion received no support from other doctors. And because Jordan was a relative, her opinion was seen as emotionally biased. Chief Surgeon Lim decided to exclude Jordan from the treatment discussion. Still, Jordan didn't give up. She presented her surgical plan directly to her grandmother, because ultimately the decision belonged to the patient. Soon, Lim confronted Jordan face to face. But at this point, the surgery had no choice but to proceed as planned. As expected, all 6 simulations ended in failure, and Jordan's grandmother was just as stubborn as she was. Even if they wanted to persuade her to give up now, it was impossible. Before the doctors could make progress, the patient's condition worsened. At this rate, delaying surgery any longer would be fatal, so they had no choice but to take the risk. In the operating room, even an electric drill couldn't pierce the patient's heart. They tried using bone cutters instead. That only made things worse. They had to suture immediately, but even then, the patient's life was still on the line. Just as the surgery seemed doomed to fail, Jordan, watching from the observation room, proposed a waffle procedure. It was a technique she had been researching. By segmenting areas of the heart to leave enough space for it to beat, they could maintain heart function without removing the hardened shell. Mortality rate below 8%. It wasn't the safest option, but at this point, it was their only hope. Jordan guided the procedure from the observation room, while Lim performed the surgery. 8 hours later, the grandmother finally woke up. Upon learning that her granddaughter had come up with the plan that saved her life, the elderly woman burst into joyful laughter. Morgan placed the baby's cradle on the washing machine, using its vibrations to soothe the crying infant. The single mother, who hadn't slept in 40 hours, finally had a chance to rest. She fell asleep the moment she lay down, but in her exhaustion, she didn't notice the cradle shaking toward the machine's edge.
No!
Morgan, who had recently adopted the baby after learning she couldn't have children, was quickly learning that parenthood was both painful and joyful. Though the baby was adorable, her lack of experience made every step feel overwhelming. What made it worse was that she didn't even have maternity leave. After staying up all night caring for her child, she still had to report to work the next morning. To avoid losing pay, she brought the baby to the hospital. But as a doctor, while discussing cases with patients, her baby would suddenly start crying. She had no choice but to juggle both roles, which left her patients frustrated. One even left a bad review and filed a complaint. The issue quickly reached higher management. Now, Morgan faced 2 options: quit her job or give up the child. This was exactly the dilemma so many working mothers face today. Though she had fought hard to earn her position, Morgan, now a mother, chose to give up her career. Her ex-boyfriend Alex tried to talk her out of it, but Morgan stood firm. "I once made the mistake of putting my career before someone I loved. I won't make that mistake again." Moved by her words, Alex reconsidered. He found Morgan as she was packing her things and confessed his feelings.
So whatever there is to figure out, all I want in the world is for us to do it as a family.
In that final moment, Alex and Morgan rekindled their relationship. The couple, who had been through so much together, finally reunited. Eddie's body was covered in warts, and even the doctors were startled by his appearance. But Eddie had long grown used to it. He had suffered from epidermodysplasia verruciformis since childhood. Though always the subject of others' stares, he remained optimistic throughout his life. Asher advised Eddie to have the growths removed, but Eddie refused. He believed his condition was God's punishment, and as a devout believer, he could not defy God's will. Asher scoffed at that kind of thinking. He was a surgeon, and he didn't believe in anything mystical or supernatural. Further tests revealed Eddie also had a tumor. That very night, he began vomiting blood and lost consciousness. The tumor had caused massive internal bleeding. Due to blood loss, the success rate of removing the tumor was severely reduced. Jordan suggested chemotherapy, but that would cause the wart growths to accelerate. Faced with this dilemma, the doctors ultimately decided on tumor removal surgery. Marcus personally took the lead. In just 6 hours, he completed the complex procedure. After surgery, the doctors informed Eddie of the results. He praised God for the success and credited his recovery to divine grace. Perhaps it was that unwavering faith that kept him so positive through it all. But tragedy struck. Eddie soon lost consciousness again. Despite the medical team's best efforts, even after 500 volts of defibrillation, they could not revive him. Marcus was forced to declare the time of death. It turned out that due to Eddie's condition, his blood clotted faster than normal. This caused a fatal blood clot post-surgery. The medical staff stood silently around him, mourning the loss of life. Shaun was finally about to become a father and to take care of his wife who was about to give birth. He didn't even want to go to work. When Asher came to ask him about a patient, Shaun waved him off in annoyance. Fortunately, Leah calmed him down. Since there were still a few hours before her delivery, she told Shaun to go ahead and perform the surgery first. Shaun quickly ordered Asher to prepare for the surgery. The patient was a young girl injured in a car crash. She had multiple broken ribs and was screaming when brought in. Her father waited nervously beside her. Though he was also injured, he claimed it was just a bump on the head. With many victims needing attention, doctors prioritized the girl's surgery. After hours of work, Shaun stabilized her condition. But just as he was updating the family, because the father had missed the optimal treatment window, by the time Shaun opened his chest, the bleeding was uncontrollable. With one look, Shaun realized the man couldn't be saved. His injuries were too severe. He would die from blood loss within minutes. Even Shaun was powerless this time. After the surgery, Shaun brought the man's wife into the operating room to let her say a final goodbye to her husband. Watching her confusion and grief, Shaun was overcome with emotion. The scene reminded him of his late brother. Breaking through his autism, he gently comforted the grieving woman. When we lose someone we love, we must keep going for those who are still with us. Take your time. Shaun returned to Leah's room. He didn't tell her about the tragedy outside. He was now a responsible husband and soon to be the father of a family. As labor began, Leah grew anxious. She worried she might not be able to protect their baby after he was born. But Shaun simply reached out his hand. He told her to grip it tightly because from now on, they would face everything together. Fortunately, the delivery went smoothly. The baby was healthy and safely placed in Leah's arms. Then, the OBGYN handed the scissors to Shaun, letting him cut the umbilical cord. Look what we've created. Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Dr. Shaun Murphy. I'm your dad. And with that, the good doctor came to an end.